Hello, everybody. Dangerous Freedom here. Welcome back. I got my friend Detroit Preppin, my
Hey,
other
hey.
friend, my sister Cheshire Cat here.
What's going
Um,
on?
Tony Patriot will be joining us shortly. Let me go through the chat here really quick and say hello. We have I'm your Huckleberry, Linda Horner, Jericho Falks, my neighbor, old reliable. Good to see you, brother. Margot, as always. She was the first. She's always the first one in the chat. She is so loyal. Our brother Lone Star Prep,
Lone Star.
and we'll get more in here.
It reminds me of like a Spaceballs reference. There's only one who would dare give me the raspberry. Oh, star.
So how's everybody doing?
Hey, Margot, it's good to see you.
Are you talking to me?
Everybody.
Yeah,
Doing good, doing bad. Everything the same in your life?
Linda Horner. Hey, girl, what's going on? It's been a weird week. It's just been a weird. It's like the country took a laxative and we've got just explosive everything everywhere.
It's been a weird week.
Yeah,
Jericho. I am great, thank you. How are you? Very good to see you here.
What about you, Ron?
Actually, it's been kind of an interesting week. I know I told you in Cheshire, but I haven't told. Well, actually, Jericho knows a nice story too. So Thursday I got my dismissal from work, and and then on the same day I got that UI, the unemployment card.
Your new credit card.
Yeah, basically a new credit card, already had $1,800 on it. So I was like, nice. So what was the first
It's
thing
a
I
good
did?
thing you've been paying your taxes, brother, so that there was money in there to give back to you.
Mm.
So, anyways, so I'm out of a job, but then again, I don't know the way that job was going right now. I mean, they work for the auto company, so I think they let over half the company go. So,
Consider it a paid vacation.
yeah, yeah. Hey, Ninja Scout, good to see you, brother.
Sounds like a perfect time to start a garden.
Mike
Yeah.
White, the foam. Actually, I was thinking of going with rabbits. I think I'm gonna go get some 2x4s and some plywood and some chicken wire and build a rabbit cage out back.
Well, they are a
That'd be
viable food
sweet.
source for sure for any
And I
prepper.
hear and I hear they reproduce pretty damn rapidly too.
Yeah,
So
you'll have rabbits up the yin yang, so just be careful with that. No, I'm serious. They can have a litter every couple of months.
That's not a lot of rabbit meat though.
hey, dude,
If they have 8 bunnies at once, what I mean. Like I
How
said,
long how long
they
does it take?
multiply like they
How long does
multiply
it
like tribbles.
Do you know how long it takes for a bunny to be table ready after it's born?
six
You know what?
months.
I don't know. I've never eaten rabbits.
I would
Uh,
guess at least 6 months. Yeah,
6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. I mean, that's just a rough guess.
Yeah, trust me, I could eat 8 rabbits in 6 months.
But the rabbit's going to be supplemental. It's not like I'm just eating rabbit. I'm going to have rice and beans and other things. I mean, I've still got 10 pounds of spam sitting waiting. God knows I
Ra-
probably got I probably got
Rabbit is not better than spam. I will say that. Rabbit's pretty good, but it's not as good as spam.
I don't know. I've had wild jackrabbit out here, and I'll tell you what, it tasted just like chicken to me.
I've never eaten jackrabbit.
Well, I've eaten.
I would totally try it though. I'll try anything once.
Yeah, I've
I'd
had.
prob-
I
I'd,
mean, I've eaten dove. Although with dove, you gotta get so many of them before they even make a real meal.
I'd probably eat anything that you could cook up real good and it wasn't extra gross and nasty.
Hell, we've even had wild boar, and that right there. I mean, you can't just like throw that on a spit and cook it like that because it tastes like shit. You gotta like wrap it in foil and dump bunch of seasoning on it, and then pit grill it. Pull that sucker out about 6 hours later when the meat's almost falling off the bone, and then that's some good stuff. But man, it takes a lot of work to cook that stuff to where it's tastes good.
Again, I've never had it, but I will try anything once.
Yeah, I
And
never had no wild boar, but it sounds delicious. I've seen plenty of jungle people make it and all that stuff. Looks tasty. I never met
It
a
is.
pig
It
I
can't be.
didn't like.
I mean, if they can't be wrong. It's a viable food
crock
source.
pot.
So
I never thought of that, Jericho. That might actually work. A crock pot, throw the
crock pot the
spices
wild
in with
boar.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that might do it.
I like crock pots, that's for sure.
Mhm.
So, have either one of you two done anything different here these maybe last 5 6 days a week since I don't know, some cities are starting to burn? Has anybody changed their day-to-day routines? Anybody added new gear, new plans, new anything? What where are we
Well,
going and what are we doing to make sure we get there safely?
well, I showed you the new shotgun that I'm gonna. Oh, I guess I could show the chat here. I'll show you guys what I ordered this on. What is it? Thursday, the same day I got my windfall, I guess we'll call it. So yeah, so I got this on order. I pick it up a week from Monday. So that's not bad. I was watching all kinds of reviews. One guy said he put 300 rounds of slug, 300 rounds of double aught buck, 300 rounds of birdshot, and he did both 2 and 3/4 inch shells and 3-inch shells. And he didn't have a single issue. He didn't clean it, nothing. So apparently it seems pretty reliable. And it's a Kel-Tec, so made in the USA. Can't argue that. And then I also got my Spartan armor ordered. I got two plate carriers ordered. That way, hopefully, well, most people shoot center mass anyways, so give me a little bit of a benefit there. Hopefully,
The crazy world we're living in, brother.
I know when it's like armor and shotguns is more important than paying bills.
Wow, man. Who would have thought this 3 months ago? Cheshire, you doing anything different? You care to share or
I'm doing
like
the same. I'm doing the same thing that I'm always doing. And what I'm doing is I'm taking things day by day, like I always do. Now, when we went into lockdown, I really scarcely noticed it because I'm introverted anyway. I pretty much, I don't really have too much of a social life on the ground. I'm a very private person. So is my husband. We go to work. We do the things that we need to do. I take care of the household. I crochet. Like I basically just do that. So not much has really changed over the last week, except the world has just gotten crazier. I'm a pretty consistent person. I'm boring. I'm just going to say it. I'm boring.
Now, I don't think people in the chat would say that. Maybe your home life is boring, but man, once you get up there behind the camera, you're not afraid to tell it like it is. So,
well, I mean, look, I tell it how I see it. That's it. How I see it. Now, the way I see it is going to be different from the way Detroit sees it's going to be different from the way you see it. However, we may have overlap in what I'm telling you that I'm seeing, because you might see the same thing, you might not. But the way that we are ollieing back and forth, to me, is the surest way to come to some kind of point of truth. But I don't hold back. I'm not a politically correct person, and I am an equal opportunity offender.
Yeah, yeah. Heard a few people say that. I don't bother.
I'm not exactly sure what political correctness means.
They want you to limit your words.
Speak nicely.
Well, and to me, that's kind of a form of gaslighting. Like if somebody is going to try to where they're like, oh, well, you can't say it this way. I've literally been around people who are like this, and they're like, I'll be telling them something like, hey, dude, you're. You could tell one of these people, hey, man, the building's on fire, and they'll look at you and be like, I don't like the way you said that. And my response to that now is like, all right, say burn. I don't care. Oh, why are you being so rude? It's like, these people are manipulative, and what's going on in our society is we have a really low trust society because this whole notion of political correctness is basically just socially mandated lying. And so now nobody knows where they stand with each other. Nobody can share what they think, and therefore there's no communication, and therefore people have completely lost touch with one another, and they don't trust each other anymore. There's nothing.
That's all bad stuff. That's so bad.
It's
I don't know. I love to hear people say what they think, what they feel, no matter how stupid it is. No matter how ignorant it is, I want to hear it. Just so I know where. I know where you stand at. I mean,
we're all stupid and ignorant. We're all stupid and ignorant somewhere. Even the smartest people in the world are stupid and ignorant somewhere. We're not perfect. We're human beings. We're not infallible. And trust me, I'm the purveyor of all kinds of stupid shit. Like, it just. You know what I mean? I'll admit it.
I'm a purveyor of everything stupid.
Dude, sometimes I hit the nail on the head, and sometimes I'm full of shit. So, I can at least admit it. So, whatever.
All right. Well, we're getting a lot of people from Tony's stream. That means
it looks like Tony is in the house. So.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's in the chat.
Yeah, I know he's in the chat. He's supposed to be on the damn stream.
Well, maybe drop the link in the.
He's got it in his email.
He's got it in his email.
Check your email, Tony. I sent it not too long ago. Hey, Rooster, good to see you.
Right well, I got to be honest with you, Dangerous. In the last week or so, I've been stocking up on meat. I've been stocking up on toilet paper and paper towels, and that's in addition to being stocked up on that stuff. Because it's obvious to me over these last couple of months that's going to be the first thing to never be right again. You know what I mean? I haven't been able to go into the store in 2 months and buy what kind of paper products I wanted, no matter, I'm not saying they didn't have some paper products. I'm just saying they didn't have what I wanted, what I normally bought. If I tried to order it, there's a problem. And I've seen some places selling that meat for $6.99 a pound or whatever. But it's unreal, man. Some places selling that meat for $6.99 a pound or whatever. But it's unreal.
I'm hearing some reverb in the background.
Yeah, hold on.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
And there you got it.
It's gone. Sorry about that. I forgot I had YouTube up on the background. Yeah. Hey guys, can you give me 1 second? I want to go grab a drink. I've been talking for the past hour and a half in my throat.
Not a problem. We're all drinking. Well, I know me and Roger are drinking.
I'm grabbing a Red Bull, but.
You're gonna need the caffeine on this stream. We go a long time.
I'll do what I can. I got to get up at 2:30, so.
Oh dear.
But I'll hang out for as long as I can for sure. Love you guys. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Well, I'll definitely say that Dangerous Freedom goes a long time. I get to that hour mark and I'm like, I'm gonna go take a nap.
Right.
I think a couple times we went past an hour when we were out in the beginning of our live streaming endeavors on Saturday night.
Sometimes we go about an hour and a half or so, yeah. 5 hours, yeah.
We go longer than an hour and a half.
I'll tell you what, if everybody set up Luciano, then it would only be an hour. But it's like
there was I think one live stream that was like 4 or 5 hours long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but I
5 hours is the max. Yeah.
I'm back with my Red Bull.
All right.
All right.
Sure.
Drink if you've got them.
Take that back.
Oh yeah.
I think we had one that went 6 hours, and it's like, man, all right, it's past midnight already. And then we hung up, and then we talked for what, another 2 hours after that.
Yeah, we hung out backstage. So, and basically just shot the shit is what we did.
Keep an eye out for Aircraft Sparky too. He said he'd join us after he's done making a video. So.
Oh, okay.
So Tony Patriot.
Yes, sir.
I was just asking everybody, what's been going on the last week with them? Anything exciting, new, plans changing, expanding, advice, great revelations?
You know, I'm looking forward to doing the man on the street thing. That's my biggest thing. Like, I really think I'm gonna excel at that. But like right now, everybody's still, they're scared to talk to people and they're scared to get up close to them, and it's just going to be difficult to do right now. So I'm just trying to give it a little bit more time. But because of the generous donations I get from my followers, I was able to get me a really nice mic, handheld mic. And my wife agreed that she would record, so she can record from away while I interview people. So I'm really looking forward to doing that. Asking people tough questions. Who you're voting for, why, if they're voting Democrat.
Yeah.
Ask them, do you know Democrats do this? You know what I mean? That type of thing. So I really think that's going to help my page a lot. I think people enjoy that kind of that kind of entertainment.
Absolutely. Well, I'm rooting for you, brother.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a good idea. We don't have too many people doing the man on the street. I mean, we got like Caitlin does it, and what's the one other guy that does it?
To the point with Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon. Yep.
He does it a bit.
But that's about it. I mean, not a
lot of people do it, but it's always successful. It seems like when people do it, you know what I mean? Oh, Millie Weaver, she does it sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, Mark Dice did it a long time ago, and he was actually pretty successful.
Right. That's what got him successful.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to do it anymore. He's already got 1.8 million subscribers. But that's what made his name, was going out and doing the man on the street. And hopefully it works for me too. I don't expect 1.8 million, but hopefully I can gain subscribers by it. And it helps out my channel a lot, because I've been losing a lot lately. I lost in the past 4 days. I lost like 37 subscribers, and then today I got like 4 back. So I don't have YouTube playing games. I don't know if I piss people off, if they see it as racist, that my views on the riots. But I'm gonna say how I feel. I'm not racist in the least bit. I treat each person how they deserve to be treated by the content of the character, as
To be fair, I've been seeing people of all colors rioting, so it's not just
right. And I've mentioned,
although they definitely are pushing a race narrative, but I've been seeing people of all stripes rioting.
Absolutely. There's whites and blacks. People of all color are rioting. Absolutely.
Well, I think it's reactivated BLM and Antifa. We haven't heard very much from those two entities for quite a while, and it seems like they've been reactivated. But interestingly, the Antifa, instead of wearing their black masks, they're wearing medical masks.
Yeah, that's funny.
It's a pretty strange thing that masks are required during all of this craziness.
Exactly.
I'm not wearing a mask. I put a mask on one time because I had a blood drawn. The lady asked me nicely. It was like a 5-second thing where they just draw your blood. She's like, "If you don't mind, could you please wear the mask while you go and get your blood drawn?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it." And that's been it. I haven't had a mask on my face other than that. I'm not wearing them.
In my area, we are required to wear masks in some establishments. Costco requires everybody to wear a mask. They require it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And also, I've got a dental appointment coming up, and this is interesting because I have to answer a bunch of screening questions. They're going to take my temperature, and they're going to make me sign a waiver saying that I am knowingly taking a risk of contracting COVID-19 by having my teeth cleaned.
What a joke.
It's crazy. I mean, the only other option, I guess, is to let my teeth rot out. That's not going to happen.
Right.
I'm involved with some dental shenanigans right now myself. I think most people know I had just had all my teeth extracted so I could get implants, and the day the lockdown started, I think the 23rd is the day I actually went in and had all my teeth extracted, and it's been healing since then. And I've gone back for like subsequent visits just to make sure everything's okay, bone spurs, stuff like that. And it's kind of funny because my first visit after the lockdown thing, no problem. You just walk right in. Nobody's wearing a mask. Nobody's nothing.
Mhm.
My second visit after they had did the surgery, waivers. The lady pretended to do some kind of breathing test as if it would have told her something. She asked me to hold my breath for 15 seconds. And then she said, "Do you feel pain in your chest? Is it hard for you to breathe?"
I think what that would have done, the breathing test, if you would have had any kind of distress going on in your lungs, if you would have taken in a large breath and held it in, it would have induced coughing. If you would have had any kind of chest congestion or something like that. But I mean, it can mean a lot of things. It
I
doesn't
mean, you know
necessarily
what?
mean
How big of a breath I took in wasn't definitely big enough to do any kind of test. This lady didn't have any training. She didn't know what. She was the reception lady, you know. Now she's gonna medically diagnose me for some type of virus she can't even see. I'm just saying. To me, it seemed like ridiculous. And
well,
then,
I mean, it
then
seems like
they put. And then they put themselves, 2 inches from your face to face. As the dentist, she's in your mouth. She's not 6 feet away or whatever. It was really weird. And then I guess more to the point would be my most recent visit. Now that we're getting closer to the end of this, even though our lockdown has been extended till the 12th, I walk in and they just asked me, "Have you been to the hospital in 14 days? No. Have you felt sick in the last 14 days? No. Okay, come on in." So, I mean, where's the control? What's the purpose in this? It's like I feel like I'm on the fucking Monkey Do show. I mean, is any of this shit serious? Like,
well, lockdown? What lockdown? With everybody rioting, is there any lockdown anymore? I'm confused.
Well, yeah, I guess not with the lockdown thing.
I'm getting really confused about this.
These idiotic riots need to stop. I mean, give me a damn break. One bad cop, and the other cops were complacent, and
I was seeing reports that that the cop and what was his name? Let me get the name. For some reason, it keeps slipping me.
What were you trying to? What?
I was seeing reports somewhere that the cop and George Floyd actually knew each other, that they worked together at a bar as security. I don't know if anybody can. Can anybody?
That would be amazing if that was true.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody wants to look into that and maybe check and see if.
No. I heard that report too. Yeah.
I didn't hear that, but I swear that is like the most amazing thing I've heard about this whole murder investigation or whatever you want to call it, manslaughter. I just don't understand how. I just don't understand how these cops that are specially trained and all this other stuff and graduates of police academies can use as a justification that they were scared to commit a murder, but a citizen who is not trained, who is not specially conditioned to deal with stressful situations, can have, 4 or 5 guns pointed at them, people screaming, yelling, front, back, side to side, and they're supposed to always and at all times, so that you don't die, remain calm, follow instructions.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
it's ridiculous, dude. And if you don't, then they charge you with murder. Dude, they broke into the wrong guy's house, shot his girlfriend to death, and then they arrested him for murder. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that was absolutely
insane, dude.
You know what
I
we're
think,
talking about, right, Tony?
it's almost like an act for them to make themselves the most hated people in the world. And how could any of those people do that stuff and not realize the reaction they're going to get from people? They still have families. They still have to know people outside of the blue thin line or whatever it is, thin blue line. And they act like this and they do those things and don't expect at some point people are going to push back against it. I don't know.
Man, I mean, y'all see that on the screen?
Yeah.
Jacksonville, they cut a cop. Whoa.
Wow, dude.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Whoa, that's crazy.
I don't think they're going to come near your house, though, Jim. I don't think you would let them near your house.
That cop deserves that.
You're going to be the rooftop American.
Did that cop have anything to do with what's happening? No, he didn't, I'm sure.
No. Well, neither did,
man.
Yeah, I wish they would, no doubt. But I mean, a lot of these places that are getting smashed up and burned and looted, what did Target do? Target had nothing to do with this. And that was one of the points I was going to say. They keep calling. I've been watching the media. They keep saying these protesters. And I'm like, dude, are you seeing what they're doing? That is not protesting. That is absolute rioting.
Ghetto, look, this is what people don't like. And I'm going to tell the truth. It's ghetto hood rats, Get a chance to get some free TV, free items. That's all that's about. 100%. They could care less about George Floyd. They care about getting a free TV for their house. That's it. It has nothing to do with.
That's obvious. That's
stepping on his grave for free shit, basically.
Exactly. Spitting in his face for free shit, and and I'll say it, and if people want to call me a racist, call me a racist. But it's not just.
I don't know if that's racist. I mean, the truth is just the truth. Yeah, regardless of who says it or who it is said about.
It's ghetto ass shit.
If you do that kind of, I mean, it's not like they're stealing that shit, selling it, and dropping the money off at his parents' house or whatever. Right. You know what I mean? And like I was saying before, why are they wasting their resources and energies on Napa and AutoZone when they should be at the Capitol building? They should be at the seat of power, because only from the seat of power can you change anything. Do you think those people give two shits about them burning the fucking downtown area? They don't give a shit. They don't live there. They don't have to do their business there.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. Over the last many weeks, haven't we been talking about the Boogaloo?
We've been talking about that like the last few months.
Yeah. Isn't this kind of a Boogaloo?
It's a stage of the Boogaloo. It started with the Svesa bug when the government.
It's a Boogaloo. It's sloppy. It's a sloppy Boogaloo, but it's a Boogaloo.
Well, you got to think about it. Back in April, they shut down our rights. They stripped our rights. They made us social distance. I was off work for an entire month, and then after that, come May, the economic section hit. That was the economic wave. The first one was the Svesa bug wave. This one, and then in May was the economic wave, and now we're looking at the violence wave, and we're already seeing it.
Well, and how much of the violence has actually been, how much of being pent up and being on lockdown has contributed to a lot of this angst that's manifesting as the violence?
I'd say a good portion of it.
Yeah.
There's layers and layers and layers to this.
Well, now see, okay, because you got.
It was just that Floyd's death was like the catalyst for it. It was, we were all asking, what's going to set off the Boogaloo or what's going to set it off? Well, he was a catalyst. So,
man, it seems too simple.
I don't think that. the cops over there in Minnesota, I can't even say it right, Minnesota. They didn't act soon enough. When they saw that footage, they should have arrested all those cops right then, because that would have eliminated a lot of the tension. But they didn't.
I mean, they arrested them pretty quickly. Cops usually they usually
they did. They arrested them in a few days.
They usually put them on leave. Even with the murder charge, they usually put them on leave for a while first, investigate, then arrest them.
Another thing that I was reading also, though, is that this particular cop that killed Floyd had a record for police brutality, and he was even sued, and he was settled out of court for a case of police brutality, and he was literally never dealt with by Klobuchar. So this guy has a record of doing this. And so if Klobuchar gets up there and, all the racism, this happened under her watch. She needs to shut her fucking mouth.
They all need to be held accountable. All those cops, all 4 of them that were there, even the 3 that were there. Because if I was friends with Floyd, and I saw a cop doing that, I could have rushed in there and knocked that cop off of him.
Right.
Well, there were a lot of them.
Accessory to murder for sure. I mean,
exactly. And that's probably what they're going to get charged with. Hopefully.
Well, the gray area is saying that he's got details as far as the autopsy report goes. I'm really curious to see what it says. Well, and DM the Mod says that the autopsy report says it was not from being strangled or asphyxiated, but what it looked like is it looked like the cop's knee was on the guy's carotid artery, which would have shut the blood off from his brain and made him pass out and cause brain death, and it would have happened quite quickly.
But there's more and more being investigated. That's why I hate talking about stuff too soon, because what if he ends up dying? What if it turns out he died of a heroin overdose? I mean, let's just say that's what
very well could have been.
I mean,
we know he was a drug addict.
It doesn't excuse the cops' actions.
Well, I mean, and if he did die of a heroin overdose, why wasn't anything done to try to revive the guy? You know what I mean? And I saw the arrest.
But I mean, you're looking at murder compared to not helping the guy, and that's not murder. I mean, that's
great.
Lesser charges. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I definitely don't know all the facts in the matter.
Yeah.
But what I can definitely say for sure is no human being deserves to be handcuffed and held down.
No, hell no.
By 4 adult men in any position.
Hell no.
For 8 minutes, 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. And you let them up.
If they're stupid enough to do something like that to another human being, then they deserve every piece of justice they can be given. And that would go for my dumb ass who thought it would be a good idea to wrestle down a 100-pound person and strangle them or whatever with my accidental playing shit.
I agree, but please, they better not charge them with hate crime, because you know what? It had nothing to do with race, I don't think.
I don't think it did.
If they can prove it did, fine. But I don't want to.
I'm kind of the opposite of you with that. I think if you kill anybody, it's a hate crime.
Well, yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Well, killing somebody is a crime. Is a crime. You know what I mean? You take a life, it's a crime. I don't care what color the person is.
Statistics show that cops kill more white people than black people or Mexicans.
Well, there's
more white people in the country than
black. Yeah, I mean, by a great number. I mean, there's 68% Caucasian.
Percentage. Depends on the area. I looked up a percentage last night. Okay. 2 to 1. White people killing black people. Black people are 2 times more likely to kill a white person than a white person is half that amount.
Mm-hmm.
So, if anything, white people should be outraged, because black people are killing two white people for every one person a white person killed.
Well, it just comes down to, like I said, the numbers, dude. It's a hate crime if you kill somebody, no matter what color. And just because there's twice as many white people in the world
according
of
honestly though,
America,
according to the law,
there's
it is not
that
considered a hate crime if a person who isn't white kills a white person versus if a white person kills a person who isn't white.
well, I mean, I
It's
guess
never
that's my
charged as a hate crime.
point that I keep
So
trying to
either
slide in there. A hate crime is a hate crime, and it's not determinate upon someone's race, color, creed, gender.
well, a hate crime
So it's a moot
is if it's
point.
done.
There is no
Yeah, if
such
it's
thing
done
as
out
a
of
hate crime.
hatred, but it's usually applied to any kind of interracial murders. Well,
Yeah.
white on any
Well,
other
no, I
race.
know how they use it. I'm just saying the fact that they use it is despicable and stupid.
Well, to me,
If you murder somebody, you murdered somebody.
Murder
If
is
you
murder. I agree.
rape somebody, you rape somebody. If you cut somebody's throat,
Now,
you cut somebody's throat.
How about when the black kids took the white kid, calling him cracker and all that, and he was mentally ill? And
Yeah,
That was terrible.
That
I
should be
saw that video.
a hate crime to me.
Did they ever charge that as a hate
It
crime?
surely was a hate crime.
Well, it was a hate crime, but was it charged as one?
I don't remember exactly. I know some of them got off pretty light, 7 years. I think one got like 15 years.
Now let me
I don't
say,
know about
I don't know
hate crime.
much about this, but if you're telling me from the video I saw, those people got 15 years in prison, I think that's a very fair. And I'm not saying what they did was bullshit and a joke or whatever, but the fact that kid didn't die.
A handicapped child.
What's that?
They tortured a handicapped child.
No, I saw the video. I know what they did to him. It's fucking the most despicable thing I ever seen. But I think if they got 15 years in prison, I think that's a fair, absolutely fair fucking sentence.
Here's another thing that's circulating around the U.S. that's been kind of contentious. Did you hear about the Central Park thing that happened?
More specifically, I hear a lot of stuff happening in Central Park.
There was a case of this white woman, and she had her dog off of a leash in a wooded area of Central Park, and this this bird watching guy, Birdman.
Yeah, the Birdman.
He decided to go up and confront her about it. He happens to be an African American man. And he goes up and he confronts her, and she flips out and says I'm going to call the police on an African American man.
Oh,
and,
yes, I saw that.
He ended up, what he did was he confronted her.
And recorded it.
Before he recorded it, he threatened to give her dog some treats to try to lure her dog away. And then he started recording her, and then he posted it online, and now the woman is being painted as a racist. And she's lost her job, and she's getting death threats and all kinds of crazy shit. And they're like,
I don't know what happened before the video started playing. I just saw the video the man took. But from that video, the way that lady acted, she deserved a slap across the face. I don't know if she deserved to lose her job and all that stuff.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. This man, by the way, and I'm gonna say something from kind of a female point of view here. A man rolled up on a woman alone in what amounts to a forest preserve and started trying to police her. And that's frightening because women like me know exactly what happens to women in forest preserves.
I don't know about policing. I mean, if the guy walks up and says, "Hey, stupid lady, put your dog on a leash. Look at the sign over there." I think that's more than acceptable.
I think
a place that we all pay taxes on.
Well, and from my point of view, if you don't have a badge, you can kiss my ass. And
you can more than say that, but
and if you think it's that big of a deal, call either animal control or call the police.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty piss poor attitude to have, and I understand people act like that, but you know, if I'm using the park with you and I ask you nicely because of my fear or whatever, you don't have to be some raging lunatic lady and tell me to go fuck myself and call somebody with a badge. You can put your dog on a leash in the park that we all should be sharing nicely, and de-escalation is the answer. And I understand what you're saying, devil's advocate.
I think it was handled poorly on both
everybody
parts.
there, including that man, acted like a fucking high school kid or junior high kid. And I think all of it was stupid.
Yeah.
And everybody there is just as wrong as each other. And I understand what you're saying, Cheshire. But
Yeah,
To
but
me,
there's
it's
from
well,
from
and it's
from
like
a point
him
of
in
view,
Arizona saying to me, it's a tale of two Karens, but one of them is being disproportionately punished for it.
well, like I said, I don't think the stupid lady
yeah, but
should
the
lose her
dog shouldn't
job or
have to
whatever. Just like I don't think the stupid guy should lose his job or whatever for his
No,
stupid bullshit.
I don't think
But
either should either.
they should both be big enough to say we were both dumbasses. And if the guy, and I don't know how we approached her, he could have came off like some asshole. But
Well, I mean,
I
he
think
could
of
have, but I
myself,
mean,
if
but
I
he
was in the
was.
park with myself, my kid, whatever, and we're at the park where there is a leash law, and I asked the lady nicely,
Yeah,
hey,
but
I got my kids here.
he was threatening to try to lure her dog away with these treats, and who God only knows what's in them.
I,
You would not feel
I heard
threatened by this
that. I
girl.
don't know. I don't know if that's just her
I mean,
story, but I mean, we'll never know what
as a
happened.
woman, I would feel threatened by being approached by any man in a park or in a forest preserve alone.
Well, that's why you should stay armed.
You know,
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
Absolutely.
we have to
well, okay,
socialize
yeah.
in public. If you're gonna use that space, I mean,
she just lipped off at him, and you're recommending that I be armed to what? Shoot the guy?
No, but you can also
Like
well,
people are flipping out over the words. Could you imagine if she would have been armed and shot him? They're already trying to accuse her of luring him into a police killing because he was African American. So
yeah, I mean, in my opinion, all that is just ridiculous, dude. That's just their
feel
hopes
bad
and
for the
dreams
dog.
or whatever. That lady,
she was
whatever,
she
said
was
what she said to get the response she thought she needed. Whether that man was killed or not
you
by
know
the
what though? I
police,
don't think
under
that
what she
negates that man's creepy behavior.
What the hell is that, Tony? Is that you? What are you doing?
said. He's jumping out the plane.
I don't know.
He's like, I'm done with this. Woo! He jumped out.
Yeah, Denny's got a point. That was probably in a place where you're not allowed to own guns, which I think is crap. It's absolute bullshit.
I don't know. I guess my only statement to that whole thing is, if we're in a park where they got big ass signs that say keep your dog on a leash, and I walk through that park and see somebody, female, male, a clown making dog balloons, I'm gonna say, hey, if I feel scared or whatever, if they got a fucking, whatever ankle biter that's going crazy, could you put your dog on a leash? And if there's a problem beyond that, I'm not gonna push it. I'm gonna do what Cheshire said.
Put him on the leash.
Call the cops or whatever,
Well,
I guess, or just go fucking home. I'm just gonna go home.
Or I would have called the police, but I wouldn't have confronted that crazy lady.
No, I agree. I guess, but like I said, I wouldn't be afraid to speak to her. Like, excuse me, ma'am, could you put your dog on the leash? I don't really, like dogs.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what maybe that dog ran up to him and growled at him, and he got afraid and was like, "Hey, put that dog on a leash before he comes over."
Maybe that guy was a fucking weirdo carrying around dog treats, feeding dogs. Well, he says he's a bird watcher, but
the bird. Well, by the way, at bird watching, is that what they call it now? I mean, well, who knows? But the way he approached her was creepy. And it's just, and look, she behaved inappropriately, but that does not negate his creepy behavior. And I got to be honest, I would have felt threatened if it would have been any man, I don't care, approaching me alone in a forest preserve. You know what I mean?
I mean, those are the things you do find in a forest preserve. If that makes you feel uncomfortable or unsafe, you would probably,
I don't go out to forest preserves. I'm just going to
not go there or bring somebody that made you feel safe or something. You know what I mean? I understand what you're saying about how you would feel uncomfortable if that happened to you, but
I think
you wouldn't go there, would you? If that kind of place made you feel uncomfortable and that could happen, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't typically
there.
hang out in forest preserves, but if I were out with a dog and a strange man approached me alone, I would feel threatened. So,
I understand that.
So, I mean, I think they're both in the wrong, and one is being disproportionately punished over it.
Yeah, they're making it into more than it needs to be.
They were both acting like children.
That I think that summed it up really there, Cheshire Cat. We talked that out for 14 minutes to come to the
Yeah, right.
conclusion
They
that
come to the conclusion
they
that
were
they were
just a
acting
bunch of fucking high school kids acting like junior high kids.
like a tale
Yeah.
of two Karens.
Yeah, but did you see what she did to that poor dog? She was almost choking him out. Ah,
Oh, she ended up having to surrender the dog as well. So
yeah,
Why did she have
she
to
did.
surrender the dog?
Yeah,
Why?
because
Why?
because
Did they say why?
animal abuse. Dude, you didn't see her throwing that dog around by the neck?
I did see her doing that.
Yeah.
she was definitely unhinged. Like I do think she's got some mental issues. You can just kind of tell by the way. You know what I mean?
I would say both of those people I saw
Yeah.
on video had some type of mental defect, slight or other.
I think he definitely had some kind of issue going on with boundaries, and she definitely had something. Yeah, she definitely wasn't exactly balanced herself.
Yeah, I mean there was an unfortunate gathering of two like minds.
Two like minds. Well, and they're like, well, she's right. Honestly, I think they both are. That's how they attracted each other.
I don't know. Okay, different topic.
All right.
That bitch, yeah, no doubt, Lone Star. That bitch was straight up nuts. Yeah, both Karens, 12B. Yeah, they were both Karens.
It's Karen o'clock, guys.
Oh my God! Speaking of Karen, geez, I mean, I did you see that one video of that lady that she went into the store without a mask and everybody like ran her out of the store because
I saw that video.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
I didn't see it, man. I've only heard about these things happening.
Man, people are getting stupid.
No, I saw that video. They out and out accosted her. You know, it's kind of funny because I was watching that video and I saw parallels between that woman being accosted for not wearing a mask and some woman being accosted in the Middle East for not wearing a burqa. Kind of the two things just kind of popped into my mind.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But the unfortunate part is we're all fucking wearing burqas now.
I'm not. You ain't gonna catch me.
I haven't had any issues. I think I had told you Dangerous Freedom Menards said I had to wear a mask, so I hadn't been shopping at Menards for almost a month now. And I really needed some shit at Menards, man, and I had one of those fucking punk ass doctor masks in my back pocket, and I was gonna go in that bitch, and I was gonna wear it just to get what I needed, and lo and behold, when I showed up there, even though the big ass sign was still there, the security guard was gone, and half the people in the store didn't have masks on, and 10% of the employees didn't have masks on, so I was able to get what I needed without having to bow down to the mask overlords.
I can say I haven't had
the mask mafia. You mean?
Yeah,
I haven't ran into that problem here. I mean, even when I did go back to work for those couple of weeks, they gave us a mask, but it was optional. So I mean, you know, even going back to work, they didn't really give a shit. And I mean, that's just pretty much the mindset of the people in my area. But I live in a really conservative area. I mean, it's a lot of older people, and you know, most of us are not stupid. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. We're just like we think on a higher consciousness than these idiots out there. Like, oh, the government's telling us what we should do. We should all listen to the government because they've done such a wonderful fucking job.
Man, I wonder what the government's gonna do tonight in Baltimore, in Alabama, or
Minneapolis,
Dallas. Dallas is what I want to know. What the fuck's going on in Dallas? I mean, it's I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me as I watch it unfold. Other than summer fun, lockdown reward. Is that what this is? Like, hey, we're out. We're gonna fucking fuck your shit up for a week or two.
It's the next stage in the hell that is becoming the United States.
Well, I've been through a lot of these hells, I gotta be honest with you, and they usually clean up pretty nicely, so I'm gonna
Well, let's
keep
hope.
hoping with the hopium that I have left in my hopium container. But it's I'm still not convinced that this is anything more than what we normally see during our I don't
Nice.
know, I'm 40, so 4 decades I've been around, I've seen this happen. I've seen it happen worse than this before. I've seen it happen for more just reasons before, and everything calms down. Everybody waddles that head back down into the sand. They rebuild the Piggly Wigglies and the Costco's, and life goes on.
Do you
And
think they're going to rebuild the AutoZone and the Target that burnt down?
Oh yeah, they're gonna rebuild it.
You think so?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Better than ever, dude. Do you know how much money those places take in fucking dumpy ass neighborhoods like the one I live in?
Probably.
Dude, we line up like fucking cattle, dude, to buy fucking parts for our raggedy ass cars, dude. They're not gonna let that shit sit idle. They're not gonna miss out on that fucking $30, $40, $50,000 a month they're making.
Yeah, but how long is it going to take them to rebuild? 3 months? 4 months?
Fucking a week. Dude, you can hire dude, you could hire a construction company to come there and rebuild that shit in a week, dude. I guarantee it, dude. I guarantee you there's workers available to handle that kind of work right now, ready to go.
Well, and another thing I can guarantee you is that these chains have so much money that the damage that was done to that particular car Target is just a drop in the bucket.
Not to mention it's covered by insurance policies that they maintain.
Exactly.
I mean, that shit'll be back the second they get the fucking permit signed. In my opinion. I mean, unless they're gonna move it 2 blocks down the street or what, they ain't taking it out the neighborhood, dude. They're making money hand over fist on stuff like that, dude.
I wonder if that's true. You see what Lone Star said in chat?
No, I still can't figure out how to get my chat on this thing when I would talk to you guys.
Here's what's going on at this point.
So, hi, everybody. I'm sorry to interrupt, Cheshire Cat. Hi, everybody in the chat that I didn't get to say hi to.
No, what I was saying, though, is that the unemployment levels here in the United States are now up to, what, 25%? And how long before the unemployment runs out? Well,
I guess that's a loaded question, Cheshire Cat, because they can electronically put money in your account till the end of the fucking world if they want to.
But here's the thing, though, is they're literally printing that money, and when it goes against what the money, when it actually goes against the money supply, it devalues the value of the currency. So we're going to start huge, rapid amounts of inflation because of this.
Hyperinflation.
Yeah. So the money is literally going to be worth nothing.
I know what it's doing, definitely. As far as what printing more money than capital you have to back it means, but who's gonna call America about the money? I mean, I don't see people carrying wheelbarrows of cash as long as
not yet.
The price of commodities stays stable. They can infinitely print the money.
Mm-hmm.
No, they can't.
To a certain point. I mean, how do you know how much money is in circulation? You know what I mean? Are you like there's just in my mind there's no way for us to check it.
What is the money backed by? It used to be backed by gold. It isn't anymore.
It hasn't been backed by gold in my lifetime.
Right. So they're basically they're printing money against a currency that was founded on gold, right? So the more
they're printing currency
that it's getting. We're not seeing it yet. We're going to see it.
They are printing currency that is backed by the full faith of the American people and nothing more. And I think that faith and that money can be printed into
the money
oblivion at this point, or
faith at this point.
What's that?
But it's backed by the American and the American production. But here's the thing: once people stop working and production stops in the country, what's going to happen to the currencies? They print it. it's going to be worth nothing. We're not going to see it now, but maybe in another 5 years, we're going to be hitting some major hyperinflation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's because, if you look around, food and things aren't getting more expensive. Our money is losing its value.
Yeah. You're preaching to the choir on that one, Cheshire. We already know it. I mean, Detroit and I especially know it because we watch history. We also study,
circling back around in these neighborhoods where people have lost their jobs, and it's in a lower income neighborhood that has higher unemployment and probably higher concentrations of unemployment than other places. Would they rebuild? So what I'm saying is that who was it? New York Outcast that made the comment. Would these places actually rebuild in those neighborhoods, or are those neighborhoods just going to be gutted out?
Hey, Major Mayhem.
I mean, they'll be recycled. Their infrastructure is still there. The convenience of mass transportation is there. Those places. I mean, you can say whatever you want about any of the big cities, even Pittsburgh or any of them. I mean, Detroit. Yeah, there's a lot of empty houses and this and that, but they're still building houses in Detroit. They're still building $1 million houses in a city that's bankrupt. I mean, there has to be somebody buying this stuff. They're not building them to practice. And they are going to rebuild that stuff because now that they built $1 million houses on the street, those houses are going to want a CVS. They're going to want this and that. So, I mean, they're definitely going to rebuild that stuff. They may not rebuild it for the people who once lived there, but that land will be utilized absolutely, and they'll rebuild in them areas. What they rebuild, I guess, is more of the question. Are they going to build, high-rise houses that the average unemployed person can't afford? That they're doing that in Detroit. They're buying up blocks of houses for nickels on the dollar, and they're building houses and they're asking $200,000 for them, and people are buying them.
Who's buying up all that land?
Developers, obviously. I mean,
they come where?
Who knows? I mean, I don't have that information for sure, but like I said, they're definitely not going to leave that kind of land just empty forever and gone. I mean, they might leave it empty for 5 years or whatever, but all that stuff they're destroying right now, if they're lucky, they'll get it rebuilt for themselves. If not, they'll do what they always do. They'll come in, buy it, dislocate those people to the next ghetto or wherever there's a vacancy, and they'll come in and they'll fix it, and they'll build their, like I said, $200,000 houses, $500,000 houses, apartments, whatever, and the cycle will continue. And then, the people that got kicked out will scream and complain that they lost their most valuable real estate that they burnt down. And,
I know.
Everybody will say they stole that land from them after they burned it down to the ground. And the cycle continues. The story never stops repeating itself.
Right.
Actually, Nacho, yes, it is. And gray area. Tony, are you still here?
Tony said, if you look at it says that he said he will be back in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was 10 or 15 minutes ago. So.
Okay. Well, you know what? Gray area said that he had a line on that.
I think you should pull him in here, honestly.
I'm going to. Gray, I'm gonna shoot you a link.
Well, Ron, while you're transitioning and getting your links fired around and everything, I'd like to thank everybody for stopping by. I appreciate you having me on. Cheshire, it's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, Detroit. It's good to see you.
It was very good to see you. Tony, I said bye even though you weren't here. And Dangerous, hopefully maybe again next week.
Yeah, I plan on it.
All right, brother. I will make every plan to be here.
All right, sounds good.
All right, brother.
Roger, you take care.
You too, sir. I'll be
Don't
watching.
get shot.
Good night, Detroit.
All right. Cheshire, you want to take over for a minute? Oh.
Sure. No, Gray was saying that he had some pretty interesting things to share, so hopefully you can drop a link in there and
Yeah.
pull him into the Saturday night fun.
Yeah. I hate dead air. I'm trying to find it.
That's okay. Dead air ain't a bad thing. It's organic, honestly. I hate it when people just talk to talk. Oh.
Shoot.
It's not.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to send it through an email.
Are you unable to share the link?
No, I'm. Let me try something else.
Joker, we're actually trying to pull Gray into.
There he is. Okay. Okay, Gray area. If you're out there, I just sent you the link by email. No, he said he's got a copy of the autopsy
report. I'm interested to see what he has to say. So hopefully he'll jump in and
yeah, he will
give us some details.
Hey, what's up, Bingus? Good to see you, brother.
And we got a full house in here, so we got a lot of people in here tonight. So it's good to see everyone.
Yeah, how is everybody how is everybody Saturday night? Hope everybody's staying safe.
Are there riots in your guys' cities, or are things pretty calm where you're at? Let us know.
Hope everybody's staying safe.
Are there riots in your guys' cities, or are things pretty calm where you're at? Let us know.
Hope everybody's staying safe.
It's calm where I'm at.
Hey, Gray, can you
mute?
Can you mute the YouTube part of the stream? There we go. Gotcha. All right, that's better. How you doing, Gray? Good to see you.
Decent. It's quiet where I'm at, but all around me.
Rooster. Yeah, you wish the rioters would go to the suburbs so bad.
I think Tony's mic is picking me up heavy.
That's what it sounds like. He must not have muted his mic.
It's fixed. I don't hear it no more, but there it is again. Anyways, I'm going to do this. I'm going to keep talking. Okay, around me, Rancho Cucamonga and some other towns are going a little bonkers, but my own town's quiet, neighboring town's quiet. But, hey, I could change it anytime, even though this town ain't interested, it seems. Just, you'd never know nothing was going on if you didn't have a TV set here.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of like us. Bluntly Blondie was in there. She actually lives just south of me, and she went to the Phoenix riots. And I guess her cameraman ended up getting pepper sprayed or tear gas, whatever. So, they ran into a little bit of a hard time, but you didn't hear about major fires or rioting down here. I mean, there were a lot of people walking around, but they weren't burning down stores and shit because cops out here don't play that.
No, around here, nobody plays, mostly because the town is just armed to the teeth.
Yeah, same here.
And who would have thunk that makes everybody polite?
It does, man. Armed society really does make people a lot more polite.
Yep, that little pearl of wisdom does hold true time and time again. Hey, check it out, dude. Look, I killed that fucking mop on top of my head.
It's still gray.
Still got that gray area, but you know.
You have hair, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I got it.
you got it. You got it. Flaunt it. So hey, it's actually good to see you. it's good to see you. So
Yeah, he looks just like his profile picture too, huh?
yeah, it's always kind of nice to have a face to the voice, you know.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit rare these days, and that's probably why people treat each other the way they do, though.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
It's pretty easy to act like a spurginator when you don't got a face to what all those what all those words on your screen are.
Or when you can't see their facial expressions or how it's affecting them, or you know what I mean. So
yeah, it also makes context for what they're saying difficult.
Very true. That's something I actually find difficult about communicating online, just keyboard or just text to text, is that there's a lot of context and body language and reading and stuff that gets missed when you're communicating that way. It's one of the reasons I don't really care for it.
Yeah, I mean, I do this mostly because doing nothing don't have any effect. So doing something, hey, at least you have a minute percentage of a chance of something happening different. But anyways, I'm gonna work on that little screen share I was talking about for you. Let's get to the meat and the potatoes.
Okay.
All righty, let me see what we get here. I'm gonna pick an application window and share it real quick. All right, it's only got one application window. I'm gonna open up the other one real quick. All right, here we go. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, I'm sharing the screen. Let me know when you can see it.
Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm not seeing it just yet.
Yeah, no vi nada.
Oh, there. Okay.
Now you see it all right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
here we go.
Now we got it.
All right, you see the document?
Yep.
Yes.
State of Minnesota.
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 Here you go. Basically, it's State versus Derek Michael Chauvin.
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 And this names him as the defendant, and here's the 2 counts they're charging him with right here. So as you can see, the official charges are 3rd-degree murder, which is as follows, which they're accusing him of being deranged, which is, I'd say, a 50% shot at getting him on that count, but maybe even less.
But if he's deranged, though, a plea for insanity can be enacted.
They'll go for both counts, but the jury would probably only find him guilty reasonably of manslaughter 2nd degree, because culpable negligence creating unreasonable risk is probably about a 90% fit for what he did. As you can see, it's a 10-year sentence maximum. Felony level, it means that he's a 2nd-class citizen for the rest of his existence.
Good.
And yeah, I think that's probably the most solid charge for him right there. But here we go. The statement of probable cause goes over everything right here, like, what exactly happened. So if you want to know exactly what happened, here you go. I'll just leave it up for a minute.
Yeah, it's hard to read. Do you have the link that you can? Oh, there. Okay, there you go.
He's zooming in on it a little bit.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, and I'll scroll when you're ready.
So they got him on a counterfeit $20 bill.
Yeah, all of this for a counterfeit $20 bill.
Dude, you know, I have been to a bank before and gotten a counterfeit $20 bill from it.
Yeah, I've gotten a counterfeit 100 before.
Yeah.
I took it right back and told them, but I was like, hang on a sec, because usually I count my stuff like over at that little center island where you know, you write your deposit slips and shit. Just so you know it's on camera, plausible deniability and all that, because people can miscount and I can not notice. So I better look twice. Yeah, and it's also kind of weird that he pointed the gun at him too for something like that. I would have just said, get out of the car.
Yeah.
Well, in a roundabout way, it's like, can you step out and chat with me for a
Well,
moment?
what's funny is I saw the video of them handcuffing Floyd, and it did not look like Floyd resisted at all.
No,
I wouldn't say at all, but he acted like a whiny little baby about it, but not enough to like do anything to him. I would have just took him right to the cruiser and just put him in the back. I mean, there's 3 other cops. I'd have just picked up a limb each and we just, you know, heave-towed him in, you know?
Yeah.
And then been like, there you go, no muss, no fuss. Just do the old with the hands and just say, all right, job well done. Who wants to book him? And there we go.
Yeah, Rooster, I heard that too. It was from what the hell was it?
Okay.
That he had some kind of an attack.
Well,
yeah.
that was something that I was wondering, because
there were drugs in his system, by the way.
The whole video was shot from, you know, the vantage point of a vehicle, and he was behind the vehicle, and so you couldn't see what happened behind the police cruiser. So this is interesting.
Yeah, I saw that too, Rooster. Yeah. Well, they say he resisted, but until we get the body cam footage, I mean, we're only seeing part of it.
They mean he laid down on the floor, and you can actually hear it on the police body cam that he says, I ain't getting in there. But then you just pick him up and put him in the back, you know? But like I say, you got 4 cops. It's not going to be hard to pick him up and just put him in the back of the car and be like, yes, you are getting in the back of the car. And say, sit down, chill out, bud.
Well, he is a big, he's a pretty big boy, so.
Well, me, I'm 6'5", 225, and me, I can pick up just about anybody up to 200 pounds. Not too much trouble.
Good. So if I'm ever shot, you can drag me out by my body armor.
And Gray could probably take me and throw my ass across the field.
Well, I've already found out I can carry a 275-pound soldier, so.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't weigh 275 pounds.
No, you could probably pick up me and Cheshire and carry us out of there.
Or at least drag 2 people.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't be able to drag me. He would just like have me by the scruff of my neck. Like, he just pick me up by the back of my shirt and like hold me up.
But basically, there's not a lot to say. Basically, what happened was he laid down. He says he ain't getting in the car. So, you know, so then Chauvin got on top of him and decided to pin him down and say, you know, the whole stop resisting spiel. Then Floyd tells him, I can't breathe, multiple times, and that you can clearly hear as well. And the other 2 officers just stayed in position, which is standard procedure for maintaining a perimeter while a suspect's being detained. But somebody should have kept looking back and said, hang on a minute, something ain't on the level here, and went over to homeboy and said, hey, that's enough, you know?
Right.
Because remember, they do have to practice discretion. So, but to be fair, one of the cops, which was Officer Lane, actually did ask, should we roll him over on his side? And then Chauvin's like, nah, staying put where we got him. And yeah, from there, that's when that's when shit got a little weird, because some people are saying, well, why didn't the other cops do anything? It's like, well, actually, one of them did kind of ask him, what are we doing here, man? You know, should have did more, but it's one of those weird situations that within the police training, you're not supposed to get in an argument with another cop in front of people in the public. Against the rules.
Lone Star out there, he's all like, what if Floyd is still alive? Yeah, that's a good point, you know, and you're not alone, Lone Star. There are people that I've watched that this very well could have been a false flag. I mean, granted, it was very well done, but the media, man, we've seen what they can do.
Here you go. Right here, I got on the screen.
Autopsy. That's what I'm interested in.
There you go, right there.
Asphyxiation. What the fuck did he die from then?
Just check, is my screen share still coming through?
Yeah.
Underlying. Well, it says that he had underlying health conditions, including coronary artery disease and hypertension.
Yes.
The combined effects of being restrained by the police and his underlying health conditions could have.
Strangulation. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but wouldn't there be details of a toxicology if there was anything in his bloodstream?
This is the abstract. They're still doing further investigation on this, but even in the preliminary, beyond, you know, which was more detailed than the abstract, they did find a significant amount of alcohol in his system and drugs. The jury's still out on that, but they do know he was at least intoxicated on alcohol.
Well, we know that he had a drug problem in the past. One of my buddies went through his arrest record, and he'd been busted with cocaine and stuff like that before. So it's nothing new.
And if you want to get more info on the case, follow the prosecuting attorney, Amy Sweezy, right here that I got.
Amy Sleazy?
Might as well be, but in this case, it's Sweezy. It ain't easy being Sweezy.
It ain't easy being Sweezy. Fascinating.
But yeah, it's SWEASY.
She's all mine.
So if you follow that name, you'll be able to get more info as it comes out.
Complainant.
Mm-hmm. And I'll give you the case number. It's easy to follow too.
Can you drop it in the chat?
Sure can.
There you go.
As you can see, the warrant was executed nationwide too. This was their way of saying, see, we wanted to make sure he didn't go nowhere. He's $500,000 bail too, which is standard.
That's a pretty steep
top fucks up.
Have we heard anything about the other cops though? Because
they didn't get cited for any wrongdoing in particular. They might get reprimanded down the road, but none of them have been charged with anything.
Well, I had read reports that this cop, Chauvin, had a history of excessive force.
Yep, violence.
He had a history of it. And
you know what pisses me off is in the past I've been arrested. Like I hung out with a certain type of people, and they got busted, and they tried to bust me. The only thing that saved my ass was I had alibis saying I wasn't there. But now these guys were literally right there while this man killed him, so that makes them accomplice at least. They should all be charged, all of them. Because if say I saw my friend choking or getting choked out, and I ran over there to stop him, to knock the guy off of him, with cops, you don't know if you're going to get arrested or shot because, you just attacked a cop. So, I mean, people probably saw it going on and were afraid, and I would be afraid. I would be like, what do I do here? I mean, hey, get off my friend. And you said one cop said something like, hey, what are you doing? Why didn't he push him off of him and say, hey, get off of this guy?
I would have actually put my hand on his shoulder and I'd have squeezed pretty hard. And I was like, that's enough.
Yeah, something. But they didn't do anything. They just let him.
And then I'd have got closer to him so nobody could hear, and I'd be like, "You're putting him in the damn car right now." I mean it. Because I'd be like, "Look, man, this is becoming a shit show. Get your shit together." Yeah. I mean, that was pretty clear. I mean, the way people were yelling and hooting and hollering and shit, he should have damn well known it was a shit show.
Well, he should have at least looked. You know what I mean? You could tell that he was just gone.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, his buddies should have noticed that he fucking went off the reservation and, put some ice on that shit.
Right.
Reined him in, so to speak.
Well, Lone Star Preps just stated, because apparently there were rumors that Chauvin and what is his name, Landry? They knew each other. But apparently Chauvin, was dating the Asian cops. Oh, never mind. That has nothing to do with it.
No, I don't know.
It just means they just somewhat knew each other.
They worked at a bar. They worked security together at a bar.
Yeah, they were acquainted.
Yeah. So.
Which really makes me wonder how well acquainted and why did that happen?
Well, you know what? Look, I've worked at bars before, and a lot of these bouncers and the security that worked there were really quite tight. Like they hung out and stuff all the time, and they had a camaraderie for sure.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, you get that with pretty much
just
any
like if one of them got into a throwdown, it was like you got into a throw. If you got into a throwdown with one of the bouncers, you got into a throwdown with all of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I have training too, and as far as the carotid artery is concerned, we have a time limit that we are allowed to apply pressure directly to it.
What is it, like 2 minutes?
No more than 15 seconds.
Yeah, wow. It does not take very long. It doesn't take very long for the circulation to the brain to cut off and for brain.
You don't even have to lose consciousness. It's just 15 seconds, because that's enough to make them dizzy as all hell, but without causing potential permanent injuries. Because you don't want to take them all the way out. If you take them all the way to unconsciousness, it's dangerous. You could trigger a latent aneurysm, all sorts of things, cause a heart condition to act up and fail, which is probably what happened in this case.
Yeah, because he'd already been abusing his body for decades,
And he has a well-documented damaged heart, So yeah, the cop, it was cut and dry that he went off the reservation. He fucking went rogue,
What in the hell was and what I'm wondering is what in the hell got him there?
Well, what I understand about cops in bad places is they get a little desensitized and fed up with having to deal with people that resist arrest a lot, and then sometimes it's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Even if the guy doesn't resist very much, they're just done and they flip out. I mean, it's a common story I've heard from like retired cop buddies that have seen shit like that happen, except they actually ran him in when it happened in their case.
And how many issues of police brutality are not just due to the cop, just this black and white notion of them being evil, but has to do with psychiatric issues that have developed in these guys?
That's the majority of the time. It's not really anything personal. It's just they snapped, But it's very convenient to make a racial issue out of it because, well, that benefits what they want us to all do. The reason why they do all this identity politics bullshit is to divide everybody. And then to further divide people, they pimp narratives. They're race pimps. They're plantation owners. They don't want their property thinking freely or corroborating,
Oh, you mean the livestock?
Yeah, they don't want the livestock.
Hey, welcome back, Tony Patriot.
Hey, what's up? Hello, the gray area. Nice to meet you, man.
Likewise.
You get your pizza?
Yeah, she's having a sleepover. My wife was already in bed sleeping, so if I woke her up, I would have had a mad woman on my hands. So I had to. Hopefully, you'll have me back on again to make up for tonight because I know I've been sucky tonight?
Yeah, you've been all
No,
right.
you've been fine, Tony. Like always. Actually, come to
Thank
think of
you,
it,
thank
I think maybe we've actually interacted directly once before, and I think it was on Watchful Warrior, but I have never really engaged with you.
Hey,
actively.
Miguel, bringing a whole new meaning to Miami Heat, eh?
Well, I'd like to come on again sometime.
I shouldn't laugh, but that one was kind of funny. I mean,
Well,
it's
with all the
burning.
bullshit and everything that's going on, we have to laugh about something.
I mean, the town's burning, but that is kind of ironic. A sports team named the Heat.
Good, Matt.
Yeah, no,
My
I
butt.
was telling a Dangerous that it's almost like the country, drank a laxative and now it's just exploding. It's like shit everywhere. It's
Yeah,
just
pretty much.
Evacuation complete.
yeah, right. I mean, it's fucked up, but who cares?
People right now need to be fighting for our rights that they're trying to take away from us, not fighting because of one cop did wrong, or maybe 4 cops did wrong.
This is
Yeah.
just.
I think that this has been a powder keg, and I definitely think that the lockdown has exacerbated things
Definitely.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And I was talking to these guys. We've been talking about a boogaloo for weeks, months, and this ended up manifesting. And I mean, to me, it is a manifestation of all of our frustrations, despite whether we agree with the methodology or not. But it's a manifestation of it.
Yeah.
And these people need to realize these things. I mean, rioting, no, that'll never be okay. But the protesting is something that we need to fight for. And it's something they want to take away from us. They want to.
Have you noticed the mainstream media with the way that they covered the protests up in Michigan with Whitmer stripping everybody's rights away, and the way that they've covered and sympathized with the protesters and pushed the race narrative?
Yeah.
There's a huge difference in the way they, that the people protesting up in Michigan were white supremacists and evil Nazis, and all these protesters are rioting because of systemic racism and oppression. It's just the way they've spun it is, and one is decidedly less peaceful than the other, but the way that they've spun it is night and day.
Yeah.
There's another consideration to it as well. Remember when they tried to siege the White House the other night?
Yep.
Here's the
last
thing.
night, right?
I got to admit, they handled that shit beautifully because they were, let's just say that crowd was wholeheartedly hoping that they could push the Secret Service into making it bloody, because then the media would try to crucify Trump for it and make him Cheeto Hitler.
Right.
That's what they wanted to do, but I got to hand it to those guys. They're better trained than I thought they were.
Yeah.
At dealing with something like that. I thought they were a bag of hammers, but nope. I'm impressed.
Yeah, they did good. Keep it without, like you said, no blood.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back, guys.
They handled that well.
I got a storm.
Well, remember a few live streams ago when I said that the person that throws the first blow is going to be the one that loses.
He's the bad guy.
Pretty
Yeah,
much.
And in
absolutely.
Trump's case, it don't matter what he does, he's the bad guy.
Yeah. Well, that's what scapegoating is about.
Mm-hmm. And here's the interesting part too. He could have easily hopped into his helicopter and just took off. But I think he's got a strategy for this. He's playing this card against him. I can feel it.
Yeah, Trump is and I think that the biggest mistake of the left that they make is they're actually assuming that Trump is a fool, and he's not.
He's not, but he plays a good one.
Yeah. Well, there was an emperor, a Roman emperor that did that, Claudius.
Yes.
And he survived some pretty deadly characters, including his grandmother Livia.
Yep. I didn't underestimate him.
Yeah. So go on playing the fool, Claudius.
It's interesting to watch how strategic he is through this kind of situation when he's really tested. You know.
Right.
Well, holy crap! Can you guys hear that?
A
Yes.
You hungry?
Yeah, right.
Did someone here drink that laxative?
Right.
The colonic cannon.
Right.
Funny shit.
Just wait, there's more.
There's always more.
I hope it rains
Oh, it
because,
never ends.
well, at least if it rains out here, it'll keep the dust down. You got to remember, I live in the middle of the damn desert. You know, it's like a dust bowl out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the town next door to me is dusty because it's got all horse trails and no sidewalks.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, California is just a dust
My-
pit anyway, though.
My part of town, because I'm on the literal outskirts of town, we got a combination of horse trails and some sidewalks.
Yeah,
Depends how deep
we're
you go.
basically they're tearing anywhere there's woods. They're tearing them down to build buildings because everyone from New York's moving to Florida. Not only to Florida, where I live, Hillsborough County, that's their number one destination. So it pisses me off because it's like, man, the animals need somewhere to live too, but
Mhm.
they don't give a shit. So I mean,
Well,
they're
they're all the environmentalists that are probably talking about, how they're destroying the environment.
I know. Yeah.
Building
Yeah,
everything, and then they're moving into these places and just basically destroying the environment to build
Right.
houses.
They actually have a plan for that, but it's not to save the environment, but they're going to pretend like it is. It's the wildlife corridor system that they've already.
Yeah. Well, what's their main thing? The CO2 levels are rising. And so what do? They tear down more trees. Well, what do trees do?
That's a crock of shit.
CO2 is turning into oxygen. They're idiots.
So what people don't realize is that CO2 is not directly correlated solely for the increase in temperature. It's a small factor. I mean, we have core samples to prove that we had CO2 levels much, much higher than we have right now. But we also had much, much more vegetation than we have right now because of those CO2 levels. See, the Earth responds to find equilibrium. The reason why we're seeing these climate shifts and the schizophrenic behavior in the weather is something that is completely ignored and is shut out. And it is, it's our solar weather. We're in a solar minimum right now. And looking back on records all the way back, as far as even 75,000 years or more, you can see these, sharp changes in climate and then equalization out. And it always correlates with the sun's electromagnetic activity. Basically, the weather in space.
Something that they can't control.
Right.
Exactly.
Not
But
at
they
all.
want you to know about that because then you'd realize they're full of shit.
All right. We're not that important. We can't control the weather. I've heard one volcanic eruption.
But only temporarily. I mean, there's patents on it, but it doesn't
Right.
work like the movies, like a light switch. It works within a percentage range of the desired effect.
So one volcano eruption lets off more more carbon dioxide or whatever they're trying to stop
Then India.
than of all of humanity combined since we've been here. One small volcano eruption. So we don't have that much effect on the earth as they want us to believe.
Foolish to believe we could possibly affect the earth. This place will outlive us, I guarantee you.
Oh yeah. Rats will outlive us.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, okay, so this is really odd. Some chicks collect Coach purses. I collect shark teeth. Just saying. I have a tooth, and it's a megalodon tooth. And this animal is about died about 1.5 million years ago. And at that time, the Earth was about 30 degrees hotter than it is today. And that was what contributed to the animal's massive size. And this tooth is as big as my hand.
Wow.
It's just one tooth.
Cool.
And there were massive animals during that time period. And it had to do with you know, the planet being 30 degrees hotter than it is now, and more CO2 being in the air, and of course more vegetation, and the animals got a lot bigger. But then when there was a massive cooling, that was when a lot of these animals died off, and the size of these animals went down in correlation with the cooling of the planet. So it's interesting. I've got the shark tooth on a stand on my desk, and so you know, when I look at that and people are feeding me this climate change shit, it's just like, yeah, no.
Well, also it is easier
Climate change. You can just shut up with it.
for a smaller endothermic animal to maintain their body temperature against their environment.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's just science right there.
Well, I think they're counting on most of us being illiterate in science.
Complete fucking idiots, and that's probably why our school system sucks and hasn't changed from the Prussian system in the industrial era.
Well, they've been dumbing it down. So basically, so you got in New York, they're getting rid of gifted programs for our gifted kids. And they're dumbing these kids down with all the dumber kids, and then they're sabotaging these kids' educations and then importing third world foreign labor under the claims that we have nobody that can do the tech jobs.
Well, also remember they had no kid left behind shit that forces us decent kids that like school to go to school with complete fucking animals.
That don't want you are. Yeah.
And then I can only imagine where I'd probably be at MIT right now if I didn't get in as many fights as I did. Just because I was dealing with fucking Neanderthals.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel your pain. That describes my school experience.
That was actually a gunshot outside. Hang on one second.
I was like Matt in the chat. Do you hear gunshots, Matt? He said something about a couple of pistol shots in the mix. I don't know if he's just playing around or what. If he's really hearing them.
Knowing Matt, yeah, probably.
Man, I'll be right back.
All right. Calm down. It's only a little bit of lightning and thunder.
All right. That's okay.
Yeah, my dog's stuck is afraid of thunder too, and she's blind. So it's like, chill out, dog. You don't even, she should be walking into shit. Like, chill out, you know, go lay down. It's just thunder. It hasn't hurt you all these years. It's not going to. Some dogs, they don't like thunder.
No, he doesn't, man. Yeah, I thought about taking him to the range, but you know, after I saw how he acted with the thunder, I was like, nah, I'm not even gonna.
If they get real bad, you can take them to the vet and get them a sedative, and it really will help. My dog, when I was younger, would like literally destroy things trying to crawl through the wall. She would like try to get through the wall when there was thunder going on. So we had the sedator, and it made a huge difference. You know what I mean? Whenever a thunderstorm was coming, you'd give her a pill, and she would just sleep through it.
Hell, with this dog, I could probably take one of my set of earmuffs and put him on him. He's a big old dog.
That CBD oil works pretty decent on my dog. He used to spaz out on 4th of July real hard.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Benadryl? Wow. Okay.
My wife gives my dog Benadryl for things.
The other one is the cats, but the cats, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, no, not at all.
They didn't. My cats just stay inside. They just don't go out.
Freaks out. The cats hear something blow up. It's just their ears lay back for a second. They look around and then just go back to doing what they're doing.
Okay, are you all better now? No, that's it. I'm all out of treats. Okay, now be a good boy. Quit pushing me around.
Guess somebody probably just shot a log or something. I didn't see shit going on out there.
So did you guys hear about? Is anybody in California? Nobody's in California, right? Or
Arizona,
LA. The guy in
California.
You hear about the?
All right, I'm back.
The governor in LA is talking about not reopening schools until you can test kids every 10 days, and not reopening anything until next year.
Well, he's also talking about more than that. They're talking about mandatory vaccination. with the new
mandatory vaccinations, which I would not do.
make sure that they all have the new programmable RNA vaccine before they go back.
Yeah. Wow.
Burning the U.S. flag. Oh, damn, Joe.
So,
that
no,
one
I
gets
just,
into
I
my
just
skin,
got
too.
back, and my husband is talking to my mother-in-law, and I guess apparently they're looting in Beverly Hills right now.
Yeah, I've got boys all over the place, and I'm getting reports on the regular,
Why don't they?
including live videos. And
Like you bunch of losers.
wild, like LA, they just got like another 1,000 people just showed up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right, but you can't go outside because of COVID, but you can come
Well,
together and burn things down.
Well, also
They
they dropped off pallets of bricks in fucking LA too, but people just stole them. They just vanished before any of the fucking looting or anything started. Just poof, disappeared.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, man, that doesn't sound suspicious at all.
No, not suspicious at all. Not like they're trying to assist or anything. Not trying to help them, give them something to break windows with or anything.
Well, plus, the vehicles that dropped them off were just basically like Penske vans with trailers, and they just basically slid them right off the pallet jack.
Wow.
And then nobody stuck behind, just dumped them off and left casually. Dude wasn't wearing a uniform or anything. So tell me
We
what
don't need to stay on guard. I'm just saying.
What I think is that a lot of these rioters
Keep
are,
the Second Amendment close.
at least I believe they were in my area, because there were some riots that broke out in my area. My area is pretty tranquil. But luckily, I'm in an area where the cops do not pull up with that shit, and so they just started arresting people and they broke it up.
Yeah, here we don't have to worry because the locals won't put up with that shit. Like one time they tried to block the road, like more in the heart of the city, and it's funny, some Paisa cowboys showed up on horses and just pushed the fuckers out of the road with the horses.
Yeah.
Well, because it's not attempted vehicular manslaughter with a horse, because a horse is not considered a motor vehicle.
Well, that's a way to get around it.
These guys aren't stupid; they're based.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep. It's a good thing. Good thing we have them.
That's for sure. Well, plus they can't turn that kind of shit around and make a weird narrative out of it. It's like good luck calling a bunch of Mexican cowboys white supremacists. You know what I mean?
Well, they try to.
Yeah.
They definitely try to.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because the left, they try to co-opt everybody. Oh, I'm here to protect women's rights and black rights and Hispanic rights and blah blah. Yeah, just try being a Latino or try being African American and try being a woman that disagrees with them. It just
exactly. I ran.
Yeah.
Did you know a motherfucking guy tried to say you ain't native, you're white, you're awfully pale, and I'm all like, the fuck.
What shit?
I'm all like, I was like, this guy right here, this fucking guy. And I looked over at my fucking Cuban buddy, and then he was trying to say he's fucking a white guy too. And I was like, well, just wait until transracialism starts kicking into high gear. I mean, people can just identify as a woman now. I don't mind being considered a white guy. It's fine by me. Don't fucking offend me none, but it was kind of funny that a libtard was trying to tell me what I am because I wasn't stereotype enough for him, Right. I even told him, what do you want me to do? Say how a white man and speak Spanish and stand out in front of the fucking Home Depot? Because I can do that.
Yeah, that reminds me, Eric. Tomorrow I've got to go pick up some 3/8 drywall. I've got a wall in my house I need to patch because I've got teenagers.
Teenage boys, they do it every time.
So Nacho's live stream wants to join us. Y'all have a problem with that?
No, but I'll tell you what, guys, I got to go because I got to be up at 2:30 in the morning and it's 11. So I need a couple hours sleep. So why don't you go let him come in and he can take my place.
We'll do this again, Tony. Hey, thanks for joining.
Let's do it again, brother.
All Tony, it was good to see you.
Nice to see you. Nice to meet you, Gray Area.
Likewise.
All right, brother.
All right, good night.
All right, good night, everybody.
Well, plus I told him, not all Mexicans are mestizo, buddy.
No, they're not.
Myself included. It is just so fucking insulting how they just want to stereotype everybody.
Well, that's kind of what they do. It's funny because they rail on about racism and sexism and this, that, and the other, but they're the most racist, sexist people you'd ever meet.
Well, then just to fuck with him too, me and my buddies just talk Spanish to each other for like a good 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, hold on, Matt. I'm gonna bring that up in a separate thing here.
Okay.
So he just dropped a link.
Here's the UN shit.
Oh, it's
Yeah, I see it.
okay. Well, I can't really play it because it's a YouTube video. Headlines, voice, narrated news. All right.
Let's see. Immediate action. Yes. Well, yeah, because the UN does have Society 5.0 that they're trying to pull right now, and they're trying to force it down everybody's throat. All of Europe signed on board for it, which is why they're already doing the inhaler version of the quantum dot shit on people.
Well, okay, so I am completely ignorant as to what this is, Gray. Could you
I could
fill me in, please?
Yeah. I mean, the quantum dot technology, I even got the patents on it and the companies that you can purchase it from already. And the programmable RNA vaccines, I got the companies that you can purchase those from as well, just to prove they're real. And also that DoD has a pre-order contract for 500 million units of both, of the vaccine.
Right.
And the vaccine producers have pre-orders for quantum dots to add to the vaccine.
Quantum dots. What are those?
Quantum dots are nano machines that they want to implant people that multiplex with each other.
Oh, God.
To create a more complex processor in the person. And they don't store data on board themselves. They use you to store your DNA and shit to store the information. And they have an interface tattoo that is invisible to the humans, our visual spectrum, but cell phone apps can see the tattoo on your hand that can interface with these things wirelessly.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So,
how about no?
Yeah, they say over here right now they're saying it's only to store your medical and vaccination information, but the Society 5.0 initiative, these quantum dots were specifically mentioned, and implementation for further data storage for things like your social security card, your passport, banking information, unemployment information, SDI, all that stuff, because they want to make all that shit paperless. So that way if you don't have the quantum dots, you don't exist. Here's the problem though. See, the quantum dots work like in order for your body to generate power for them, they have to graft a section of firefly DNA into, so you can produce the chemical that the fireflies produce for bioluminescence, because it excites the NTP battery production of your cells, which creates a stronger electrical current in your body that powers up the nanomachines. Here's the problem with that. That turns you into a genetically modified organism, technically speaking.
Well, and what would that do to a human being? I mean, there's definitely chances that it's going to probably be rejected even by a person's immune system and possibly kill people.
Now, this might scare you a little bit, but for religious types, that's a bad thing, because becoming a genetically modified organism, according to Bible, means that you're a chimera, like the products of Nephilim, fallen angels. The one that God supposedly flooded the earth to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
So it connects into that whole Revelation book, the Revelation of John.
Well, wouldn't the invisible tattoo that could only be picked up by some kind of a QC scan on your phone or an electronic or something like that be counted as a mark of the beast?
Yep, and the whole reason why it bastardizes people to God makes sense to me, considering that becoming a genetically modified organism would mean you're a chimera, not a human. Like if you wanted to be objective about it. So this is just my own objective speculation
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
explain it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Nacho.
Is my audio good?
¿Qué pasó?
Yeah, audio sounds good, bro.
All right, good deal.
So what's going on with you tonight?
Not a whole lot.
Oh my God.
Learned it.
My husband showed me a picture of something in our area, and there's actually like snipers set up on the rooftops.
Like police snipers or?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I don't know, because I remember that time in Texas not too long ago, there was a different set of snipers taking out, the blue line.
Yep, they appear to be police snipers. And then, like I said, my mother-in-law called and said that they're rioting and looting right down the middle of Beverly Hills.
Yeah, see, I did a video the other day talking about all this crap, and it's very disrespectful and disgusting to the victims that they say they care for and they want justice for, but yet they use that person's name to commit crimes, to shoot other people, to damage their cities. They're trying to get justice faster. Well, now they're pulling resources from the police department, and some detectives that work on some of these cases are also being put out, in the field now because of all this going on. So all they're doing is just causing more and more problems, and they're, like I said, they're disrespecting and crapping on Mr. Floyd and on Breonna Taylor. They're crapping on their names and their family. I mean, what does burning down your city have to do with them? What does looting stores have to do with them? I mean,
that's it.
It doesn't.
Here in Louisville, Kentucky, it's just right down the road from where I stay at, and I was gonna go, but the stuff's been really wild. A few days. What's today? Saturday. I think it was Thursday. It's either Thursday or yesterday. There was a so-called protest going on. Now, some people were doing a peaceful protest, but at one point here in Louisville, over the lady that got killed by the police, her name's Breonna Taylor. I'm not sure if y'all know that case.
I heard the name. I'm not familiar with the case, though.
Okay.
Wait. Is she the one? Is she the one that was in bed when the cops raided the place? And okay.
Yes. Yeah. And so what happened was is a protest. A lot of people were doing it, peacefully, yelling, chanting, screaming. Yeah, I'm okay with all that. That's fine. I say go out and do it. But when you cross the line of bringing harm to others, is where I draw the line in the sand. And yesterday, it was, I believe, yesterday, there was people that were in the crowds that were actually shooting, and I believe, I not 100%, but I believe somebody could have gotten killed in this. I know a couple of people got shot in the crowd.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
It was in Detroit, and it was actually this morning after midnight. We were talking about that when we started the stream. Some guy in what was it? Do you remember the some SUV or a van ended up shooting into the crowd like a drive-by, ended up killing a 19-year-old kid?
I'm not sure about that one. This one was here in Louisville, Kentucky, where I live at. And
I haven't heard about
there
that
was a protest going on, and it happened either right as the police showed up in riot gear or right before, somewhere in there, and somebody started shooting, and I believe they said 7 people were injured. And I could be wrong, but I thought I heard them say that one of the people did end up dying. from getting shot. And of course, they don't know who it is because people don't talk, especially in situations like this. People are cowards, and they're scared to stand up, for what's right. But I mean, what are these people thinking? Looting a store and Mr. Floyd's name. What's he have to do with that situation? Why use that guy's name and run his name through the mud? I don't care if he was a crappy guy, in his lifetime. Why use his name to continue doing other stuff and then just put it on him? I mean, really, it's disrespectful not just to him but to his family.
Yeah, Linda, I feel you. Yeah, the last few days have been really bad, hon.
And also, I did a video yesterday, uh, you know, predicting what the autopsy report's going to say about Mr. Floyd. I guarantee you, it's not going to say he died from suffocation.
Actually, it did. Well, complications.
No, it didn't. It said that he didn't die from suffocation or asphyxiation, but it said that he had a combination of heart problems, and hypertension and possible substance abuse that could have contributed to his death.
However, they say exacerbated the possible underlying condition.
Well, there wasn't anything. It doesn't look like any toxicologies or anything have come back, or any details about that have come back yet.
Well, the thing is, though, you can kill anybody. You can put somebody in a chokehold where you're not cutting their airway off, and they can still talk and yell and scream, and you can still kill them because you're cutting off the main blood supply to their brain. And when that happens, oxygen. Some people don't seem like common sense is gone. Oxygen flows through the blood, and when it starts shutting off to the brain, guess what? Now your lungs are starving for oxygen. Even though you're breathing in and out, your body's not getting the oxygen it needs, and then your lungs and other organs start shutting down because they're being starved to death. That's more likely what actually happened. Hopefully the family has the money, or there's been a GoFundMe set up or something that they could get an independent autopsy report done to find out. But I do, even if they do that, I do not believe, and I bet on this, he did not die from suffocation. He died from the blood supply to his head being cut off, and that had to be a painful death because, I mean, your neck is full of muscles. And having somebody put a knee in it, even when your kids playing around, and your brother, would put their elbow right there, whatever, on your neck, to hold you down, man, that would hurt like Hades,
You could do that and see, I could still breathe, but it's cutting off my blood. Yeah.
Yeah. And, and I believe, I hope, I also said this too, I hope they do not overcharge that officer with like first degree murder or capital murder, because if they do, well, yes, but here's the thing: if they overcharge, you don't have to prove you're innocent of the killing. You just have to prove you're innocent of the charge.
Hey, Nacho,
now, what's that?
I was sharing the arrest warrant and everything and the charges with everybody with the file I got from the DA on PDF.
Okay.
Yeah, I screen shared it up. He's got 2 charges specifically. One is murder 3rd degree, which is, doing a dangerous act while deranged. And count 2 was probably what he's going to get stuck with, is manslaughter 2nd degree, culpable negligence, creating an unreasonable risk.
Okay. Yeah, I heard about the 2 charges, the murder charge and the manslaughter. To be honest, my opinion, they should have just went after the manslaughter because the defense is going to use the other charge to try to wiggle their way out of both of them. Because just like George Zimmerman, they overcharged him and he walked because of it. And and it happens a lot of time in a lot of cases, not just with police, but with other individuals. They'll overcharge them, trying to stick it to them, and then in return, you don't have to prove you're innocent of the crime. You have to prove you're innocent of that charge. And once you do that, you walk free. You walk free.
Yeah. No, in this case, I don't think either count is overcharging, but
Now, what's murder in the third degree? Is that what you said?
yeah,
What's the definition of that?
basically it means that you were out of your mind, sort of, and you're in a bad state. You lost it, and you went off on somebody, but you knew what you were doing.
But I mean, let me ask you this: most people that harm somebody, just well, let's say physically, you hurt them bad or you kill them. Wouldn't everybody fall under that category? I mean, you're out of your mind, obviously, because a sane person just doesn't go around doing that.
Well, no, not usually.
But I mean, this whole thing is just blown up way too big, and I have a feeling this is going to be like Ferguson 2.0, and with all the riots and stuff it's going on now throughout the U.S. over Mr. Floyd. I don't believe it's all genuine. I believe some of it is, but I believe a good portion of it, they're being paid and probably being promoted to go out and do some of these activities, just like what happened in Ferguson when George Soros got caught funding that, and they bust people in to do riots and burn down the city.
Yeah, I got videos of them doing the same shit in Minneapolis and a few other places, including Los Angeles.
When today or yesterday?
Last few days.
Is it over? I'm assuming Mr. Floyd's case, or is it a combination of Mr. Floyd and Breonna Taylor?
It's Mr. Floyd.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know here in my city, they broke into a cell phone store, and I'm assuming they stole probably cell phones and whatnot out of there. Another building they set fire to. They also broke into a Walgreens and obviously probably stole from there, and all kinds of other storefronts they just destroyed. I don't know. I was gonna go down there and record it, but it's just not safe. Even one of the local news reporters here in my area, he ended up getting hit in the face with I guess a pepper ball. It grazed his face right there by his eye. So I said, I'm going to stay clear of all this crap. I just
here in Phoenix. Here in Phoenix, back in 2015, 16, when the election was going on and Trump was the nominee, and they took to the streets in Phoenix and they tried doing a riot. They used the pepper balls and they shot one of the protesters right in the crotch, dude, like right in the mommy and daddy button.
Oh yeah! On top of that, that dude, he also got charged too.
Yeah,
insult to injury. They charged him after they shot him in his nads.
The cops don't mess around here. That's why we didn't have the auto zones burning to the ground and stuff like that. I mean, the only fire I don't know if you saw earlier, there was Bluntly Blondie on here, and she was actually there. She lives just a little bit south from me, and she drove out there to Phoenix. And anyways, she said there was only one fire. Somebody set a tree on fire. I know they were shooting fireworks off in the street, and I mean, it's like, who doesn't love fireworks? I mean, but people weren't like busting out windows and crap like they were in Minnesota and LA and all that crap. So
here's another thing I'm thinking of. People could say, "Oh, you're a little crazy," but I think it kind of makes sense. We know with all the virus crap going on, shutting everything down, a lot of businesses are suffering. Well, if they could get an insurance payout because their store got burned down, maybe they dressed up in some gear where they weren't noticeable and burnt their own place down because of, the riots to get the insurance money. because
Yep.
they put them back in the green.
Also, a lot of people burn down them stores too, because I guarantee you a bunch of them worked at those stores and are gonna claim hardship and shit.
Yeah,
More than
I
likely.
mean it's this whole scenario on all this, it's just bad, all the way around. And I also said,
There you go.
the officers that's involved in Mr. Floyd's death, my opinion, I do not believe they should have given out their full name. They should have just given out just their last name, because it can bring harm to their family members that most likely do not support what they did. And if somebody can't get to that officer, there's some wackos out there that will go to other family members and do something to them. I don't believe their names should have been put out there.
I don't
Yeah,
really
I saw that.
shit. I don't think the sins of the father, and all that nonsense.
I mean, what's your all's take on that? Do you think they should have given their names out because people were demanding it, or do you think they should have just stuck with the officer's last name and let that be?
They should have just stuck with the officer's last name and let it be, and nobody else is involved.
I agree.
Anybody who wasn't standing right there didn't have no dog in that fight.
Yeah.
Well, now he's going to have to move out of state and hope that people don't remember him.
Well, he won't be able to. His ass is going to be in prison. They're probably
That's true. Yeah.
put him in a special unit away from everybody, which will suck for him because it might as well be solitary.
But think about it, if they do a jury trial and enough people remember him and are pissed at him, he might get that 3rd degree count.
Yeah, that would get him 25 years.
Well, you can get. Manslaughter
for the other charge.
Well, manslaughter, you can get. I think it's 20 to 25 years on that.
Here you go. I got the count listed and the penalties.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, this is what he showed us earlier, Nacho.
All right, I'm sorry.
There you go, bud.
Okay. So murder in 3rd degree carries max of 25 years. Okay, did not know that.
Well, I actually thought that manslaughter and 3rd degree murder were the same thing.
Wait, I thought I've seen reports that said that a manslaughter charge could carry up to 20 years. I see this is saying 10, but I've seen reports saying it's up to 20 just on manslaughter.
Well, I think manslaughter is probably what fits more than 3rd degree charge.
I gotta post that up on this.
And depends on the degree of manslaughter. And count 2 fits his circumstances almost exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they would do that, Lone Star. I don't know.
Get Epstein.
No, he's not that important. He doesn't have dirt on Hillary.
they are going to make an example of him. That's for sure.
No,
they need
no.
Hey, there's gun docs. What's going on, brother? They do need to make an example of all of them, if you ask me, because in essence, all of them are guilty. They let him. They watched him and let him do it.
The other ones will get reprimanded. That's about it. They'll have write-ups put in their files.
Well, I don't see them. I don't see the other cops. I don't see there being any grounds to charge him for the actual crime, but the cop that was leaning on his neck will definitely.
Well, I got law enforcement
fry for it,
so I can look into it and figure out what specific reprimands the other cops got for it.
So, well, again, though, we're not going to know where we stand until there's a complete autopsy and toxicology that comes back on.
Well, I'll get the complete autopsy other than the abstract as soon as it comes out, probably even before the news does.
Here's my take on this, though. In the eyes of the law, that a cop's life is more valuable than a citizen's life, right?
Not in this case.
Well,
I'm saying in general. If this is done to a cop, you get a death penalty. But
right.
My stance is, if a cop's life is more valuable than a citizen's life, then their punishment should be harsher than a regular citizen. If they get say spousal abuse, and say that charge only carries like a year to 2 years. They should get like 3 to 5 years for the same crime. They're to
Mm-hmm.
me, they should be charged harsher because they're supposed to be the ones, upholding the law, and they're taken as more serious and honest and integrity, all this crap. But then when they commit a crime, they should not get less years. They should actually get additional like 5 to 10 years on certain cases added on, just because of their position and because they had power at that situation. Because if any of those people would have tried to intervene to get that cop off that guy's neck, uh, that would have created more problems, and those people would have also gotten locked up, and the guy would have still died. The cop still wouldn't have gotten charged because he'd been able to blame somebody else for attacking him. And that's another angle of the story if that would have happened. you know I wish those people would have done something instead of just staying there and record.
I,
It killed me.
For
It killed me seeing that guy lay there and die. And then when he peed himself and that officer seen that puddle run across the road, the officer should have rendered aid to him at that point. He failed to do so. That's where he really screwed up. If he would have rendered aid after he he peed himself, then the cop would have most likely gotten away with it, besides being fired. But since he seen that and did not render any type of aid, that's where he really crossed the line. That's what's really got him jammed up right now.
freedom guy again. 2A, 2AHD. Good to see you. No, yeah, you're right, Nacho. But like I was saying earlier, it's like if we got involved with the police, especially four of them taking down a suspect, I mean, if we got even close, they would pull their guns on us most likely. And I mean, if we tried to get close, they'd either arrest us or possibly shoot us.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
So let's. You want to know what kinds of things do you think were going through that cop's mind at the time that was happening?
Not much. I think.
I believe. Well, I believe at that
the
point,
issue. That's the big difference between the murder versus manslaughter, though, right? The depraved indifference.
Well, except for third degree, the third degree charge says that he was perpetrating eminently dangerous acts and evincing depraved mind.
Yeah, the depraved mind. That's what I mean.
all right, here's another take. I just want to hear your all thoughts. So, say a school teacher has a relationship with another kid in class, with a kid in class that's not their student, but the person, let's say, is 18, okay, legal age.
Okay.
Even though the teacher is not that person's teacher, and they get caught, they can still face a good amount of time because of their power and authority. So why is it now rules when a cop does the same thing? Everybody looks the other way. There's like a 3-tier system, going on. It's just regular people like us, and then like the teachers that have power over students that do some really heinous stuff, and sometimes they get the book thrown at them for something like that, which I agree. But then when a cop does the same thing,
political affiliation as to which tier they fit into.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We need a one-tier justice system. If we get back to that, a lot of things would change. And I've always said that police need to carry like a malpractice insurance. So when they violate somebody's rights, you can sue their insurance. And of course, their insurance will go up, just like with the doctor. When they get sued, their insurance goes up. And if a doctor sued enough times, their insurance goes up so much, they can't continue being a doctor because at that point, they're not making enough money to cover the insurance. If they did this, had that same policy put in place on police officers, had a malpractice insurance put on them, it would end up caning a lot of officers because they could no longer afford the insurance to stay a cop. And it straightened out a lot of situations where a lot of cops would be scared to, violate people's rights.
So you're talking
Yeah.
malpractice insurance now for police officers.
Yeah, rather than taking directly out of the coffers,
Yes.
What's called the general fund is what
Yes.
they pay lawsuits out of.
Yes. And then, yes, have like a malpractice insurance on each cop. And every time they get sued, like a doctor, their premium goes up.
Damn,
Because then it would get rid of
everybody's
the
gonna have
bad.
malpractice insurance for all the freaking stooges out there. Jesus.
That's actually a pretty good idea, Nacho. And I never even thought about that. But yeah, they have to have insurance on all of them cops.
It would offer incentive for them to behave and also their higher ups to rein them in better.
Yeah, and they don't need more training. They just need to have more common sense. And that's why I've got a problem like with the quota hires. Like I just saw something that now the one of the police forces, they have to have at least 25% black and 20% women hires. And it's like, have you seen the women on most of these videos? They're standing back and waiting on the men to come do the job.
You're right, because I got disturbing ass videos of like 5'5" female officers being picked up by their necks by a guy my size and just choked unconscious.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's a big
Here's
problem
the thing,
in the
though.
UK.
Some women might get offended, say you're sexist, whatever. No, they could say whatever they want about me. I really don't care. But female cops are the worst because they feel they have to prove themselves. They're quick to pull a gun or a taser on anybody, especially a guy, and a lot of the times versus
Just
trying to talk to them.
officers are kind of like the chihuahuas of police officers.
But typically, I noticed that
Yeah,
they follow backup procedures more clearly than the guys do. Because typically, you don't see like crazy shit like this happening with female cops. That's the other caveat.
Yeah, true.
Well, I mean, your
Less
average female
testosterone.
cop who maybe weighs 120 pounds, putting that kind of pressure on the guy, definitely on a guy the size of,
He'd be able to just get up.
yeah, it definitely would not have killed him. He probably would have gotten up and bitch slapped her across the block.
Well, I know if a 120-pound woman got on my back, I would just stand up and laugh at her.
I think we had this conversation earlier, Gray.
One point that I
But,
want to make earlier, if you don't mind, about the malpractice insurance, just from my perspective as a doctor, is that, yeah, there's times where I'm going to meet some patients that are going to be, say, a little disturbed and might accuse me of doing things or whatever. So that basically you could have faulty malpractice suits, like just clearly false. The chances of you meeting that kind of population as a cop go up by about 400%. So I don't really think that I would be able to trust, that malpractice idea, because that means that each one of these things would have to be investigated intensely, which right now they are. I mean, I don't know exactly how intensely they are, but like there are, every time that someone has an accusation against you, there is ostensibly a way that it's investigated within the unit,
here's the problem, though.
So I don't think this would necessarily add anything except for maybe a financial incentive, but I think you might be able to do that in other ways.
Well, but here's the problem, though. When police investigate themselves and there's clear footage they did wrong, what's their finding? 90% of the time.
Right. Well, that's been like the reason why there's been a big push for community-led boards of inquiry and review.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem when you investigate yourself, because you investigate yourself, you're most likely never going to admit you did something wrong.
Well, it's clear bias, obviously. Yeah. I mean, any organization that has their own internal review with motivations to get officers back on the street, I mean, there's reasons why they would be favoring the officer side versus not, which is why a lot of places have been arguing that they need independent, community-run boards that would review these sort of things, and they've gotten a lot of pushback from the police for obvious reasons as well, and so it just goes back and forth. They're also the same people that pushed for body cams, which now they're pushing for no body cams.
Well, yeah, I've seen that, but the ones pushing for no body cams is, the police department themselves, because they realize it's getting them in more trouble. And my thing is, I like the body cams, but I believe the body cam footage should not be released to the police directly that have their hands on it. I believe it should go to a third party that gets all the footage, and then they can forward it on to the police department. But they do not. The police department themselves does not have control over it. Because how many times have we seen cases where they have body cam footage and then it mysteriously gets lost or destroyed? I mean,
or how many
that's happened too many
times does a false claim get filed against a police officer for police brutality, and the body cam proves quite the opposite?
Mhm.
Oh yes,
That's actually the reason why most of those boards said we now don't want you to have body cams, is because
Right.
they found out it was exonerating officers at a much higher rate. In either case, I don't see a problem with having, say, every time that the footage is uploaded, you have the camera, you plug it in, and one copy goes to the police servers, and they can do whatever they want with it. But a second copy, that can't be destroyed, so therefore you don't have the "oops, it disappeared." Go to a different server, and that could be reviewed by someone else. I mean, it's just the biggest problem is that as you keep adding these layers of complexity, who's going to pay for it?
Right.
Because it's ultimately the taxpayer, so it's you.
Really, I think that they should simply deliver the raw footage directly to Internal Affairs.
I don't even know. How do we know that they don't honestly already do that? I'm not a cop, so I don't know what the.
I actually,
but I mean, Internal Affairs.
There's a prosecutor involved with it.
And how do we know that the Internal Affairs isn't corrupt too? I mean, look at our justice system. Our judges, we can't even trust half of the judges in this country. And who's to say the Internal Affairs is going to be any more partial?
I'm trained by stress. I work directly with a first sergeant in Internal Affairs sometimes as one of my trainers for auxiliary search and rescue. And he explained a lot to me about how it works. And Internal Affairs, they don't have any friends in the police department.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I understand what the other guy's saying too. I mean, it's just, to me, it's too close of a situation. There needs to be just a backup server where it goes and stays for, like, say 5 years or something like that, like some medical paperwork or whatever, where it has to be stored. Because even Internal Affairs, on certain cases, they supposedly accidentally lost the footage, or part of the footage got deleted somehow. I just don't agree with it. I mean, there's a lot of pros and cons to this conversation. We all have a lot of good ideas, but it costs a lot of money, and some of it might have advantage. Some of it might just have more of a headache that has no advantage.
Well, if they took advantage directly of the Internal Affairs, they'd be taking advantage of a system that's already in place and is already budgeted. See, requires being invoked, meaning someone has to petition them to get them involved in the situation and prove that the situation went Costa Rica enough, you know?
I know. We really got to be careful with the system that we've got right now, because so many of them are corrupt.
Yeah, legislating from the bench is definitely what fucked up a lot of shit. A lot of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's making people not trust our judicial system.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for good reason.
Yeah, it certainly isn't fair. It's not a single-tier judicial system.
No, it's a kangaroo court these days.
Well, yeah, it's a kangaroo court, and you're in the newest banana republic in the world. The banana republic of the United States.
Well, I've actually had some bullshit happen to me. I beat it in the end, but it fucked up my life for a little while I was fixing it. Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Have you all seen, since we're speaking of police, some of the police that's been fired for stating they will only honor their oath and will not honor orders they're given?
Sure.
There's been several cops that's been fired for saying they'll honor the oath they took. They will not follow orders, and then they get canned. Hopefully those officers turn around and sue the police chief, the mayor, or the governor over this, because it's I mean, I believe it's a form of discrimination, because cops take an oath, and then they get fired for saying they're going to honor their oath. It's like, wait a minute, what do you want? You want them to honor the oath, or you want them just to follow orders? Which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mean with
No, they want the police to pay lip service up front to everybody to keep up the illusion that they actually care about the Constitution while doing corrupt shit underneath the table.
If I may, I'm going to read an excerpt from something I had to study in the police academy. This is from my books in the ethics class in the police academy. If the machine of government is of such a nature that it requires you to be the agent of injustice to another, then I say, break the law. Henry David Thoreau, Civil Disobedience, is the name of the book.
I don't know. Maybe these cops need to, this is going to sound terrible, keep their mouths shut and just practice civil disobedience by passive aggressive means while they're in the precincts.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's what I would do.
I don't know.
And then gaslight my higher ups. What?
Well, you were talking about that, okay? Because I think I know what you're talking about, like that Greg Anderson and the other guy that came out, made the videos in their squad cars, and were like, you got to follow the Constitution. I know Greg got fired, but I mean, his GoFundMe went through the roof. I mean, he's probably a millionaire living on his 100-foot yacht, just like he wanted. So, I mean, good for him.
Hopefully that's not what he ended up doing. Hopefully he's doing something productive.
I don't know. But the thing is, if he would have done the same thing, but not in uniform, he probably would have been fine.
Well, there's also something else I read at the academy, too. It's another excerpt. It says, so long as the people do not care to exercise their freedom, those who wish to tyrannize will do so. For tyrants are active and ardent, and will devote themselves in the name of any number of gods, religious or otherwise, to put shackles upon sleeping men. That was Voltaire.
He wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
you smart French dude.
There's a case, I can't remember where it happened. It's on YouTube somewhere. It happened, I think, early 2000s. And it's only part of the video that was shown. This male officer showed up at this guy's house, went in the house because his mother called the cops on him. I think he was on drugs or he was drunk, one of the two. And he's kind of wrestling with the cop, didn't punch him or anything, just kind of resisted arrest by not, complying to go into cuffs or anything. They got him out by the squad car, and this female cop showed up. And when she showed up, he was beating this guy's brains in, even though the guy's hands were behind his back and he was standing there. She come up and grabbed the cop and tried shoving him off of this guy. He ended up putting her in the chokehold. He punched her in the face so hard it broke her nose and messed her jaw up. Guess who got fired?
Do I get 3 guesses or one?
Story. Like, nope.
Do I need to put on the cricket sound effect?
You get 1 guess. She got fired for breaking up the fight. And she also got charged for like a physical harm charge to the cop for pushing him off the guy and trying to help the guy out. And he kept his job and got to walk, even though she got put in chokehold and her nose got broke. And she did too, and she did win. It's just, some of these situations are just so messed up. It's like, how can you trust certain people? And I don't trust all cops, and I don't distrust all cops. I respect one cop at a time, and I disrespect one cop at a time. It's how I look at it. Just because you can't put them in a group, because you put people in a group, it causes problems, and most of the time it makes you look dumb at the end of the day. Because if one person in the group did something bad, you want to try to label them all as being bad when that's not the truth.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Howdy.
Hey, New York.
Hey, New York Outcast.
So,
Yeah,
How's it going?
Are you did you decide to come and chill out the rest of us outcasts?
Yeah, thought I'd pop in and say hi. So glad to see Gundocs alive. So it's
Thank
good
you.
news for
Yeah, I
everybody.
know, man. Last time,
Gundog,
yeah.
speaking of, how are you feeling?
Much better. That's also,
Good.
I should have started the joining with that, but thank you all for your thoughts and prayers. I really appreciate it. I feel a ton better. Really starting around like Monday or Tuesday, just really turned a corner. Feel good. Feel really good.
Hey, well, I got you all on there. Well, I got you all on there.
We're glad you survived.
I got to show you my recent order, dude. You guys are gonna love this. Yeah, some of you may have already shot this or whatever. Can you see that? There we go. That is my new purchase. I haven't picked it up yet, but about a week I get it. Keltec.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah, that is
And,
Cool.
you know,
one
classic
thing-
arms.
exactly the same amount of money for my AR-12.
Hey, thanks for letting me join the panel. Thanks for having the discussion. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here. I'll probably be in the chat room. But thanks again for having me on. And y'all take care. God bless and stay free.
God bless.
God,
Good
all
night.
right.
Be safe.
Take care.
All right, Sparky. Now I can bring you on.
Sparky.
There we go. All right. That's dude. I did a lot of research, and I'm like, which shotgun do I want? I was looking at semi-autos, and then I looked at pumps, and I'm like, holy crap! Then I saw that, and I'm like, man, I think I'm gonna spend the extra money on that.
Yeah, you got the shotgun that looks like it should have come out of Aliens or something like that.
I know, right?
It kind of does look like something Vasquez was carrying around.
Yeah,
Pretty well might have Wayland Utani on the side of it.
My man Gundocs, look at him.
Hey,
He's got
buddy.
color.
I
Yeah,
know.
He's not all gray.
I'm not dying and sitting around in a bathrobe.
Sparky,
Yeah,
look,
you definitely look alive tonight, so
Yeah.
that's good.
It's good.
Yeah, last week, man, you were looking rough, man. I was concerned.
You couldn't breathe. You were like feeling lightheaded, and
Couldn't finish.
Hey,
and yeah, we kept you on later than we probably should have because we're terrible.
I've been watching a lot of this the riots going on and a lot of the protests. You see people walking around in masks screaming, "I can't breathe." Coincidence much?
I did think it was kind of funny. I saw somebody with, "I can't breathe" written on an N95 mask. Because it's an N95. Those things are so damn thick, you can't breathe through them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're nasty.
I feel you, brother. Oh,
Yeah.
Well, the N95, I can breathe in the N95s, and it's because the N95s are too big for my face, so it doesn't quite cover.
y'all love this one. Do you know, according to the OSHA website, and I know this because I got a hazmat permit,
Yeah.
that a level C hazard says that a paper mask is inadequate to meet the demands of proper protection from a level C hazard. The only kind of mask is really beneficial paper-wise is if a person is actually not feeling well and is, in fact, coughing or sneezing. That does keep the fallout coming out of them off of surrounding surfaces.
Well, and that's what the idea behind the mask is, right? It's not for the protection of the individual not possibly taking in the virus as much as it's trying to prevent sharing the virus with other people, because sometimes sharing is not caring. Unless it's with STDs, that is always caring.
I just wish they would have been more honest with people about the mask's usefulness and also how to use it properly at the very least.
Well, how many people have these masks and they're just wearing them over and 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 over? And how nasty are they? And not only that, but do you see all these people that wear their masks out and they're like scratching? Because I'm sorry, but masks make my face itch like a son of a bitch. So
Yeah, you're trapping all that moisture.
yeah, so you're itching, and not only that, but my mask makes my glasses fog up. So I mean, is it really catching my breath? No.
They do have some effect in limiting exposure, I think.
Oh yeah, it helps limit it some.
But
I mean,
I think people should understand like an N95 is only going to stop 95% of airborne.
But at the rate that I'm
particles
going out, and I'm
so.
seeing people itch their face and adjust their mask, and then they pull their credit cards out and they stick their credit card in the machine and put their PIN number in. I don't see them disinfecting any of that after
the untrained public. What do you expect? But it's just to minimize.
You know what I did to make sure that my credit cards were clean? I went to a strip club and I swiped them up and down the butt cracks of the strippers because evidently they've been exposed to so much garbage throughout their life because they're horrible people. They're immune to everything.
Why are you hanging out with them?
Yeah. All his cards are maxed out.
Well, I go to strip clubs for the lunch. They have some of the best.
What kind of lunch do they have?
Not a buffet you want, man.
Like a clam buffet or something? I mean, nasty.
No. Actually, the strip clubs around here has amazing lunch buffets. They're great. The view isn't all that good, but the food is pretty tasty.
So, what's your favorite? Clam salad?
Oh no, I actually like a good tomato soup.
Which orifice does that come out of at a strip club?
Guys, stop.
The clubs in his area might have a slot for naked man fights, so you never know.
Yeah, normally when I wear that mask, people tend to distance on their own.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm supposed to wear a mask at work. I got upset the other day when I came in a plague doctor mask.
I just imagine Sparky versus
plague doctor. Yeah.
I wish I had a plague doctor mask. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, they're not that comfortable.
Well,
I work outside, so I mean it's really uncomfortable. It's pretty hot. I'm ordering a new one to come in to wear on camera, just because for some skits I want to do. But the one I have right now looks really messed up on camera. So it's all about the eye holes. They're like to the side. Yeah. I can't really see that well to the front. And it's more of a safety hazard than anything. But you can't smell a fart in it, so I guess that's good.
Oh, jeez.
Huh.
It's pretty good.
I wear them for work a lot, so I'm used to it. Not saying that it should be a mandatory or anything like that, but for me, I don't have any issues. I know. No. Like a respirator, N95 or P100 is depending if I'm painting or what's going on, but I use mask quite often on a weekly basis. So
I'm actually
for me, this is no big deal. Right now. I could run a marathon in a mask, basically. Obviously, there's different masks for different things, and respirators are different than masks, but there's a lot of information out there. I think that everybody claims to be an expert. I don't know. It blows my mind.
I don't claim to be an expert. I just claim to be able to read the OSHA website.
Yeah.
Ooh, fancy you.
I know. Me and my ability. I should stop all that.
I mean, all in all, masks do work. They don't stop everything, and there's different ones for different purposes. But why they're used in the medical field and chemicals and everything else.
That they didn't explain how to properly use the masks to people.
Well, you're dealing with the general public, the GDP is generally dumb population. What do you expect? And people are complacent. I mean, look how many people smoke and you shouldn't. How many people drink Mountain Dew all day long and you shouldn't, but they do it anyway. So a lot of people are only wearing it because they're told to.
Morons that are wearing these masks out there, but they're accosting people that are not wearing masks like morons when they're not wearing the masks correctly in the first place.
Exactly.
It's because getting hands-on is a lot better than just walking away. That just shows the intelligence. So
Well, I think George Carlin said that was like what half the population is dumb, and then the other 90% of that half is even dumber than that.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Something like that. I don't even think I quoted that properly, but it was something along those lines.
He was actually talking about me at that moment.
So the average person is.
I'm completely average.
Yeah, the
and
average.
very
Yeah,
dumb.
the average was like the average person.
The average person.
Properly.
The other half is even dumber.
Dumber than that. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
But Sparky, you're at
I've got
least
about
smart
yeah,
enough to be
I've got a
self-aware.
few of those myself, Craig.
Oh, I'm prepared. I even have the gas masks that are self-sealing when you change the filters in bad environments.
Nice.
I often wonder what George Carlin would say about the bullshit going on today.
I think he already said it. I mean, if you go back, I watched George Carlin. Like, I'll put it like when I go to bed at night, I'll put on YouTube and I'll just put George Carlin. And I mean, he's always talking about the club. You know, there's a club, and guess what? You ain't in it.
You know, he did a lot of material in the 70s, meaning that he was just had to live through the 60s, which is what we're going into right now with these delightful race riots. Yeah. So all the lessons that he learned and then made those quite poignant jokes about completely still apply. It's just the human condition.
I just hope we don't have to relive Gallagher.
So
what about
race riots then?
I mean, do we?
These
really
are race riots. I'm in trouble. Being half and half. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
No, I actually went and I saw. I actually went to a Gallagher show when I had pneumonia. It was great. I sat in the front row. I got creamed with all the shit he was smashing with his sledgehammer.
And you creamed him back when you sneezed?
No. And I wasn't wearing a mask either, so I probably got the whole stadium sick. How about that?
Yes. Sharing is caring.
I don't know why you're complaining about free fruit.
It's a lifetime opportunity, and I took it.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. And, you know, I've went and saw many comedians. I've never regretted it once. I mean, even bad comedians, I've enjoyed watching. You know, because I got all the respect for anyone to go on stage and completely bomb.
I remember I got caught in a mosh pit at a Typo Negative concert. That was crazy.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I went to one of the. I went to I can't remember what Lollapalooza it was where Rage Against the Machine was there. I got caught in the mosh pit. That was kind of fun.
I like the
try being caught in a mosh pit and you're 5'6" and you're 120 pounds and you got some dude the size of Grave like try climbing on top of you. Like it's not fun.
I thought
that sounds kind of sexy though.
No, it wasn't.
In a rapey kind of way.
Yeah, it wasn't pleasant.
Dropped the guy off from work to
one chick actually got trampled, and Peter Steele, the lead singer of Typo Negative, actually stopped the whole thing and went into the mosh pit and pulled her out.
Yeah, I've seen actually. If you watch some of the metal channels, they'll show the lead singers like stopping the concert. Some of them will pull them out. Some will have the security go and check on people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they watch out for their people, and sometimes they get out of control.
Yeah, I got the hell out of there once it started getting a little rowdy. I was like, this ain't for me.
Drove a guy from work to a concert that was out at this place, kind of out in the country or whatever, and Breaking Benjamins was there, and they had a mosh pit, and I ended up going in, not realizing. Sat there for probably about an hour talking to a guy. Somebody called him away. He got up, turned around. He had a big swastika on the back of his head. It was like a white supremacist club. And yet the whole time I was sitting there hanging out, having a great time. And some girl got trapped in the pit, lost her shoe, bent down. She disappeared. So I went in, tried to help her, got bounced around. Even in the mosh pit, nobody hit me or nothing. I mean, I was bumped into and all that stuff, but out of the whole time, I couldn't believe I had almost a better time there than I have other places where it's not like that. So it's just the weirdest thing. Sometimes it's crazy how things work out sometimes.
Neo-Nazi polite mosh pit.
Yeah, figure that out. Yeah, it was amazing.
Not a string of words I thought I'd ever put together.
You know what? It's really funny, but I have never in my life ever met a neo-Nazi.
I've met 2 of them ever. That was it. And oddly enough,
never.
Oddly enough, they were actually easier to talk to than liberals. Them themselves were socialists.
I don't know. I've had a couple of patients, so that was interesting.
Well, they're not shy about talking about it either.
No, but But guys, don't you know we're all Nazis? If you're anything right of Mao, you're a Nazi.
Right.
Do you see that the thing? Nazis would not like that. I don't like government.
Wait. Oh yeah, the bulldozer.
I think for me, it's a visceral reaction to being called a Nazi because I've got family members that got sent over in World War II that fought Nazis, and so it's just like, it's like I'm the granddaughter of men that fought the Nazis, and you're calling me a Nazi. That's really fucked up. Thanks for playing.
I think it's funny. I got Marvin Heemeyer hanging on my wall right next to Augusto Pinochet.
Look, I'm not a Nazi, but I am looking for Kyle. He's about this tall.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, have you seen him? Kind of looking for him.
Best party joke ever. Just everyone loves
Bastard owes me money. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Hanging out with Dave, man.
Try that joke at a bar mitzvah, see how that goes over.
Here we go. I'm not a drinker either. I only drink on days that end in Y.
Yeah, I like tequila.
Is everyone drinking now? Do I need to go get a drink? I probably should.
Yeah, you probably should.
A little bit of tequila forever.
I haven't started drinking yet, but when I do.
Well, I'm gonna go get some medicinal whiskey.
What is that?
Very good, man. Very good.
Oh, wow! I haven't even seen that. That looks good.
It's blackstrap rum. It's aged about 5 years. It's the perfect age to marry Muhammad.
I've got the black velvet. It's been sitting under here collecting dust for about 5 years, so I guess it's 5 years.
Oh, geez. Am I the only one here that doesn't drink?
Yeah, probably.
I've also got this
New York. I don't know.
From Great called Tartarus Warhammer.
Yeah, occasionally I drink.
Well, for me, it makes me sick. I don't know if I just don't have an enzyme that I can't process it, but it doesn't take much. I'll have a glass of wine and be drunk, and I drink a couple of glasses, and then I'm sick. So I don't know what it is. It's just.
I think it's funny. My Japanese wife turned red.
Oh yeah, rosacea is huge in the Asian community.
Oh, the old Asian flush. Yeah.
She loves drinking good beer with me, though.
I grew up somewhat around alcoholics in the family, so to me, it's always been something I could, take or leave. Didn't matter to me. And after puking on my way to school a time or two, decided I'd rather stay on top of things than under them. But
never spent any time
now later in life, I socially drink here and there, but I'd almost be willing to bet I have more alcohol than all of you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't drink and have a steady supply of alcohol.
I don't know. I think I would accept that challenge.
Hold on. On that note, New York Outcast, because I've got teenage sons. I've got one that's 19 and one that's 15, and I've drank growing up with them, and I mean I've always been a good father, but there are times where, like they're 19 and 15, and they don't want anything to do with drugs or alcohol or nothing.
Good.
It's like I've always been honest with them. I told them, hey, I did this. I was stupid. I got in trouble for it. I've been to jail for it. And they listen to me because I'm brutally honest with my children.
Vices are like a master. Do you want to be you want to be a boss, or do you want to be the bitch? You want to be your alcohol's bitch and have to go out in the middle of the night to get more or whatever it may be. I don't know. It's a mental thing to me. How you can get over that. Plus, when you look around at some of this stuff, why bother trying? I mean, even if you got the money, you're either going to kill yourself or you're going to be jonesing forever. So what's the point?
I can brew my own.
It's like a casino.
Dude, trust
Can't
me.
win.
I've already got a still set up.
Dude, you would love
I'm just saying. I don't want to go there, but I'm saying if we go Mad Max, like everything goes down, I'll find a way to ferment potatoes, and I'll make my own vodka, and I'll trade it out. I'll barter I'll barter it.
Of course you will, comrade.
Yeah, he'll be giving what is it, wood grain distilled alcohol to all his enemies, so they all go crazy.
They'll be like,
the
"Oh,
tails with all
comrade,
the methanol in
are
it.
you ready for socialism? I has vodka for you."
Oh, that's funny. That's good. That was good.
Man,
It is kind of nice when people find you valuable enough. Where you end up at 40 watching your ass.
To do what?
Well, remember how I'm so valuable I don't have a name or a rank in my group? They just call me Doc.
Yeah.
It's like that.
And you kind of have a Doc Holliday kind of vibe to you, Gray.
Well, they call me Doc because I remind them of Doc Brown, but armed to the teeth.
Well, you remind me. Your name is perfect for you because you can almost fly under the radar, except you're so freaking tall. I mean, you kind of stick out in that sense. Whereas me, I'd fly under the radar. People wouldn't even notice me, so I could go in there and I could plant bombs left and right.
Well, that's the thing.
Don't even say that, man.
Well, I mean, I've been known to drop a bomb or two in an elevator.
With to not be
as I'm leaving, I drop a bomb. I'll back in.
Why does that not shock me?
Yeah, I'm one of those assholes. I'm the guy that walks by.
You're an asshole. Yeah, the irony of that comment.
That was odd. Trigger, I told you to do that.
I'm the guy that walks next to old ladies at grocery stores, farts and blames it on them.
You guys kill me sometimes. You know how this stuff works, Someday in time, what's that today? It doesn't matter today, but it very well could tomorrow. The way things are going nowadays, I'd just be a little careful on things.
That's why I like
it. Don't show all your cards.
Hey, all I know is yesterday I got excited when I started seeing the riots in D.C. I was hoping Big Trash Day was going to come early because Fox News panned over and showed the White House. I spotted 3 snipers, two spotters, 2 machine gun nests, and I was like, "Oh, please let the protesters scale the gates."
They would let that happen.
Big Trash Day is coming soon.
Oh, did you guys see CNN? CNN getting their lobby just destroying everything.
Oh yeah,
them trying to rationalize it. It's like, no.
There's something kind of poetic about CNN getting thrashed in this whole
Yeah.
Holy! I mean, when I saw that video of that CNN building being destroyed and vandalized, I was like, well, out of all of the buildings that they're vandalizing, that's the one that actually deserved it. They're guilty as hell.
Mm-hmm. I can just imagine them sitting up on the 10th floor, looking down, like, but they're supposed to be our side. We own them. We tell them what to do. What are they doing?
All right.
The plantation owners bitching about the plantation getting sacked.
Well, it's like the peasants are storming the Bastille. But what?
We should have burned it.
I guess it is poetic justice.
It is.
I think the news has a big role, a big spotlight of blame in our society on how
they're the ones who have been stirring the pot.
Exactly. Because all that sells, and but unfortunately, the average person, they live their life. They go to work, they pay bills, they do things, they spend time with their kids, they catch little blurbs, little articles here and there, and that's what they base their decisions on.
Yeah, but it's those of us, it's
the public.
Little people that are paying the price for their shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's misguiding the public in their decisions. Yes, people should take it upon themselves to research some things, but I'm sure we're all guilty of seeing something quick, and then that's what we thought until we looked into it. So
I never,
or at least have been at one time. So, and I think that's the problem with a lot of things and how votes get played out.
People do.
Yeah, the public are brainwashed in a sense.
Yeah,
and it's due to the media. I think they're one of the number one public enemies, in my opinion.
straight up
Yeah.
propaganda is what it is.
Well, even Donald
Well,
Trump.
people forget that it's legal for the government to propaganda is a legal thing. So, I mean, it was switched around where it wasn't, and then it was switched back. And they teach you this in elementary school, but everybody just faithful believes what they're told. Well, clearly not everybody, but
Not me.
Believe it or not, I got in my lifetime in school, I've got told I've had people get frustrated with me and tell me to shut up or make fun of all the questions I ask.
I used to straight up just get punished. I would get dragged out and sent to the principal's office.
Skepticism
I spent more
is
time in
healthy.
the principal's office than I did in class.
By myself.
I didn't go to class. I nearly didn't. I almost didn't graduate high school because I just was too busy off with my friends out getting high. And finally, one of my teachers caught me and was like, "Hey, if you don't start coming to class, you're not going to pass." And I was like, "Oh, crap." So I just go in stoned. And I mean, even stoned, I mean, I was really good. I mean, I could do all the homework. I passed all the tests. I mean, it was just so simple for me. I guess even inebriated. I took an IQ test once when I was drunk, stoned, and on anyway, I was pretty high, and I still scored 110. And I was like, wow, how do some people have it, some people don't. That's all I can say. Some of us are just, we think quicker. We think on our feet. I grew up with the mentality: you improvise, you adapt, you overcome. And I mean, that's how I've lived my life. I get fired from a job. What do? I go find another job. I get hired on that job. I start making more money. I move up the ranks.
I go to another one. I do.
That was a goody two shoes. That's cool. Can you imagine?
You were,
Yeah.
Goody two shoes.
I kind of figured.
I was just a naive kid, so I mean, I don't know. I just wasn't exposed to any. That's the biggest thing. I just wasn't exposed to any. Like, I didn't know anyone that smoked weed, so I was like, I didn't have that. I didn't know anybody that drank in high school. I was like, no, I don't do that. I was a nerd. Enjoyed video games and D&D and bowling. That's we were big fans of The Big Lebowski, and that was like the most degenerate thing we do is watch that movie. So I mean, like,
see, the fact that you picked The Big Lebowski,
total different world.
Because me and my friends, we watched Mallrats religiously, and the Holy Trilogy of Star Wars.
Sparky, you're fired.
Wait, Sparky, you have to have seen
Mallrats
Clerks.
is good.
Of course.
Yeah.
But Mallrats is better because you had the two nipples. You had the chick with the two nipples on one boob.
That's the only part of that movie that you recall with any kind of clarity is the part with the woman with 3 nipples.
No, I extremely thoroughly recall the blonde chick changing her shirt when Silent Bob smashes through the wall. You get to see.
That's the other part you remember.
Yeah, it's all about tits. It truly is. A lot of my memory revolves around boobs. There's just something about bags of flesh and fat with a nipple on the end that just attracts me. I don't know what it is.
Piece of art.
You're a heterosexual man. That's pretty normal.
Yeah, pretty hetero. But
drinking dude.
That's awesome. I like titties.
Yeah, I was the Donnie flying group.
But
no,
you're out of your element.
I was completely I was an extreme nerd in high school until someone caught me on stage playing music. It's amazing. I went from being completely ignored and nobody to one of the coolest kids in school because you're in a rock band. Why didn't you tell us? I didn't want you around. I don't talk to you at school. Why would I talk to you anywhere else?
Yeah, in my earlier years, when I was in middle school. Well, I moved around, so once I changed and went to a different high school, and I went from kind of spending a lot of time in the principal's office to like orchestra and pit orchestra, and I play the violin, so I did that pretty actively throughout school.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I could have graduated a year early, but my parents wouldn't let me. Kind of made me mad.
I taught myself how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on the violin.
Oh,
I
that's
was proud of
easy.
that. Yeah, but
I could play Beethoven's Fifth Symphony in about 6 months.
well, I mean, I can't read music.
Okay.
I just did it all by ear. I taught myself how to play guitar, bass, drums, keyboard. Did all that without a single professional lesson. And then one day I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy a violin. So I bought a violin, had it shipped to me via eBay to Japan. Taught myself Mary Had a Little Lamb and said, no, I'm bored. Bought a cello. And I played on that for a while.
But you'd never learned how to read music, though?
No.
Well, now, here's a really cool thing about violin and piano is that the music translates.
I'm sure it does.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to convert it like you do with like a woodwind or something like that.
Yeah, I just.
Well, my son. My son started with the saxophone. He was in junior high and in the junior high band and high school band, and then after that he switched to guitar. And now he's in a band, and my youngest son, is the drummer. And then they've got another friend of theirs they met that's the bass guitarist. And I mean, they've got a band. They play music. If you go through my channel, you'll find some of their songs that are called "To Cast a Stone," and they're pretty good. In fact,
Nacho,
I don't know.
Nacho, the MSN says women don't enjoy sex. You forgot to include the rest of the phrase. It was with me. It is
That's
fact
a hell of a
check.
thing to admit there, Sparky.
It is fact check true. But I tell them, look, this is a race. You're 5 laps behind. You're going to have to catch up. That's your fault, not mine. Oh, that's a terrible joke. But
no, you're supposed to get your pleasure from their pleasure. Then
is that what that
busy
is?
date night. That's how it works.
Visual arrangement.
Well, I'm sure that's how a mature lover would be. Nope, not me.
I have nothing to say about this at all.
I am in a self-deprecating
Nothing.
mood today. That's all.
They don't enjoy it. You're doing it wrong.
I'm just gonna drift off screen.
I'm not even going to get involved in this shit. It's just not going to happen.
Welcome to the love chat.
Okay, Promise is awesome, dangerous.
Yeah, I like Promise.
The first song I learned how to play on bass was Jerry Was a Race Car Driver.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. Dude. I can play bass and banjo, which is completely stereotypical.
I have never learned how to play banjo. I wanted to.
God,
just because I wanted to make redneck heavy metal.
What is redneck? What would redneck heavy metal sound like?
I
guess maybe kind of like Primus or something like that. That's kind of redneck something.
Well, I really I want to get a banjo with like electric pickups because I want to be able to distort it and everything, and
That'd be fun. Well, you know what? I have 2 violins. I have an acoustic and an electric.
That'd be something.
Yeah.
I actually don't mind folk music. I listen to that all the time.
Good old Earl Scruggs and Bella Fleck.
My violins have names. My acoustics. My acoustic violin's name is Cordelia, and my electric violin, his name is Scarlet.
Mm.
I could probably play a violin, but I never learned.
You could learn it. It would just take practice. That's all.
I've always been very good at just learning things, just picking them up and doing them. I
mean, back when I was in my prime, I would play until my fingers bled.
I've got a question. Now that we're talking about naming instruments and tools, do you all name your guns?
Yes.
No.
You don't name your guns?
Did I?
No. A gun is a tool.
I don't.
A gun is a tool to me. That's all it is. It's
It's more personal to me because I build mine by hand, including my one of mine. I even went as far as casting the lower myself.
Oh, nice.
Cast.
That was a lot of work. I put 170 hours into it.
You know, it's really funny. Like a Full Metal Jacket has really distorted the view of the military to the public. No one names their rifle. Yeah, the Marine Corps does the whole "this is my rifle, this is my gun," and they say the prayers to their rifle and shit like that. And it's so ate up with a dumbass because in the end, it's a fucking hammer that shoots bang bang. That's all it does. It's
Yeah.
I mean, you get to know it. You get to know it because every gun has their own little quirks to it. So you learn how to zero it in properly and dial it in for your shooting style. But it's just another tool for me.
I turned my own barrel.
Yeah, you don't get custom camo and all that crap. You know, if anything, you're spraying stuff. Sometimes you got to make your own slings, things like that. A lot of
I mean, honestly, the
Black Betty, nice.
If you have a flat black is all you need on a gun. If you're unless you're like in a desert area, and then you put a coyote brown on it, and you just move.
I even went as far as
Oh wow!
Got a question. Have you guys heard the Offspring done with banjo?
Yeah.
How they did that one? I can't remember the song of it. Self-Esteem when they did that with the banjo.
Oh, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, I thought that one was pretty good.
Sounds awesome.
If you guys are into music, I would just point out the O'Keefe Music Foundation. I would say check that channel out. That's basically gives kids a spotlight. It's a nonprofit that gives talented kids a spotlight to put out, and they do a lot of different covers. It's some of it's pretty amazing.
I'll check that out. Thank you.
Famous or most known for 42, I think it is, by Tool. Kids cover 42 by Tool, I think it is, but
Nice.
46, yeah. And it's to me, it's impressive. Growing up with a musician, I gotta say, you get the feeling. Yeah, I'm sure you got. I don't know. To me, it doesn't matter what type of music. You either get a good feeling out of it or not. Either it moves you or it doesn't.
Well, I understand that.
To me, I get that.
Oh, in Cheshire, I threw in chat. I threw probably the best example of what I would think redneck rock would be.
Redneck rock.
Heck yeah!
Ah, shit. Hang on.
It is amazing.
Redneck.
It is.
Wait.
Not like square body Chevy or something like that.
You know, since New York Outcast was goodly enough to share some, I don't know if any of you guys are into string instruments, but there's a group called the Vitamin String Quartet, and these guys actually they do kind of modern day pop songs and it's a string quartet. It's worth checking out. And there's actually a really playful little rendition of "Sweet Dreams" by Eurythmics, Annie Lennox, done by Simply Three. They're called Simply Three, so it's a violin, it's a cello, and a bass. And it's a very mischievous version of this song. I love it. You should check it out. Just saying. All right, I'm checking out your redneck rock.
I have seen that, Sparky.
Oh, Slipknot?
Yeah.
Well,
shit.
no,
I
they're
know.
doing a Slipknot cover.
I'm not a particular fan of Slipknot.
I don't know it. I've been following his music for like 2-3 years now. Yeah, he got some good covers.
Well, like Leo Morikeli, I'm a big fan of his. Ever since I heard his version of Africa, it's like the only version I can listen to now.
That phone.
Oh, and that other one that I just linked is a group that does a lot of Tool. They're called Break of Reality. But they're playing that song. They're doing Lateralis on cellos.
Oh, Pantera, yes.
Pantera is pretty good. I do like Pantera.
They've been my favorite ever since they came out.
Just got a message from LA.
Oh.
From that phone.
What's going on in LA?
Someone checking the bat phone.
Nothing good.
No,
I heard nothing good is going on in LA right now. So
Nothing good ever has.
Definitely,
that?
yeah, that one's good.
Actually, it's just
Same as New York. Nothing good.
exactly. We know exactly when and where an Antifa group and a Black Lives Matter group are going to be in Long Beach, fucking up the place.
Are they the ones that are fucking up Beverly Hills right now?
Well, we got their fucking flyer from their fucking encrypted bullshit page that they tried to hide on fucking ShadowNet. So
A bunch of pinche pendejos.
yeah,
I'm still amazed though. Memphis, we're fine. We're doing great. At least,
Nobody's
But Nashville is on fire right now.
yeah, Nashville's like burning down, but then you've got Memphis, and everyone's like worried about, oh, it's going to be a big race riot. Well, it's like we're the blackest city in Tennessee. You'd think that would be a big thing. Nope, it's been like I don't know, maybe in the last 30 minutes something's happened, but we've had like 4 nights of protests. They've all been very peaceful.
3 cities are going to
Doing just fine.
up and get fucked up on the 31st tomorrow.
Well, in my city, I know that there's snipers set up on the rooftops where they started rioting last night. So,
As of earlier, I had a list compiled, and it's protests or riots, whatever you want to call it, going on currently. They claim there's over 100, and 10 in Florida, 13 in California, and even some abroad out of the country, which I don't know what sense that makes, but yeah.
Yeah, the number is being closer to 22.
But you got to search for that info.
If anyone wants to share some intel, put it in the private chat, please. Oh, well. What else is going on around the nation?
In other news, people are doing false flags to start riots.
Yeah.
Oh,
great!
It just was announced today. It was found that George Floyd was a porn actor.
Oh yeah, I was
Today.
about that.
Saw it on the internet.
Let's see.
was this rumor? Is this confirmed?
No, I think I've seen him.
No, I've
Never
seen the
mind.
video. It wasn't impressive, by the way.
Shit.
So he wasn't a good porn actor.
Well, I
You think you could have shown him a thing or two?
Yeah,
What's a good
well,
porn actor to you, guy?
Yeah, he must have forgot his lines, right?
I mean,
say you might know it.
Well, okay. Since we're on a very sexual topic, I think we should probably all discuss what's our favorite lube. Because I'm going to go with either Break Free LP or with Slip 2000 EWL. It's great with my ARs.
I thought this was totally different. I'm glad you went first.
Cool,
What I mean, what are we lubing? Because I mean,
God.
when I grease things up, I love old fashioned
I have
on my cookie sheet.
gun
That's
lube.
what I
I have good old CLP.
Now we're hearing about the cookie sheet. Oh boy.
Yeah. Well, you got it. It's all about the lube on the cookie sheet. Otherwise, things just stick and it doesn't go well.
it's all about the butter.
I don't know.
I don't know. Butter. It's no good.
You know your child is when you build transmissions and the assembly lube, like the container is plastic, so it's the label's printed on, and you take the razor and you scratch it and make it say ass lube.
Well, I've never actually experimented with the Astro Glide on my rifle pistols.
It doesn't work out too well. It does not handle high temp.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, I don't know, man. I put it to the test before.
I mean, but if you use
On
anal
firearms, I
hear
use
that works
Hoppy's number
much
9
better.
in oil.
No, actually, I've been going with a synthetic oil. It's CV2, CV4. I can't remember. It's a synthetic. It's more of a grease.
Oil, actually.
I just run with the regular oil and CLP. So CLP has never done me wrong in the past.
CLP number 1.
Oil. Yeah, and that Lucas stuff is great.
But I only use this on like my everyday carry. About once a week, I'll go ahead and pull it out and cycle it and give it drop here and there.
Yep. I'm a big fan of this. Let's see if I can do this. Nope, doing it wrong. There we go. Everything's backwards. Huge fan. I think it's great. I mean, I use a ton of CLP on just about everything because it's just generic and it works.
All right. But I'm just sexy. I need no lube. Yeah, let's go 50 in the lawnmower. Hey, you know, I was watching a video. Have you seen some of these new filters that sometimes they'll display on the side of the screen? They're meant for like oil or fuel filters, but like you can easily change them, fairly easily change them into like a silencer. You seen those?
Yeah.
Or solvent trap.
What is it? What'd you say, New York?
Solvent trap, I think, is the legal word for it, but yeah, they do have those kits available. I personally think when it comes to solvent traps, we'll say there's a few basic designs out on the market, and honestly, I don't think they're very difficult to make or mimic. As far as getting 100%, being getting the lowest decibel or this or that, yeah, there's obviously some engineering or skill in that, but
just fine as long as you put fiberglass backing in them, or flat, as they call it.
But I believe most of those, the ones I've seen, come with baffles and stuff that they're marked, but you got to put the hole in. So obviously, if you run, and I assume as soon as you assemble something, then it becomes an issue, depending what your definition is.
That's a silencer.
Yeah, so I'd be cautious and things like that. But that's everybody's got their own. And who knows? Maybe you got a little generator or something that you buy a couple and you slap one on, and it's just for that. Who knows?
And so, like, someone who isn't me has seen things on Wish.com that look exactly like monocore suppressors, and then other ones that they're like Nix, some of the whatever, I don't know, fuel filter, and it'll come
Wix. W-I-X.
Wix, yeah, Wix. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually what they sell. There's like that's what it is. And it would come with a fuel filter. And reportedly, if you try and order those now, there's a very good chance that you're going to get a very nasty letter from people saying that we seized a silencer that was headed to you. Do you want to send in this form saying that you want to challenge our seizure or not?
I'd say the form asshole.
So from hearing that,
a picture of the previous one on your generator and send it.
Like, don't threaten me with a good time. I'll sue your ass.
Yeah. So.
No, I haven't.
Wasn't me.
But anybody that's somewhat crafty, I think, could come up with something if needed to be a pinch. But
yeah, they go away real fucking fast when you sue them.
I hope somebody does. I mean, honestly, I think I honestly wish we had a president that would go in there and start repealing all these bullshit gun laws. The Second Amendment says shall not be infringed.
Well, technically, aren't these gun laws null and void anyway, since they violate the Constitution?
All of them, yeah, they're all illegitimate.
They've been held up. Some of them have been held up by the Supreme Court, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court, dude. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier.
Remember how I went over that one lesson in synonyms for things, and I went super duper fucking meta into the meaning of each fucking word that one day? It was a very long chat. But basically, I proved that I can actually disarm their mental gymnastics if I ever had my day in court.
I mean, I want actual prison reform for felons and stuff, where once you've done your time in prison and you've gone through parole, all your rights should be restored.
I agree.
Immediately, yeah. I agree totally, Sparky.
I mean, once you paid your debt to society.
Yeah, but then how in the world would the elite have a permanent underclass?
They already have that through illegal immigration. I mean,
Yeah,
they don't clean
who's
their
gonna
own
make
toilets.
products
Yeah,
for
but
$2 a day?
in their case, less isn't more. More is more. The more of a permanent underclass they can create, the more of their rights that they can justify stripping.
I mean,
Well, that's
think
why.
about it.
Oh, go ahead.
You've got one of the largest prison populations in the world. These people get out, they can't get a job.
That's the
And
point, I think.
they have to carry around a scarlet letter for something that they already paid their dues for. It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah,
But
but then how would you rile these people up and get them to riot? And how would you do that? What I'm saying is,
I
they're not
agree
going
with
to
you
do
in
it.
a sense, Sparky, but in this PC kind of whatever culture, I can state I know firsthand I've been, passed on employment due to a pedophile. Don't know why, but apparently they had room for him, but not for me. So,
Wow.
and I have no record.
That guy
I'm not
survived.
sure if you guys are aware, but in New York, they check everything. So I'm been checked probably more than the majority of people in most states in a sense, but needless to say, they get some kind of tax credit, some discount. I don't know what it is, but in some place. I got a friend I grew up with. He got hired at a place that I applied, and I didn't get hired at a while ago too. This is years back, just straight out of prison, and he sold drugs. Been in prison 3 times now, and he got the job. So I don't know. Things have kind of flipped around a little bit.
You, if you need a job, Outcast, I happen to know a place that's hiring right now. In fact,
I'm good now. Thankfully, I was forced to work for myself, but after years of doing so, I've built up a clientele where I got to hide to get a day off. So it's good now, but it's a little strange. You would think being out of the military and stuff would be a positive thing, but
oh no, not in New York.
Doesn't work that way.
No,
not around here. Everybody assumes you're crazy or something.
Now you're from the city, right? You're from New York City, correct?
No, I'm a few hours away from the city.
Okay, because
thank goodness,
I have never met any veteran that grew up in New York City and returned.
Wouldn't shock me.
It's like most people are like, they're like, oh no, I'm never going back to that shithole again. Gun docs. I happen to know that the base that I work at is hiring physicians right now. That means no malpractice insurance. Just saying.
I'm not that worried about malpractice for me.
Oh no, I get that, but it's one less expense.
Mm-hmm. What kind of physicians?
It's a physician position.
Just general GP.
Yeah, GP.
Okay. Base pay?
NH5, I think. So it's public record stuff. It's government service.
Yeah. The GS levels. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's higher than GS. It's executive level.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
So
sweet.
Yeah.
And the cost of living, and it's probably near where you're at, right, Sparky?
It is where I'm at. It's
the cost of living out in the Midwest is a lot less expensive than it is in other places. So
well, I mean, compared to Memphis isn't that expensive either.
This is very cheap.
yeah. Oklahoma City and Memphis they're kindred spirits in a way, except one is not a shadowy. Yeah, there we go. There's a term I'll use today.
Only problem is I kind of actually really enjoy my job. So
hey, you've done wrong with that.
I love doing the rural thing. Drive around a lot. My hours are fantastic.
I bet.
I'm kind of living the dream right now. So
me too.
Sorry.
I mean, I was recently unemployed, and I'm making more money on unemployment from all the taxes I paid in for the last 37 years.
I'm just trying to, Oklahoma just passed a law that they cannot pass any law that in any way violates the Second Amendment.
Tennessee did something like that. I think Montana had done that before.
Are you telling me that inalienable means inalienable?
In the state of Oklahoma, evidently.
Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed.
So it's I'm trying to get everyone to move to Oklahoma so we can make it not only the reddest state in the union.
And I feel
also
the same way about Arizona. And I know Gray Area would agree with me on that. He'd get the hell out of California in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I would. I'd become an Arizona Ranger out there in the desert.
You already got a summer home out here.
I do.
Arizona's awesome.
I love Arizona because I love the Mojave.
And next time,
they ain't paying me to go back to anywhere hot like that.
I'll give you that.
Black ass be burnt like Chris. Hell no.
I woke up. I slept. It was like 10 o'clock. I looked at. I've got an outdoor. My clock is set up. I've got indoor temperature and outdoor temperature, and it was already over 100 degrees at like 10:30. I was like,
nah, no, thank you.
Yeah, well, we were in.
I better be getting a real big paycheck for that.
And I love the hot weather. I love it. That's because
invasion.
if it's 60 or 70 degrees, I'm sitting here shivering like a chihuahua.
And if you get swamp ass just checking the mail, you got an issue. I'm sorry, that is too much.
And I don't burn too badly. You would think of it with as white as I am that I would. I don't burn.
You are almost clear. You're so white.
What can I say?
Yeah, it's I remember in Saudi before we invaded Iraq, we would take bets on when we would break the century mark every day, and it's like usually around 8:30 in the morning. But it was a dry heat. It's dry heat. It's fine. It's not fine.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I used to build houses in this for over 20 years.
Well, I used to fix airplanes and that. For long periods of time, it sucked.
Iraq. Well, geez, they get hotter than Arizona. I think they get
humidity.
It's Celsius.
What is it?
I was being a dick saying it in Celsius. Thinking the 130 range.
Yeah. I think the highest temp we ever had down here recorded is like 122.
Yeah. The hottest place in the world is not Africa, it's India.
127.
And India is like the worst because not only is it hot, but then it's also humid
and stinky.
And there's a lot of curry and open sewers. So the whole country smells like one big wet fart and dirty garbage.
That's terrible. Sounds like Ontario, California. That smell, ooh, fuck. Because guess what? You know the police department or rather the bigger precinct in Ontario, California, where I originally grew up. That fucking place, right behind it, is the sewage treatment plant. It smells wonderful.
Oh.
It's kind of ironic because it makes the police department there smell like a pigsty.
And I'm in Nebraska, and it gets hot here. Like it'll get to like 110 degrees.
It does get hot
like
there.
90% humidity. Like I'll be in an air conditioned building and walk outside, my glasses will just fog up and I'm blind. But we get some crazy thunderstorms here because of the
flat land.
Well, the flat land and how it gets so hot and humid, and you can tell if a real nasty ass storm is coming by how humid it gets because the air is just heavy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And but there is a great thing about Nebraska. Corn.
Oh yeah. And the Huskers.
See, you hear the excitement.
And by the way, do not ever come here and say that you are not into the corn Huskers. Don't say it. I'm just saying. You have been warned.
Got a question here. It's a little different subject here.
The Huskers suck, but
Gundock.
Yeah.
As you stated, you had an incident happen not long ago that you can't talk about, that you shouldn't talk about. But financially, are things going okay with that, or?
Oh yeah. I mean, so basically, can't talk about the specifics, but just
I'm just curious. You're all right financially with what's going on.
Yeah, because
Okay.
and this is the biggest thing is they basically found that I was the victim of this, but still in the way that I had to go around it, definitely had to get a lawyer to help make sure that I stayed, the victim, and that really helped with it. That still cost me $15,000 to do. It was get an attorney.
Did you have insurance?
Witness, polygraph, all this other stuff, and then you present all that stuff because the police, of course, show up to my house and say, "Hey, we want to take you down the station." And I go, "No, you're gonna talk to the attorney." Go put all that stuff together, and then within 2 days of this happening, boom, I've got this packet. I give it to them and just say, "Hey, that's everything you need," and then just walk away and just hope everything goes for the best. And knock on wood, they arrested everyone else, did not arrest me. So if I had been arrested, that would have been very expensive, and I would be dealing with that right now. But
I just wanted to point out in this community, for things like that, people spend enough bull crap on patches and everything else, and I'm sure you could have got a little support if need be, but not encouraging to be a shill or anything like that. But
if
you're new, so you probably don't know. But,
all right.
Well, don't fleece the public for no reason. If you got it, you got it. He's a high class doctor. Give me a break. But
well,
but if you needed the help, don't be afraid to ask.
I'm now a single doctor,
so you got even more money.
Yeah, no. I do rural medicine. It does not pay a lot. So I mean,
I've seen ER. I know here in the room closet half the day with 5 nurses. I know how that goes.
No.
Biggest issue is which bends to drive.
I'll give you a pro. Absolutely. So, John Docs, I can't remember. Did you say you did have insurance or you did not?
I did not. I did not, and I really wish that I did.
Okay.
I some things, I think there was the NRA carry guard thing.
That's garbage.
And then,
with the USCCA. I mean, take it upon yourself to compare them, but me being a cheap son of a gun, I can tell you have the most control, the most freedom, access to money with USCCA. And with carry guard, they provide your attorney. So what's to say they don't like your case and send you the worst guy they have? If you lose, now you're paying the bill.
I even thought,
I'd rather have more power in your hands and be able to choose who you like, or you can take their counsel, whatever. But it's much better not to pay out of pocket, in my opinion.
And I saw that even USCCA will help if you get red flagged.
They do a lot. So I'm not a salesman, but they should pay me because, but good service is good service. They still send me their magazine. And I'm not even, they can't legally cover me anymore, but I offered to try to help in any way I could. Can I write somebody? Can I do something? Because honestly, I'm a little pissed off about it. Especially in my state, we don't have Castle Doctor and we don't have Stand Your Ground. Every neighbor, not every neighbor, but there's bad people around here. You know what I mean? Statistically, the guy across the street got killed not long ago. Another cop got stabbed in the neck with a needle 2 doors down. I mean, this, think every house on the street's been robbed but mine, but I think that's because we're the armed individuals. So I don't know. But I've been investigated for murder over here because of this crap. So I could use insurance, so, but unfortunately, Cuomo doesn't think it's a good idea for us to have anything like that. So
something about Cuomo just makes my skin crawl.
I guess it was a suit with NRA and something, and then the banks turned on the companies, and now USCCA is wrapped up in it, and it's just more crap. So.
Well, the NRA wasn't really doing anybody any favors. I think it was just a puppet show with them. It was WWE Raw,
Yeah.
All they did was compromise for years and just get people's hopes up. And it's like, throw some more money at us. We'll take them on. And they're like, hey, look, we compromised. It's like, stop settling and win something. Yeah.
Hold on.
That's why I quit my my NRA subscription.
We don't even need it. These days, with modern day crowdfunding, what the fuck do we need these people for? We could hire our own fucking attorneys.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I feel comfortable with the USCCA. I've been with them for.
Okay with them, but what I'm saying is those lobbyist groups, fuck it, they're kind of obsolete. Why not just fucking directly hire an attorney and crowdfund that shit?
Yeah. Screw Wayne LaPierre. I do not like that
I
guy.
agree with that.
Screw him.
Look,
Argue
if
that.
we can fund a fucking out of work cop's fucking life for the next 3 to 5 years by crowdfunding them in like under 3 days, we could hire a damn attorney as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
I agree.
Definitely.
We could, but I don't know. I haven't had best luck with
Second
attorneys,
Amendment
so
Foundation's
they
done
seem to get paid either way.
Well, trust me, a lot of these attorneys aren't. The real good ones are not ideologically driven. They're driven by money,
Mm-hmm.
meaning we can buy them.
Yeah, but they
Like
usually get paid either way.
prostitutes.
So attorneys are great in telling you got a case until you're broke.
Oh yeah, they'll drain you. They'll just drain you.
Yep.
Like Gun Owners America, I really like Second Amendment Foundation. I think Alan Gottlieb is a straight shooter. I mean, no, am I wrong?
Not
I don't
familiar.
know anything about much any personal about them, so and I'm a GOA guy myself, but that's simple to me.
I mean, he makes the goofy commercials, but I mean, so does everyone else. But they've actually, made some things happen. So.
Yeah, that's encouraged. My concern is, like with all this crap, people say what you want, but people make money on both sides of this stuff. Everybody acts like they don't, but gun stores, gun manufacturers, they've all had their hands dirty before. And they all like the controversy because that's what sells. So, it's almost like a treatment or a cure. You've got to make a lot more money off a treatment than a cure.
It's almost like we're getting the society that we fucking deserve.
Yeah, kind of.
Is that a Joker
our
reference?
community is screwing itself in a lot of ways, in my
Actually,
opinion.
no, it wasn't.
So obsessed.
Which Joker movie?
Joker.
Yeah.
One. In which rendition?
No, the movie Joker.
Yeah, the new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't quoting that movie, but
Okay. No, there's a scene that has been memed a lot.
I only saw the
You
movie.
get what you
like
deserve.
once.
Yeah.
No, that was at the end. You get what you
haven't
fucking
seen
deserve. Yeah. No, that was at the end of the movie, but I only saw the movie like once.
All right.
Oh, lady and gents, I've got to go. I've been working overtime the past week. 12 hours. 12 hours has not been nice to me.
All right, man. Keep paying them taxes, Sparky.
Oh, you know it, man.
All right.
Keep working so that everybody on unemployment doesn't have to.
Amen.
Know it.
All right.
Those guns don't buy themselves.
That's right.
So, y'all have a blessed evening. I'll talk to y'all later.
Take
All
it.
right.
Yeah, it
Take
sounds
care,
good, Sparky.
Sparky.
It was good to see you tonight.
All right, y'all take care.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, them strip club buffets aren't cheap.
In New York. Here says,
I tell you what, man, I damn near shit when I got that unemployment insurance, and I was like, oh my God, I've got enough money here. I could buy freaking like 5 guns if I wanted to. But I only bought one. But
Yeah, don't.
What'd you
Things are
buy?
changing, man.
what's that?
Oh, are you talking about the shotgun you just bought?
Yeah, I'm talking about the shotgun.
The one that he's been sharing all night.
Yeah, man, I know. I should probably stop doing that, but man, that thing is cool as fuck. I can't wait to get it out to the range.
Mhm.
I think everything's pretty unstable right now. I think for people to be blowing money on extra stuff, as far as firearms, things like that. If you don't have any, or you're trying to complete a system or something, I get it. But right now, I think it's a lot better to have options. We don't know what's going to happen. Job security, the bills are going to come due for all this. Everybody can say what you want, but somebody's paying for this crap.
Well,
No, it's just if you just kick the can down the road a few years, and we're gonna have hyperinflation.
Yeah,
You're
but
gonna be really fucked up. You're everything.
in the end, we're paying for this one way. There is no free lunch.
40% left. You know what I'm saying? So
Where's all the silver? I'm trying to buy silver. Nothing's in stock.
Oh, I bought it all. I'm sorry.
I can trade you some bullets.
Yeah.
That machine makes me thousands of
He's
them.
making Gray is making silver bullets for all the freaking werewolves that are roaming around, trashing and rioting in buildings.
I can trade you some Lysol. I have lots of it.
Yeah, I've got
You gotta keep things clean, man.
I've got tons of
I imagine you're probably scrubbing everything up and
for
down.
everything
Having
else,
been sick with coronavirus. Well, Irish whiskey's the best disinfectant. It's next to sunlight.
It's working pretty well. But yeah, no, I've been cleaning everything in my house just with a lot of 91% rubbing alcohol, Lysol, straight up bleach. I mean, just every surface.
You know what I find fascinating about the 70% alcohol? The slower evaporation rate. Gives you a longer saturation period.
Yeah, but like when I used to do like micro stuff on the lab bench, we just use 91 because there's like two mechanisms of action for the way that it kills things. Is one, just the simple way that it denatures proteins, but also the evaporation removal of like water and stuff that also does it. But it's mostly just the way that it disrupts the proteins, and it doesn't take very long at all. Like by the time that it, soaks in and evaporates off, that stuff's dead.
Yeah. I know for chemistry, it definitely works better than 91%.
Oh, yeah. So,
yeah, I don't leave the house without a bottle of alcohol here. But in New York, we're hit pretty heavy. So if I got to touch cash or I get handed anything, I use it. So call me what you want. But I'd rather play things safe for my family. So, yeah, I'm not an expert, and I don't trust any of this. The government, the system, anything, the way things are going. For all I know, who knows?
So it is possible to research what happens to prepare.
I was just going to say,
the Russians had to go through this when the Soviet Union fell. So I have a lot of friends that went through that as like children, from between 9 and 14 years old. So they remember everything, and I know
Whoop. Can't hear anything.
Did you get any of that?
No.
Really? My mouth was moving and nothing
Your
happened?
mouth was moving. Something about.
Okay,
No,
I know what I said though. I mean,
there's
what I was
just some kind
saying
of
was
distortion somewhere.
I still have a bunch of Russian friends that went through the fall of the Soviet Union, and all of them were between 9 and 14. So they still remember everything and how they had to survive. So I just took all their advice when I prepared.
Oh, look, we got Effie in the house.
Yeah, now we're not.
Hopefully the connection's a little bit better because she had trouble hearing some of us, and we had trouble hearing her.
I honestly think
We can hear you, Effie.
I can hear y'all. Yay!
I think poor and more rural people will be more adapted to a harder lifestyle.
I always love it when you jump in, Effie. It's kind of nice to have another lady on board.
Yeah, 2 black cats in the house.
Right?
I have a medical question for gun dogs.
I'll try to answer it.
Give me some free medical advice, okay? Because that's what you're here for, man.
You're getting billed.
If it's within my scope of practice.
So my question was, if the commie cough had started in Vegas, would it have stayed in Vegas?
Actually, probably.
Oh, okay. Just
because that place is just soaked with so much booze. It's just natural disinfectant.
That's what I was going to say.
Good answer.
I don't know. I guess what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, including commie cough.
No.
That's why.
Facebook.
Booze.
I know, right? Alcohol.
151.
Oh God, that's funny.
Yeah.
Too much alcohol. I haven't had any of that. What are y'all talking about?
Well, you need to fix it. I'm working on it.
I don't. I typically don't drink. I'll be the one that sits in the corner and watches everybody else get drunk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to say something real quick. So I have been quarantined in my house for 2 weeks. I have not left my house in 2 weeks until literally today. So I also haven't drank anything in 2 weeks because I've been sick. So yeah, I'm gonna get into this Irish whiskey.
You're gonna get a little tore up though. Drink some water.
Well,
I do actually have a
yeah.
cup. You'll see me drink it from a cup where I do have just water.
Doc's having a drink and everybody's having a drink. I guess I'll have one.
He's gonna get
medicinal whiskey.
Gonna get loaded. Why not?
Just make sure your guns are unloaded, and you'll be good.
Check and check.
Right.
I brought some things out of the safe, little things like, well, specifically very little thing, but you can see unloaded. No magazine. Little baby Browning, 25. I still think it's hysterical that this exists. Like someone at some point in history thought that this would be sufficient for self-defense.
Oh yeah.
This was like
loaded guns or
it was
paperweights.
accepted. Like
That's so cute.
I got more.
Isn't it?
Time would say, "Oh yeah, you should carry one."
It's tiny.
I think my cat could handle it.
Yeah.
Tiny guns aren't normally fun to shoot.
Yeah, that thing is painful.
Is it a 25 ACP?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's only painful. Like the recoil is really not bad. It's a little snappy, but it's impossible to get that thing into your hand properly. Yeah. So, like the slide bite is just guaranteed. It is going to somehow. That slide is going to ride up and hit you right in the.
Especially if you got a big fucking mitt.
It looks tiny. It looks like a little toy in your hand.
Yeah.
No.
Now, I don't know if you're a big dude, but just.
I have big hands. I wear size 8 gloves.
You do have big hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know my hands are extra.
You know what? I think glove wasn't too bad. Like I knew some docs that were like an 8.5. Like some of these big guys. Some of them were big. Like the orthodox, these guys were probably like a gray area. They're like 6'5", 6'6", or big guys. But they had to be to move people around.
Those guys got.
Now, is it common for women to pay attention to man's hand size?
Well, he and I both. He's a physician, and I used to be a scrub nurse, and so
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
Yeah, we both worked in an operating room setting, and there's different sizes for different gloves.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the specific numbers because I know that she would know what that meant.
I wore
8.5 over.
Yeah, I wore a 6.5 glove. So.
Yeah, it's this standard like almost smallest, not quite smallest, but they make smaller. But yeah.
Yeah, they do. I think the smallest I think we had was a 6. Yeah. But I wore the non-latex gloves because I developed a latex allergy after wearing the.
These barely fit. They're so fucking tight and they're XLs.
Yeah. Oh man.
I get the ones from like Lowe's. I can't remember the name of them now. But there's like a spider on the box. They work pretty well. They're expensive, but they're great gloves for anything serious, mechanic work or
so hard to
getting real dirty.
Extra large gloves though, it's like annoying. I have to order them. Either that or I'll get like the fucking like the rubber gloves for the fucking chemist, and I was like, wow, they fit me like regular gloves.
I've got a couple pairs of the. I got these like surplus, like huge, go all the way down to your elbow. I think they're from Chemical Corps or something. I don't know. Just
yeah, because I know with some hazmat stuff, so that's why I have them.
Okay, I have one more medical question. Anybody can take this one. Doesn't have to be the doc there.
Cool. I can defer it.
This is true story. Yesterday, I was talking about it in the chat. I was at the bank with my roommate, and it was Friday afternoon, so there's a lot of people in the parking lot trying to go through the drive-through because social distancing. And there was like those theater ropes around the front door and signs all over the door about how you had to call in to make an appointment and wear a mask, and they let you in one at a time. And I had just dropped off my roommate's car at the shop. This is a long story, long for no reason. Anyway, didn't have masks because we left him in her car and not my car. So I just had flipping enough at that point, and I screamed at the top of my lungs to nobody in particular that there are too many commies living in America. And There was probably like 24 people in general within earshot of me at that point. But the guy closest to me was in a big old truck with open windows and it had Trump all over it. So I thought I was pretty cool with him. But my roommate almost died right next to me. She was trying to dig a hole in the ground to bury herself from embarrassment. She's like, "Oh my GAWD," and I was like, "Honey, you know me." But the point being, the medical question is there something wrong with me, or is it everybody else?
It's everybody else.
Thank you.
I would state my uneducated opinion that there's something's wrong with all of us to a point. I don't think anybody's perfect, but yeah.
Hey, it's not what you're damaged. It's how
that's all. Yeah, and that's all a matter of opinion as far as yeah. If
So,
something
New York, do you think
wrong.
I'm having an allergic reaction to all the communism? Is this a medical situation?
Happen.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You need a man.
That's good.
This is the kind of mask you need.
And I'm really disappointed with this apocalypse because there's still no zombies. And I got this really big sledgehammer, and I'm ready to go down to the graveyard for the biggest game of whack-a-mole ever.
Hell
But
yeah.
it ain't happened yet.
Things are a matter of perception. You could some could say there's a lot of zombies out there, but
Yeah, there are a lot of zombies out there right now, and they're sacking all the cities.
I call them NPCs, but maybe that's just me.
Oh my God, that was
Well,
great.
it's true. Like I analyzed their thought process. Like I spent like maybe
What thought process?
around a bunch of them. I thought about like neoliberal leftist college fucking professor assholes. I hung out in an experiment with them for a couple weeks. They're fucking deranged. They are disconnected from reality.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally think certain people are expendable. I'm like, holy shit right now. Is it just me or do I feel like a 1930s Jew going, I better get the fuck out of here?
Yeah.
So they find out what team do you play for? Hey, buddy,
Honestly,
I don't know. Is it the Cox or the Beavers?
Well, that was how I felt in LA when everything started, like being around all these rabid people as somebody who's on the more conservative side. It did feel kind of like being Jewish in 1930s Germany. Like, oh God, I hope they don't notice.
It's even affecting the animals.
Because then you get to really hear what they think when you just stay neutral. Just you're literally gray.
I straight up lost friends over being neutral or being unresponsive or
because like
unresponsive to their taste to Trump winning the election.
Well, they got pissed too. Like we did an experiment. We were doing a simulation of Congress, and like they'd get weirded out if you didn't propose something that involved some sort of bondage on people.
What?
Makes you
like it's something to inhibit people further and to make shit more complicated. And then I realized why they're making shit complicated. Is because it makes the mental gymnastics easier, and then the outcomes can be divined however they require them to be divined.
Or it just makes it easier for them to gaslight you.
Yeah.
Basically.
And then it's also like, even if you explain something, they use these weird diversionary tactics that are all uniform, and it's noticeable amongst all of them. Plus, they have the same idiosyncrasies. It's bizarre. It's literally like dealing with an actual NPC.
Yeah, named Karen.
I wish I was kidding, but I don't know any other way to put it. It was just fucking weird.
Yeah.
How's the Doc's drink going along? He disappear? He make it? He drink it?
Just for a second.
Mine.
Politely, off camera.
Yeah. No, I just needed to check some other things on the monitor. That's over to my side.
Welcome to Seizure.
Gray area.
Finish my drink. I've got a little captain in me, so I can stand, put one leg on the chair or something.
There you go. Is that better?
Indeed.
That's what Santa Claus does in the summer.
Didn't we talk
the only
about
one there on camera without a hat?
last week wanting to follow rules instead of understanding the difference between rules and laws.
That's a head covering.
I love that hat. Where did you get it?
This is not very.
I'm gonna. No, I seriously want to get something like that for work. Last year I went to work and
the camera doesn't
there
show.
was an ugly sweater contest, but I ended up topping it off with this really ugly ass hat. It was like an upside down hat of Santa's legs sticking up out of my head. And the president of the company gave me a really, really sizable gift card for that. So that looks like it would win me some competitions next year or this year.
You know, I've actually gone to the grocery store like this, wearing a bandana over my face. just to do it, just to fuck with people. I mean, what else are you going to do when you're bored?
I did go to the grocery store wearing the skull mask and like full aviators, so no one can see my entire face. Just go in there, shop, buy beer.
Oh, it gets worse.
If you really want to freak people out, do that. Wear the mask and your aviators, and then put your hoodie over your head.
And
not only that, but be in the aisles and just kind of be looking over your shoulder at people, just do weird shit that freaks people out. See how they react.
Oh man.
Yeah, Eric, I'm pretty stoked about that too.
I'm a terrible person.
Trying to incite a riot. Jesus Christ. No, I just thought it was hysterical though. But I have a mask that covers my entire face, sunglasses. I mean, like, this is something that if I had walked into a bank, they would have automatically hit the silent alarm. But now it's just totally normal. You can do that. And I imagine there's probably a whole bunch of teenagers now who are like fake IDs or whatever that are just, or stolen IDs that are just using them with no consequence because their complete faces are covered.
Could this be part of the plan?
I
no
wish
accountability.
The mask wearing thing would have been a thing last year. I'm just saying. And it's because, okay, like I don't drink often, but occasionally I'll buy, a bottle of wine or something like that. And last year I had braces. And so I was getting carded left and right because that's funny. But I would have completely not had an issue if I would have had to wear a mask last year.
Yep.
I wouldn't have a problem wearing one if I had to rob a bank.
So you in the line then?
It's harder to rob a bank.
I just feel like the Democrats have finally achieved the emergence of communism and Islam that they've been trying to wedge together so awkwardly in the last few years, and now we're having secular burqas, and we're all having to.
Yeah. No, you know what, Effie? No, I completely agree. And the video of that woman who was accosted in the grocery store for not wearing a mask, it kind of made me think of the way a woman would be accosted in the Middle East for not wearing a burqa.
Amen.
It's not kidding.
Wearing secular burqas. Enjoy, y'all.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
Only you guys have to wear them too. So I guess it's not completely.
Oddly enough, they never bitch at me.
Well, did that chick get beaten in public?
Honest, I think anybody's halfway
stoned to death, outcast by her family. A little bit of a difference.
It's just because I know how to usually trick people.
This is my secular burqa.
Well,
you know what?
There's something different about you.
Reminds me of an operating room setting with the hat and the mask on.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I always saw my colleagues be. And it was funny because then we would walk out without our masks and our hats on and not recognize each other at all. That was what it was like working in an operating room.
I don't know why the theme song from MASH is playing in my head right now.
Got a question again for the doc. I'm sure
I don't know if suicide is painless.
Obviously the gun controversy and this and that, how the big push on firearms, getting things out of people's hands. What's your take on medical malpractice? Because I'm sure you're probably aware, but medical malpractice kills over 250,000 Americans every year in the U.S.
Percentage.
Do you think that's you know, what's your opinion on that? Obviously, everybody screws up. I mean, a doctor, anybody, you know, can make a mistake. But some of these horrible stories where you hear about, you know, people, instruments being left in the people and stuff like that. I mean, do you see a lot of things like this? Is it negligent on the doctor's part? Is it, you know, does it get blamed on the doctor a lot of times, but it could be somebody else? You know, what's the scoop? And I don't think you've said where you work, but do hospitals try to, you know, cover things up, pay things off? Do a lot of things happen that we don't hear about in the public?
You're asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, that was layered. Dude.
That drink's kicking in, bro.
With any organization that has a motive to cover things up, cover things up.
Yeah, of course.
Now,
I know the answer to that.
Reporting requirements and all of their stuff, and we, you know, things get reported. The whole medical mal thing, it's not just doctors, of course. It's anyone that makes a mistake. And so, not that I'm trying to like pass the buck or anything, but I'm just saying mistakes happen at all points on.
Yes, they do, and I totally agree.
Miscommunication between pharmacy and nursing. Nursing misunderstands how this drug is supposed to be delivered. The doctor writes the wrong dose. You know, the person in pharmacy can't read the doctor's handwriting, or, you know, just doesn't double check the fact that I could say if it's electronic, the doctor put the decimal point in the wrong place. Oops. You know, stuff like that happens. I mean, there's a myriad different ways. And yes, it's unfortunate. It's something that, and this is the biggest thing, is that it's something that, one, we're all very much aware of in the medical community, and that there are a lot of different ways that we're trying to improve it constantly. Every hospital has its own board that deals with this kind of stuff. There's any number of different journals and things that talk about like medical improvements and how we can, you know, improve patient outcomes and prevent these sort of errors. A big part of residency is, you sometimes make mistakes and you got to learn from them, and people above you ideally catch you before those mistakes hurt patients. But, you know, things happen. And then there's times where there's just gross negligence. And that's why we have, you know, review boards and stuff in medicine, that, you know, we have licenses, and those things have to come up for review every number of years. My computer's trying to restart. Don't do that. And so there is basically within that, of course, it's always bad that we have a lot of people dying from what would be ostensibly preventable things. But there's a mechanism for trying to fix this. So it's not exactly the same thing, and whatever. Now, in terms of other deaths, 450,000 people die of smoking every year. What is it? 800,000 from heart disease.
Yeah, heart disease is number one. Lung cancer, I believe, is
driving,
cancer in general.
You know, driving and
malpractice.
Gun deaths are almost always, just nearly the same. I don't find any of these numbers really that satisfying. I don't like to compare them because there's so much different about them. You know, I can talk all about the med mal and all that kind of stuff, those numbers, and dissect them. And the more that I do that, it's just going to make it more and more incomparable to gun deaths, because, you know, most people right now, they just see gun deaths and 35,000, and they think that means 35,000 people were murdered in the street like they saw on a Law and Order episode.
Correct. They don't take account for being shot by a police officer or suicide or things like us, that.
We're going to take that number. We're going to go, okay, boom, cut it down to half for suicides. Then we're going to take the homicide thing. Then we're going to start dissecting. Unless you do like that for all of these different things, you don't see how different they are. It's all incomparable. It's not really that useful, except for the fact that when people say, you know, 30,000, and then they just go with the number and go, oh, that's an insane number. And then you can use, of course, gross numbers of other things like med mal or heart disease, smoking, etc., and use that to say, well, your emotional reaction to this number is not really justified because there's these other things that are multitudes worse that you don't have that emotional reaction to. And that should be the thing that just gets people to the table, and then you can take that 35,000 or whatever number and start talking to them about it. How do they break it down? And what does it actually mean? We all like to speak in like little sound bites because that's just the way that our media works. But if you have the opportunity to actually talk to somebody about this kind of stuff, that's a really good way of, kind of disarming the emotional side of it and just saying, like, okay, let's break down this number.
Cool. Well, I think that was a good representation of the doctor world there for the people out there.
And I think
I was just curious.
The correct context, but
malpractice is a blanket.
Errors.
So human errors happen.
Yeah.
Now, are boob jobs safe nowadays? I'm sorry, I just got to ask because I understand you got to take things in for a tune-up and all this stuff. And is it really worth it?
It depends. I guess it depends on the implant.
I
worked with some plastic surgeons, so they had like solid silicone. I think they were doing saline at the time that I was scrubbing, but then they ended up going back to the liquid silicone after a while.
What would be a reasonable price for something like that? If I wanted to get boobs and caress them to myself every night.
Probably
not that I do.
Probably $15,000 to $20,000 depending on the size. If you're a man.
Oh, okay. So different. No, not a man.
Probably,
give me a woman's price because that's not happening.
I'm just going to give you a prescription for estrogen.
Yeah.
There you go.
You'll just grow tits on your own.
Cheater.
You can just eat soy.
I'm just curious.
By the way, estrogen is a hell of a hormone. You will be so bitchy.
Yeah, well, no, I'm thinking like a single guy. I mean, if you're gonna date a chick that's got a boob job, how much are you gonna end up paying on that later? Is what I'm questioning. So I understand things for because, like, if you were in an accident, burned or whatever.
Well, and I also want you to
you're just paying for fun.
I want you to bear in mind that a woman who's had a boob job, she's going to have those implants replaced every 10 to 15 years because they break down.
Right.
So it's an ongoing thing. But then if you remove the implant, her boobs are all stretched out and stuff like that. Because, like, I knew a patient that had, I think it was like 800 milliliters or something like that in each breast, and her boyfriend was complaining about it. Like, he didn't think they were big enough, and she was complaining to me about it. And she's like, I think I need bigger new implants. And I'm like, girl, I think you need a new boyfriend. I'm just saying, but
yeah, her being a hunchback at 65 probably won't be
they looked
sexy either.
How many milliliters how does that work for cup size? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, I don't know how many milliliters I'm carrying already.
Well, I mean, it's on top of existing breast tissue that she has. It's definitely more than a handful.
I mean, when you buy a bra, it doesn't say how many milliliters on there.
Cheshire.
These are not numbers I understand.
Yes.
Okay, so in the OR, you get like a liter of saline in a bottle. It'll be like 4 by 4 or so, and that's a liter. So if you just take off the neck, it's about that big. So about like that, like a really, really big
melon,
fruit cantaloupe, a cantaloupe. It'd probably be
10-year-old's head.
Would you say like a honeydew melon or something like that? Because when we got done with this woman, her boobs were like huge. Like, you couldn't miss them. They were so big.
That's the thing. That's the implant.
That's their idea.
That's 800. That's the implant, and then you've got skin and tissue, everything else on top of it. That's enormous.
That's probably nice at 30, but probably pretty bad at 65.
Oh, at that point, it's at your knees.
Well, if you remove them, it'll definitely be like, what's that movie? Big Mama's House, I was walking and I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and I looked down and I was standing on my titty.
Damn.
Now, are they going to come out with something that you can just kind of pump up, almost like the beer bra that you can just, throw a bottle of wine in each boob?
As far as
they're going to have something you can just, the boss is in today.
So when I was a resident, I did a bunch of mastectomies, and we'd they'd want reconstruction afterwards. And so that'd be a cooperative surgery between general surgery and plastics. And I would watch sometimes the plastics, occasionally get to scrub in for those, but really didn't do a lot of those. But after we'd be doing our job, they'd put in tissue expanders, which really are, they'd progressively inflate them over the course of weeks. So the person would have to come into the office and they'd stick a needle through their skin into it and pump it up a little bit and just kept stretching it out so that they could eventually take an implant underneath, I think it was the pec minor.
Well, and it's funny because I scrubbed all of that. Like I scrubbed the general part and then I scrubbed the part where the plastics came in and put the tissue expanders in.
That kind of sucks for you. At least I was nice. Like, it was fun. I just do my job and then just go.
The worst case,
I'm out.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what though? I mean, if you would have been a resident at the time, some of those as they went, I had some of the medical students that were kindly enough to play tic-tac-toe with me on my Mayo station. I would have one that I was familiar with that I would scrub with quite often, especially on Whipples, and some of those Whipples were long ass cases, and so I'd have these guys come in and I'd have a sterile pen on my Mayo stand, and they would just pick up the pen and start the tic-tac-toe game, and by the end it was just like covered.
For people that don't know, a Whipple is called a pancreaticoduodenectomy. So you're basically, it's for people with a pancreatic cancer in the head of the pancreas, and you're going to be cutting that in half. You're going to be taking some of the stomach off. You're just basically everything in that area. You're just dissecting and removing out, and then having to take the intestine and hook it back up to the liver and to the stomach and to the pancreas. And it is a hell of an operation. I know a guy, he was the worst person in the world, but he was the best person at Whipples I've ever even heard of. And he could do them in 5 hours. And that is a just blindingly fast time. It's not uncommon for these things to go 8 hours or more.
Well, and I've got some story. I've got a story about a particularly nasty one, but I'm not going to share it on a live stream. I'll share it back.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't.
I think that people should stay away from medical stuff altogether. An apple a day keeps a doctor away if you aim it well enough.
Or beer.
Get my leg put back on.
Or like 12.
Take a bunch
I can agree with her. I honestly can agree with her. Most of my peers, I could state, go through the medical system pretty heavily. All go in for their checkups, this and that. Everybody's on a pill for something, and then they need more pills for something else.
Everybody gets sick eventually. There was
one
doctor I used to work with. He said, "Everybody's going to die from cancer. It's a matter of what kind."
Yeah. Trying to eat healthy and be productive. I've avoided a lot of things that other people, don't. So I think there is something to that where, kind of, if you can skip the system. I mean, it's good to get a checkup every once in a while. Obviously, if there's something serious, go get it looked at. But I think, taking a pill for everything isn't doing yourself any favors.
I'll be honest, I haven't been to the doctor in over 12 years. Easy.
I haven't even.
That brings me to another question for the doc.
22 years.
Natural medicine.
22.
Right. So, one, in terms of preventive medicine, getting a checkup, especially every, say, couple years, I think they recommend every year, but just getting a checkup just so you can find out how you're doing in terms of your blood pressure, because I bet most of y'all don't have, sphygmomanometers at home. Maybe you do.
I'm good.
Just get all your vitals, basically. Get your blood work done. Check out how your cholesterol's doing. And even if, this is the thing, prescriptions, you don't have to fill them. Now, in most cases and I'm just assuming other doctors are like me, if I were to prescribe something, I really want you to take it because I think you really need it. But if there's things like, say, you have high cholesterol, hypertension, pre-diabetes, not quite diabetes, but pre-diabetes, and you think that you can modify your risk factors for these with diet and exercise, which you absolutely can, go for it. Really, do it. Now, if you have really excessively bad hypertension, like you come into the office and you're like, yeah, I'm just 210 over 100, and I give you medications, please take it because, you're risking stroking out at any moment. But I think that more than anything, And yes, there are a lot of docs, especially, the standard doc in the box sort of thing, where people come in, they just look at this paper, the numbers say this, so prescription, and it's just formulaic. The most important thing that you can do is really just take care of yourself on a day-to-day basis with diet and exercise. And it's the lamest advice ever, but it's what actually works. That's basically it. You don't have to take all these medicines if you just work on fixing the underlying problem.
Yeah, I agree with that. What's your take on natural medicine?
Certain ones will need medicine.
Guess what? His name is Trigger, too.
Squeeze the trigger.
That dude, actually, he squeezes me. He's a big freaking dog. He's damn near 100 pounds.
I think if you're a serious prepper, you should actually have a bit of medical equipment. Preventative medicine should be part of your routine, and you should care about these things and have, like you were saying, New York, some natural kinds of solutions already in your home if you're serious.
I totally agree. Even if you yourself don't know how to use it, you may be lucky enough to come across a gun doc in your travels. So, yeah.
True.
You could always, some things you can learn. So I recommend people check out like CLS training. You can find books from the military and stuff, but that's good stuff to keep people alive to get to somebody like the gun doc.
Is that like field medical training?
Combat life-saving skills. Down to keeping a lung going with a piece of cellophane and some tape and things like that. Basically, just to keep people, stable to get them to somebody else.
Recently I've been investing in a lot more of the medical. I've got the quick clots. I've bought more of the
but as a doc would tell you, I'm sure there's a difference on, a lot of people think you gotta, like he was stating before, you gotta dig in and pull every bullet out, but you don't. I mean, there's a difference, and people should understand their limits when you're dealing with life and death. So
the number one thing that you need to do, number one thing you need is knowledge. It's not any particular
knowledge is power.
Yeah, it's not.
You don't have to know everything, but you gotta have sources to get information. Definitely. Nobody knows everything.
Practice what you can.
It's very go find an ACLS and ATLS book, just the standard training stuff that like the Red Cross puts out. C for cardiac, T for trauma. These are not that thick books. You can read through them if you know a little basic anatomy. It's not going to be tough to digest, and it'll just stepwise. They just run through. These are the algorithms. This is how you do it. You see a patient with this, you go to this step, go to this step, go to this. If you read through that stuff and just keep it in your head, just at a basic level, it will help you so much.
Did you ever consider making a book, gun doc? I could. I don't know. Survival for Dummies or something like that. The Survival Prepper's Guide or something. I don't know. Put some fancy name on it. You get an extra $10.
If I thought to do that, then it means that it's already been done by other people.
That's true. But
maybe so, but that doesn't mean that everybody knows it. I mean,
and your take may be somebody might interpret yours better than somebody else's. So.
New York is 100% right. Yeah, that's what I do. Dangerous Freedom knows I make books and sell them, and that's part of what I do. New York, you're right. It's a different take on it, on the subject. You just come up with an interesting title and say it your way, and you'd be surprised. You can find your audience out there. I'm working up my 5th book right now as a prepping book.
And he's able to connect with us basic schleps. I'm pretty sure that he could definitely write a book that's digestible by your average person.
I'm writing
something
a book
as simple as
pets.
gunshot wounds for dummies or something. Because I mean, technically, it's happening more and more. I mean, maybe not statistically everywhere, but especially in urban areas, it's happening more and more.
Yeah.
A big thing that's been pushed by the medical establishment and whatever, and I mean this in a good way, has been a thing called Stop the Bleed. Like,
Yeah.
We are not hoarders, damn it. I hate
Eric.
it when people call us hoarders. Man, I have been stocking up on my preps for fucking years. You can't call me a hoarder.
Here's my joke. I can
Do
still
you
walk
rotate?
straight
If
line.
you don't rotate, you're a hoarder.
It's all perception.
I do rotate. Great. Like,
I've
what?
done crazy stuff like remove my own teeth before. Not saying you should, but I've done a lot of things that I found out later probably wasn't the brightest idea because
What
I'm
was the
cheap.
best
So.
way to do it? Do you just take a pair of pliers and wiggle it out, or do you take like
No, I used actually a glass marble and a flat eraser and bit down until it split apart and then picked the pieces out.
Oh, God,
dude.
damn it.
But why?
So when I was a medical student, I had the opportunity. I was working in the trauma bay as a suture tech. It was a good time. One of these ear, nose, and throat doctors, and it was a maxillofacial surgeon. That's what he was. He was a resident in maxillofacial surgery. I was like, hey, I got a tooth extraction over here. You want to do it? And I'm like, sure, because in medical school, you don't do anything with teeth at all. So this guy gave me opportunity. I was like, awesome. So ran over there, and he had this guy laid out and sitting there, and he just introduced him, to me, and then just said, okay. And he just stood there. And I just kind of looked at him, looked at the patient. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to give the patient any, I don't know what I'm doing. But that's literally all he said to me. I don't have any experience pulling teeth. I don't even know what he wants me to pull. And I realized later he did this just simply to make me sweat, which really worked. Sat there like,
it's so funny because well, that was something that I scrubbed too, but the extractions that we would do were on people that couldn't be extracted in an office because they were like 800 pounds. So I had to bring them into the operating room and extract their teeth there. And then another one that I scrubbed quite a bit were Lafort osteotomies. Those are really, really gnarly.
Lineman.
The last tooth I had pulled professionally, the guy ran out of the room with it after struggling for quite a while, and then was showing it off to everybody in the office.
You took a victory lap with your tooth.
He did. He just took off. I'm like, well, what's going on? I'm still stuck there, my mouth open, drool and stuff adding up. I'm like, what the, And then they came back in and asked if they can keep my tooth. And I was like, yeah, like I figured you guys kept it anyway. Apparently I have. I don't know what it is, but my teeth aren't meant to come out. Apparently, most people kind of fork down and Y in towards each other. Mine Y out, so they basically got to be cut and pulled one side at another. So the guy had a hell of a time. So, and I get people laughing at me because on the way home I stopped to pick up a Big Mac. So. But, yeah, I had to change my shirt by the time I got home. It wasn't pretty, but
I bet.
Yeah, that shit pulling that son of a bitch probably tore you up, man.
Oh yeah, it was rough, but I got used to dealing with tooth pain for a long time and stuff. So it wasn't an issue. So, but it was, but you get tolerant to things after a while. So unfortunately, I had an issue with a few molars and.
It pulled my tooth.
If you ever get a limb reattached, holy shit, nerve graft, not fun.
I scrubbed one of those too. It was a guy. No, it was a guy that got dropped into a hay baler.
Oh,
I like
What?
There were like 4 teeth working on him. I was one of them.
A hay
I
baler?
I was on the vascular team that was reattaching one of his arms.
Yeah, part of me ejected.
Vascular surgeon I worked with was a cool guy. I really enjoyed working with him.
I'm traumatized now. Thank you.
Guys, I'm holding in so many stories, but I understand I don't want to do this to you guys.
Oh, Linda, what are you upset about?
No, that's okay. Well, you won't traumatize me with your stories because I'll probably have another one to be like, oh, this happened.
Well, no, I
don't get them started.
It wasn't pretty, so the surgeons just did an amazing job, is all I can say. All things considered, they look pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's switch away from medical stuff because otherwise I'll start talking about degloving injuries. And let's
wait, during the 4th of July when people roll into the emergency room having blown their fingers off with firecrackers.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, great.
I'm more interested in the weird things you find inside of people.
Oh, I got stories about that.
Oh, I mean, how many times can the same guy slip, you know?
Yeah, we're still alive and well, PDX.
Well, I won't talk about the things that we have found inside orifices. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, you mean like gerbils?
I've heard stories about it, but I've never run into it. But
I was watching.
Have you ever wondered if you're part of the fetish, just getting somebody to go fishing?
I don't know. I watch Family Feud reruns, and I like to watch some of the best of. And one of my favorites is like, what's one of the most popular? What's something the doctor pulls out of somebody, and the chick hits the buzzer, and she's all like, a gerbil.
Gerbils.
Steve Harvey is just like, what? and the guy across from her is just laughing his ass off.
There was a story from one of the physicians I worked with about somebody that came in that had a gerbil, and the gerbil had eaten a hole in the guy's rectum.
Yo, you do turn those people in, right? To like PETA or something like that, because that's some abusive shit, man. Like,
I did not handle that area, but I wasn't a scrub on any of those. I just heard the stories about that and other things like jars of things. They're
like that type of stuff. You should just post that in the newspaper so all the pet shops know. Yeah.
Like things like peanut butter jars and whatever that people have inserted in places. Like the one that I personally ran across was a can of Pepsi.
Oh wow, the Pepsi challenge, eh?
It was a whole other twist on it, that's for sure.
A guy or a girl?
Because the one I saw was a twist off.
Oh shit! The one that we extracted was a can.
Was it a guy or?
You better hope they don't live on a dirt road on the way to the hospital.
It was stuck up there so far that they had to open him and push it out.
What was
They
it,
were
a guy or a
trying
girl?
to just go in rectally, but they couldn't get it, so they tried to they had to go in and actually they had to open him and actually push it out that way.
Was it a guy?
So when does that become insurance fraud? People just using the insurance money to get off there.
I don't know what the guy's circumstances
No
were.
idea.
What he was thinking. All I know is what I saw.
Oh man,
Lola. Guy, always a guy.
Lola.
Always.
Loving this chat, aren't you, Dangerous?
Yeah, it was Matt. It was a guy. Yeah, oh man, you've actually a guy with a. Oh God.
Yeah,
Somebody's traumatized.
Luckily, I don't do that anymore. I don't even go to the operating room anymore. But the last one that I did was, because Gen Surge, we get called in from the ER, and it's because we can't get this out. So you guys got to go. You got to X-lap this dude and try and take it out the front. Yeah, we did.
Right. Well.
So, yeah. And Eric was talking about
this should be interesting.
Having steel-toed boots and the dangers that are with that. It's steel-toed boots. They're great until you get something that lands on them that is way above the ability of the steel to stand force, and then it transfers steel to your toes.
Yep, it takes toes. Yep.
Yeah.
I've never seen a case like that.
I've seen a bunch in
They suck in the winter too because they kind of draw the cold in. I recommend the plastic ones nowadays. But
so in Memphis, especially, we've got a huge FedEx hub, and so you've got tons of forklifts going back and forth. And I've just seen people with their feet run over by forklifts a lot, and it tends to just rip the skin off. But if you have steel-toed boots on, it will do that, and sometimes just take the toes straight with them. So that's the most graphic as I want to get tonight. Can we please change subjects again?
Oh yeah.
That would tick me off. Losing my toe
you
with
guys-
steel toe
I'll just
boots.
monopolize the conversation on medical weird gross. Let's talk about.
Can we go back to social, political crap?
Well, I want to give the name of my latest book. It's called "Preparing Your Pets for the Apocalypse and Other Fun Recipes."
Oh, really? No, I like that. That's
Yeah.
actually
So
really
what
good.
is it?
Prepare them with rosemary.
So is
Yeah,
this like
rosemary's the
that we
best.
run out of food and have to
Thyme
eat
as well.
pets?
I use a lot of basil as well. I saw a horse running down the street going, "The end is nay." It's affecting the pets, y'all. We got to deal with it. I'm disappointed about the lack of zombies. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, here. Let me. Since we got all these cats on here, let me show you Smokey. Come here, Smokey. Come here, Smokey cat. Oh.
So where are we meeting up when everything goes Mad Max by next week?
Not Memphis.
Oh, look at that.
Well, you gonna buy us a private island, Doc?
Again, I'm a rural doctor, so no.
No, we're gonna find our own bunker.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Come on.
You know, that would be nice. If I
Every
had
bunker can be taken. Every
I'm
bunker
telling you,
can be
if
taken.
I ever won the lottery, I would like literally buy like, you know, a couple hundred acres, as much as I could buy, and I would put houses, I would put farmland, I'd put ranch. I mean, I would have this thing decked out so we could survive almost a nuclear winter. Yeah. When will there you go, Patriot. When will the real Whiskey Alfa Romeo? I don't think it's going to be civil though, Patriot. I don't think it's going to be so much person on person. I mean, we'll see a little bit of that. I think mostly it's going to be people like us against the government, the corrupt government, the overreaching government, the tyrannical government. I think we're going to see more of a revolution than a civil war. I think it's going to be more like R2 than it will be a civil war, to be honest.
I might be a little too black-pilled because I think that there's more. I think it's more likely that we're just going to get a straight-up collapse without any sort of shooting war than we would get an actual civil war.
I'm trying to agree.
I look at the way that everything is just completely falling apart, and it's falling apart in a way that could be fixed, but there are actors who benefit from it not being fixed. And it just makes me really pessimistic. I look at it and go, they're not going to stop this. No.
I think they're trying to make it happen.
They are. They absolutely are.
They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need to stop it because they have something to gain.
Does anybody in this chat think that they're not doing this on purpose?
Doubtful. But
yeah, it's absolutely on purpose.
I mean, do you really think that it's just sheer incompetence that they're doing this? It's not. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing. There's no mistake.
Like, I don't think like there was some deep underground, military base where they had a big circular light like Dr. Strangelove, and they all just sat around and said, this is the plan and we'll do it on this day. No, it's just simply that everyone's looking at it and going, how can I benefit from this?
Yeah.
More chaos. And that's what they're letting happen. So it's just this reciprocal nature of, while it's just spiraling down into just a shit show. I mean, it's just catastrophe.
Well, and I think the fall of the United States will end up going down in history books as one of the biggest cases of political malpractice in recorded history.
It's because everybody is jealous of us. Because America, we have been, next to Rome, we have been one of the longest standing republics ever. And they are just determined to bring us down. But there are still enough fighters. There are still the 3% that are out there ready. And you know what? you'd be surprised what a small group of people can do. And it's not just the 3%. The 3% was actually the amount of people that fought along with the veterans. See,
I don't think people are jealous. I think, a lot of people have somewhat good reason to be pissed off.
We've got so many
that are heavy-handed sometimes, but that's just my opinion. But I think this is totally different. I think here we're ripping ourselves apart from within.
They're trying
with encouragement. So, which again gives the government an excuse to unleash more restrictions and this and that.
Could you imagine what would have happened? Could you imagine what would have happened if the United States had not intervened with the rise of Nazi Germany and the rise of Soviet Russia?
I don't want to.
Right, with Kalergi plan, yes.
With that, I can agree. In some cases, yes, it's good, but in other cases, I don't think what we've done is good. And I'm a service member, so whatever.
Bad actors that have infiltrated our government.
No, I just don't think it's right for in a lot of ways. In my opinion, we go to our neighbor's house and say you're going to do things this way and deal with this currency and do this, or you're that's it. And then when they say no, and we ask politely, then we send the CIA and people in, and then we start working against them, and then we create a coup.
Well, what makes
we guard opium places. We change cultures from it was different, yes, but some people like to be different. And now we've changed some cultures basically into a bunch of dope fiends. So. I think people have the right to do what they want to do, even if it's different than us. They can stand up and fight for themselves. We weren't supposed to be the world's army, in my opinion. But
no, we're supposed to be our own army.
We weren't supposed to be what we ended up being, and
the reason that's where I don't think
the reason why Nazi Germany and
violence
the Soviet
begets
Union
violence
fell and didn't. I understand that, but the reason why. The reason why Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union fell was because of United States intervention.
Correct.
Could you imagine what would have happened if the United
Like I said, I agree in some cases, but now everything's a campaign.
Hitler would have totalized Europe. He would have totalized it if we had not intervened.
Like I said, in that case, I agree, but in some other cases, I don't necessarily agree. So whether financially it needed to be that way for the facade to stay the same in America or not.
And if you're going to sit here and tell me that a lot of these other countries have not been engaged in any kind of backwater or, black ops espionage against the United States either, you're out of your mind.
No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is we're people as well as other people. A lot of people think we're like the best thing since sliced bread. We're all humans. Okay, governments are different and this and that.
We are the most advanced and we are the best civilization that has ever arisen.
Well,
with all of its faults.
Yeah, we are. Cheshire, you're right to an extent, but right now we are infiltrated by corrupt assholes that would sell us. They are selling us down the river. They're totally selling us down the river. It's up to us to stand up to them. And
but
say
the
kind
of vibe that I'm getting from New York Outcasts is that we have somehow brought the demise of the Republic onto ourselves.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, what's going on right now, I think is all internal. But I'm saying, in some places, people do have a reason to dislike us, whether you want to think so or not.
It has to do that communism was never squelched, even though the Soviet Union fell. It took hold in communist China when Mao murdered 100 million of his own people and installed communism there. It just basically shifted countries is what it did. And so when people, it's really interesting when people talk about Trump being a Russian asset, and it's these communists that are talking about Trump being a Russian asset when they don't understand that a lot of the turmoil and stuff between the United States and the Soviet Union had to do with communism.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Gundox.
Hey.
So gray area.
We see you.
Yeah.
Who bankrolled the rise of the communists in China?
I don't think communism ever left our country, even though we went there and fought it. We've had it in our country for decades. and it's slowly been creeping up. That's why they keep infringing on our rights.
Yeah, but
You know,
Gundox is coming up with a point, but he's asking.
No. Continue onwards. That's fine.
Bankrolled him.
Yeah. Where'd the money come from? I mean, you've got a country as big as China, and it suddenly has a revolution that gets, I mean, to cover that amount of territory, it requires a lot of people, that requires a lot of money. Where's the international finance coming from that? Who's propping it up? So going from one place to another. I mean, it wasn't us.
I don't know.
So,
you know, I'm that's above my pay grade.
I'm just saying.
What do you mean by bankrolling?
Like, oh, it's just communist China, but like, where do they really come from? Where's the money actually coming from?
What do you mean by bankrolling, Gundox? Because that communism, China's empire fell in the 1912, so it was before even World War One. It was way back in the day.
The Maoist Revolution.
Well, it was around
1966, though.
Yeah, it was around. Yeah.
So
so there was turmoil, and they were essentially third world. They weren't really making a crap ton of money until well after World War II, because they had been decimated by Japan.
Well, think bigger, I think is what he's saying. Who bankrolled all of it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, how bankrolled really were they until relatively recently modern history? They weren't really they were living like a third world country up until
was it the same central banks that bankrolled
Yeah, I was going to say the Rothschilds and
Gundox?
Yeah.
Was it the same central bank that bankrolled Hitler?
Maybe.
Great.
Are we trying to say something that we're not saying? Is that what we're saying?
I don't know. Are we going to have to end the live stream and talk about this?
No, I'm not. No.
Do we need to switch over to D Live or something?
No, Jesus Christ. No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, thank you.
Shit. No, I was just trying to like not cleverly say Rothschilds. So.
Well, I mean, communism is also, for a lot of these educated types, is just it's a thought exercise, an esoteric exercise. It's a way of justifying, their end goal. It's not really about anything else. It's a way to sell to the masses a philosophy that gets what they want, and their the power and the wealth into their pocket. It's not so much about really consolidating world power or actually moving the chess pieces around on the board the way people think it is. And a lot of, like what you were saying, Gundox, is about like what's happening today. It's a vortex of a lot of individuals making decisions and smaller groups making decisions that become bigger waves that eventually suck us all down, because it's about selfishness and every little dictator wanting to be the king of their own little kingdom, and what they have to push and pull to get there, and who they have to screw over to get there. And so you have basically the darkness and the light. The darkness tends to fall towards, well, whatever, dictatorial types of things, socialism, communism, everything that kicks God out of the system. So it's really, labeling it and calling it this and calling it that really doesn't change the fact that there's two kingdoms. So you kick God out, you got everything else.
That's fair.
Yeah, I won't argue that. Our nation was founded with Christian values, and I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Specific Protestant values.
Yeah, look out for those Catholics, those damn papists.
Well,
they get their windows stained.
I have a theory
really
that
dirty.
a lot of the conflicts and stuff culturally between north of the border and south of the border have to do with the division of Catholicism versus Protestantism that went way back to when Henry VIII divorced Catherine of Aragon for a Protestant Anne Boleyn. That was what made Spain and England enemies. that carried on, and I think it even carried on to the point of the colonization.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a theory that it's actually carried over. Just saying.
The irony of Henry VIII divorcing and murdering women because and making it into a religious situation.
Well, Henry VIII did not divorce Catherine of Aragon or switch to Protestantism because he was good and holy. He did it because the Catholic Church wasn't going to grant him a divorce, but the Protestant religion told Henry he was basically, he was basically king of the church. So that's how the Church of England. He ended up appointing himself as head of the Church of England because there was no higher. Basically being a king was like being God. And so he adopted the Protestant religion and turned England Protestant so he could basically bang his mistress.
Exactly. And the irony of that turning into a religious discussion, which really all it was a fallacy of that day's science, where they didn't understand that determining whether the male or female, the child was going to be male or female, was based on the sperm and not the egg. And if they had known that, he wouldn't have kept trading in for a new wife.
Yeah, well, so, Henry VIII ended up. I think his son Edward took the throne for a couple of years before he died, and then they
were making it into a religious issue when it was a problem with the limited science of the day.
Yeah. Well, then it was Mary. It was Mary that took the throne, and then after Mary, it was Elizabeth. But Mary was trying to have Elizabeth killed because she viewed Elizabeth to be a threat. And of course, Mary was the daughter of Catherine of Aragon, and Elizabeth I was the daughter of Anne Boleyn. So, but in order to keep the Tudor bloodline in charge, they ended up settling with Elizabeth I because it was either that or.
But America will never have a king or queen.
Don't be so sure. There's a lot of people
damn sure. You know what?
There are a lot of people in this country that are willing to bend over and spread their ass cheeks for anybody who tells them to tap dance.
Yeah, they're idiots. Dude, they are going to be the first ones wiped out in this fucking wave that comes. When the violence starts, they aren't going to have a fucking chance. They don't have a clue about what's going on. They're out there throwing bottles and throwing sticks through windows. When we, the people, stand up, people like us in the chat stand up and say, no, you're not fucking doing that. We're gonna have to do a lot of weeding. That's all I'm gonna say. We're gonna have to do a lot of weeding, but it won't take too long. It's gonna be really bloody, but it'll happen, and it'll happen pretty damn quick. Isn't
it kind of interesting that the sort of people that like celebrities who they liken to kings and queens are also the sort of people that like to follow the rules and do what CNN tells them to do and be Karens? It's all generally the same people.
Yeah, and they're idiots. They're fucking mindless idiots.
The celebrities actually remind me of like viscounts and barons and baronesses. They're really not quite as high up on the totem pole in their little aristocracies you would think they are. They're not the head of the snake.
Senpai.
What was that?
No, I'm just reading the comments that gray area. PC bullshit lead to the notice me senpai culture of virtue signaling.
Right.
I love it. Konnichiwa senpai, please notice me.
That's a fucked up society.
Yeah. Oof.
It's my cheeky twist on it.
Well, that's why I took my investment and I bought armor and a sword or multiple swords. That way I've got more.
The way of the katana. The way of the blade.
Are you going the way of the samurai?
Okay, actually, decent night.
Actually, yes.
I do have plates.
Yeah.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, right on.
So you guys run with your armor.
Mine are coming.
I can sew, so I started making daytime ninja outfits, and they look like clouds. So if anybody needs one.
Do they have little cat
I think
figures?
what Sparky was pointing out last time about the armor is a good point. A lot of people have it, but I don't think you come accustomed to wearing it 24 hours a day or 18 hours a day.
Well, you're only going to need your late stuff if you're holding down the fort. If you're out and about, your golf bag is going to be your best.
Maybe,
Comment that says
maybe it's,
BOB gunbox bug out bag. Hold on.
Plus, you don't want to draw attention to yourself.
Right here.
I don't plan on bugging out. Although I do have a bag if I need to, but I don't have it right next to me. It's in my room. But, you know, I don't plan on bugging out because I've lived in this house. I've lived in this area for over 35 years.
Follow me.
I mean, this is my stomping grounds, dude. I mean, it would almost, even if it was on fire, I might leave my house, but I'm not leaving my area because I know this area and I know the people in my area, and we're ready to fight. I know my neighbors. We're our own MAG group, you know, mutual assistance group. I mean, I have neighbors that bring me food. I have neighbors. I gave them two-way radios. You know, I've got two-way radios spread out throughout my area. You know, so it's like if shit's going down, we have a means of communication.
I know my neighbors, and that's definitely a good thing. But I also recognize that the area specifically in which I live, like the neighborhood and the other proximal neighborhoods, are not defensible. It's just not good. If something bad were to happen, whether it's civil unrest, which right now seems oddly possible,
it's already happening.
Importantly to me, would be, or more reasonable, likely to happen here, would be something environmental. And in that case, I need to be able to just get the hell out of Dodge. So unfortunately, my specific circumstances don't allow that. So that's why I've got that. It would really suck because I would lose almost all of my guns, but I'd escape with my life. So I've got my bug out bag. It's well packed, well stocked. Got trauma kit in the car, a couple ARs, pistols, ammo, shitload of water.
Yourself options.
Well, it sounds like you're at least ready for a zombie apocalypse.
And well, don't say that because that's going to condemn me to be the first one to die. The most prepared person dies first.
That's funny because we're in the middle of one.
Yeah, no shit. What's the old saying? If you and your friend are being chased by a bear, you don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun your friend.
Well, yeah, that's why I've got the 25. Do you think I'm going to shoot a bear with a 25?
Yeah. I don't even think I should use my 40 caliber.
Kneecap his friend.
Piss him off. Even my 223, I'd be like, oh man, that's. I mean, you'd have to like really get a dead-on headshot, man. Yeah, but then again, I don't plan on running into any bears, so just idiots out on the streets, and they'll be pretty easy to take care of if I even have to.
So, which is worse, bears or idiots?
Idiots.
Unfortunately, in my area, it would be the idiots because, granted, I do live in a very conservative area. I mean, but a lot of the people are over 55 and up. So, I mean, I'm not saying they're not able to fight, but they are more conservative for the most part. I mean, I drive down my street, I see the American flag, and then right below it, I see a Trump 2020 flag. I mean, I see quite a few of those down my block. So, I mean, we've got a lot of conservatives out in my area. Now,
California.
What's that?
So I'm in California, and where I'm at, you'll still see a bunch of Trump stuff. Hell, you can even buy some of his swag in the 7-Eleven down the street.
Nice.
It's probably almost a signal of, I guess, defiance to be flying a Trump flag in California. It's like rebel when you're flying that shit.
California badassery.
Right.
Is badassery a word?
It can be.
It is.
Who cares? If bootylicious is a word, badassery can be a word too.
Yeah, have fun during the zombie apocalypse, like there's no tomorrow.
I mean, I don't think I want to know what's hiding in that hole out back. Hey, worst case scenario, maybe you can eat it. If it pops its head up, just shoot it.
Oddly enough, I never really understood the whole derangement syndrome thing. I'm like, this is bizarre.
Crazy.
You know,
That's what I thought about it.
No, the most bizarre part to me wasn't what they were doing, but the most bizarre part to me was how many were doing it.
Well, to tell you the truth, I had not seen anybody that possessed by something since living in Salt Lake City and dealing with Mormons day in and day out. You know what I mean? No offense to anybody in the chat if y'all are Mormon, but I mean, some of those people in Utah were freaks. And in the way that they were so possessed by it, it was a level of like religious fanaticism.
Mm-hmm.
And I was starting to kind of look, and I had read about witch trials and like the Salem witch trials, and wondered to myself how in the hell something fucking stupid happened. But looking at these people and how deranged they were, and how just how distorted they were, I could see how it happened.
Dogmatic. That's a big word for describing, like, that's exactly what it is. It's just simply dogma.
Yeah.
You're taught something and you believe it unquestionably, and anything to the contrary to it is to be discarded.
And anybody that disagrees with you or challenges it is to be exterminated.
Right. That's too. Anyone who disagrees with dogma is a heretic.
Correct.
And they must be eliminated.
So honestly, these buzzwords, racist, white supremacist, every other, to me, it's just kind of like just heretic, or point at somebody, you're a witch. You know what I mean? It's, or I'm accusing you of white supremacy. To me, it's interchangeable.
You're a racist.
Yeah, it's interchangeable with being accused of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials. You know what I mean? When you're dealing with that kind of batshit crazy, there's just no arguing around it. I don't know how many batshit crazy you've ever dealt with. Have you dealt with anybody who's like batshit crazy?
With that shit before.
Not on that level.
They're projecting something like that on you, and there's just no arguing with them because they've made their mind up about you.
Well, I spent 2 weeks.
Sure.
What was that?
Robin, do not listen to Patriot.
I spent 2 weeks locked in a server with a bunch of them for the purpose of being neutral and unopposing to them, so they wouldn't realize it, and just let them talk freely. I just wanted to see what they really were, what they're really made of. I really didn't like what I found, though. Just because it's exactly that. It is legitimate dogma, and anybody who's against it is some relic that needs to be disposed of.
It's like, damn, were you in like the Zimbardo experiment or something? Damn.
I don't even know what it was called. I just got invited to a place, and there it was. I was like, okay, I'll take the opportunity. It's vague, but let's see what it is.
What was really crazy about it for me was that I saw people that I had been friends with for years turn from this. It was like it's like they got bitten by fucking vampires and turned into something that I didn't even recognize.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's trippy because the ones that are actually well versed in it, what I call the acolytes, those fucking guys, the ones that want to get into politics and shit, they are just on another level of abstract thinking, and they'll abstract things as far as they need to go to accomplish that, to make something mean what they need it to.
But of course, it's them just rationalizing.
Yeah, all they're doing is a bunch of gold medal level mental gymnastics.
They can actually rationalize genocide as long as it's like a conservative.
Well, yeah. Well, what they're doing is like they really just don't think of you as even necessary, and anybody else's ways. Like they think like that. You remember when Obama was on air? And he was talking about how, regular people, basically don't have the brains to make important decisions for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that speech. It's like that. They think that way, like literally. And they justify it through they need a new system, And it gets even weirder because they're like, the singularity is inevitable. So we might as well have an AI-based, sensible society, I'm like, and then it's funny, you'll bring up stuff like Society 5.0 and Agenda 21 and 2030, and they'll laugh it off as conspiracy theory while noting the Green New Deal is completely necessary, and why it's all shit cut and paste from the shit they don't think exists. And I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
it's just really, guys.
Well, what's interesting is that they simply cannot see that they are the monster that they say that they're fighting.
Right, and then they don't realize,
And they
like,
don't realize it, and that's how shit like Nazi Germany happened, and that's how the Holodomor happened, and that's how the genocides in the Soviet Union happened.
oh yeah, like
China,
fucking, they're talking about like constitutionalists being the worst, most brainwashed zealot idiots around because the document was outdated and it doesn't apply to the times now. They're like, medicine, can they argue it like saying medicine is always advancing, technology is always advancing, why not politics?
No, it's about them wanting to overstep boundaries that they can't really technically overstep yet until they get rid of the Constitution.
And they do just that, even though they say it's not what they're doing. But you watch them do them, or rather, you listen to them do the mental gymnastics, and it's like you realize if you're doing that level of complexity of mental gymnastics, you are bullshitting yourself.
Well, you're talking about these fucking morons that believe in the concept of hate speech when a person like me believes that talk is cheap. If you want to see what someone's about, just look at how they behave.
Yeah, don't listen. See what people do. Don't listen to what they say.
Correct.
Well, here's the funny thing. I'm watching what they're doing. I mean, just look at the legislation, you know?
Yeah.
They're doing exactly what they say, and I can see their goal by looking at the people that want to become them, you know? You know, like the people that would like to get into politics.
Well, the useful idiots that believe in helping this along, what they don't realize is that they're going to get squashed at the end of it if this system actually replaces the constitutional system that we have. They're going to be the first
Plus
ones to go.
the cashless thing, they don't think that going completely paperless is a bad idea at all. They don't think anything bad could happen.
It's a horrible idea. I can
I'm
think
all
of
like,
a million ways from
really,
Tuesday that it can be abused.
all they do is they cite all the advantages, yada yada, and then I'm all like, you realize that it's unwise to not also consider what could possibly go wrong with the idea. Anytime you make a really big change in not only your life but a bunch of other people's lives, it would be wise to definitely consider what could possibly go Murphy's Law on this shit.
Right.
You know?
Well, these are the people that grew up. These are the people that watch Disney Plus and they're in their fucking 30s and they still watch Disney cartoons like it's gospel. And
well, not only that, but they still like watch like fucking cartoons and comic books and stuff. And I'm okay with people who do that, but like those fucking guys are different, you know?
Well, well, what I've noticed about quite a few of them is that they are stunted and not in a good way.
Yeah,
they're emotionally stunted.
They're stunted about it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think they have a diversity of life experience. I think that they stay within the same circles and they basically just hear echo chambers. And so that just continues to reinforce the ideas that they already had. And it does not allow them to develop any sort of a realistic model of the world.
Exactly. Yeah, gun docs, and I mean that can go back to like the riots that we're seeing. I mean, if you look at the people that are burning this shit down, they're all like between 17 and 25, 30.
Yeah,
top.
they're all young kids.
These people, they don't have an education. They don't have any responsibility. They don't have any real grasp on them.
And yet they're going to somehow make things better.
Yeah,
they don't realize that they don't know anything. They just say, "I am college educated."
They're college educated.
Educated. They're mal-educated.
Realize how naive that sounds.
But it's my definition of stupidity. It's the it's not the inability to think, it's the unwillingness to question what you think. And that unwillingness, that's willful stupidity, when you don't want to know what you don't know. And it's, a very simple thing can be taught to people when they're young, which is whatever you think, research the opposite opinion, and find out why the opposite opinion exists and what backs that opposite opinion up, so that you're not stuck in your paradigm, rotating in your own little bubble world.
Well, think about what a college or a university even is nowadays. It's basically like a daycare center for kids that are over 18.
It's just pure indoctrination. That's
Correct.
it. I mean, they're basically told that anything other than what they're taught is the enemy, and that those people are wrong, and that they need to be, held accountable for being wrong.
Held accountable, quote unquote. Exterminated.
Well, no.
That's why it's completely justifiable in their minds to enact physical violence against those people, because they're holding us all back, and you see that they're evil.
Yes, they are.
Anyone who does not hold my beliefs is evil.
Mm-hmm.
And what they don't realize is
destroy.
they're actually evil.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's absolutely the mentality that they have right now.
And that's bizarre. I thought they were fucking with me when they were doing this projection shit. And I'm like, no, they legitimately are just imagining themselves on me. You know?
Pretty much.
I was like, is this shit for real? Like, I had to wonder, are they fucking with me? You know?
No, they weren't.
And that's a scary part when I found out, no, they were fucking serious.
Yeah. You know? It's you do as we say, or we're gonna snitch on you.
Well, they're reasoning for it too, and you get them going for fucking 2 hours explaining their weird shit, and you're like, what? You know?
They're so distorted. It's actually kind of.
Like
if you're a 6'5" guy interacting with it, I'd be a little less shaky. But when you're kind of a little mouse like me and you're around a bunch of these weirdos, it gets creepy. Because you realize you could end up getting seriously hurt if they find you out, or and they would justify easily strangling me like some cat.
Yeah, and I would also easily justify putting a bullet in their fucking skull.
Complimented me on how well I did it too. They're like, the depths you go into this, yada yada. I'm like, yep. I'm thinking in my head, these guys are fucked.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, Cheshire, you're taller than I am.
Height doesn't mean anything, though. I'm only I would bet anything that even though I'm taller than you are probably 3 times stronger than I am, and you've got 3 times the level of bone density that I do and muscle mass.
Well, I definitely have. I've got a pretty strong approach.
I mean, if it actually came down to blows between you and I, it wouldn't take you much to get a hold of me and break my neck.
Are you kidding me? You'd claw the fuck out of me.
I don't have claws. I mean, I might get a good kick in the groin and be able to run away, but that would be about the extent. I don't think I'd be able to do too much damage to you, really.
I'd be like King of the Hill, Bobby Hillback. That's my purse. I don't know you.
That's good. Cheshire, come on. You think I would ever attack you? I mean, the only reason I would ever have to use my gun is if I was in life or death. And I really don't picture anybody in this chat anywhere.
No, I would actually, to tell you the truth, I actually trust everybody in this chat that I would be able to be in the same room with you and that you would not hurt me.
Eric, you asshole. I am not cute, damn you.
No, women are not just as strong. Well, I don't know. Maybe it depends on the woman, but I am not that woman. We gotta be realistic with ourselves. Well, at least I gotta be realistic with myself.
That's a good one. But I'll tell you what, an armed woman is definitely as lethal as a man.
Linda Horner, you and my daughter have mouths to scare off. I don't deny that in the least. I'm actually surprised these guys all put up with me.
Wow, Gray, for not talking, you're saying a lot there.
I usually have a bunch to say.
You'd be shocked. The most quiet people in life are the ones who have the most to say.
You don't. Oh man, you know what? We may not be in the history books, but I believe that what we're going through right now will.
I mean, Americans in America won't be in the history books, unlike the Romans.
You don't think so?
No, they're going to probably just erase us, is what they're going to do. If America falls, they're going to erase us.
Think of it like the movie The Book of Eli, except the American way is the Bible. Not literally, but metaphorically in this case.
Well, do you think that in their future totalitarian vision, do you think they want anybody to get ideas of freedom and constitutional? You know, do you think they want that?
No.
They're going to snuff us out and erase us, is what they're going to do.
No, they want fucking slaves. You know, when my family came over here back in the 1700s, I mean, I don't have any proof that they were indentured slaves, but they probably were. My first family came here from Germany in 1730, and then my English side came in 1750, and so I mean they were probably indentured slaves.
Yeah, my relatives came just shy of the 1800s.
My paternal side came over in the 1600s. They were French indentured servants. And then my maternal side of the family came over from Europe before the Holocaust popped off.
So do you speak French?
Do I?
Yeah.
A little bit. I speak Spanish more fluently than I speak French.
More here. Spanish is more applicable.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Well, there's a higher population of Spanish speakers in the country at the moment. It's actually more useful to know and to understand Spanish. As a matter of fact, one of my new crochet projects, the video is in Spanish, and I understand it well enough that I can actually use it as a tutorial.
PDX. If America falls, it won't be the end of the world. It will be the end of the free world.
Yeah, it will.
We are the last bastion. We Americans right now, with our guns and our Bibles, are the last bastion of freedom. And they are trying to strip it away big time. This whole coronavirus, they stripped our rights. And Joey Gibson came out the other day and he's all like, they're not going to give us back these rights. We have to fight to take these rights back. And we're going to have to fight. I hope everybody is ready for that damn fight because it's not going to be pretty and it's going to get ugly. I mean, we're already seeing it. I mean, shit has hit the fan already, folks. If y'all haven't realized that, shit has already hit the fan. John over at the Prepared Mind has already mentioned it, and he has been pretty much on point on every level of it. The violence is the next one. And we're going to see parts of America going Mad Max, and we're seeing it right now. There are areas that are Mad Max.
Yep.
What are we going to do about it? Are we going to just step aside and say, it doesn't affect me?
There's very little I think we can do about it. It's going to go the way it's going to go, and we're all going along for the ride. So,
well, I don't know about you.
I have no fucking hope that any of this shit is saved. It's not even salvageable.
I know this goes against popular wisdom, but I think, right before America collapses, that the nation should just borrow from all the other countries and just take it with us and just never pay it back. It's the only way we could ever get back from everybody that owes us. Just take out massive loans and never pay them back.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point, Effie. That is, it'll be like a worldwide reset, because China has debt, we have debt, every country, every major country has debt.
Well, and Effie's not wrong. I mean, how much of the shit around the world have we been paying for?
God, more than our share.
Yeah.
Way more than our share. It's bullshit.
And then if we are collapsing, who are they going to come after? There's no more America. Oh, come and get us,
Yeah, we got our middle fingers out of our little redneck trucks. Fuck you, man.
It's funny. I see a fascinating video that portrayed some just really fucking dystopian imagery, and one of them was someone crying out, saying, "Cry out, America! Nobody's listening." Yeah.
Well, they may not be listening, but I'll tell you what, when that 12 gauge goes off, I bet they hear it.
Now it means nobody's coming to help you.
No, I'm going to help myself.
Well, you want to know what? The person
I don't need government help.
together was a dumbass. We already know nobody's coming
to help are coming to quote unquote help.
I don't need anybody's help.
So, like the Chinese before the communist regime did take out a whole lot of debt. I mean, they were just like any standard government where they had, bonds and other things. And then the communists came in and they just wiped the slate clean. They just said, nope. And that's like still a thing. People holding on to these, bonds and everything and saying like, you guys owe us. And they're like, nope.
Yeah.
So technically you could do that at any time. That would be a catastrophe right now. But technically, I mean, the Chinese did it. It can be done. It has happened in history.
That's what's weird is people don't seem to accept the possibility. And it's like, how can you not accept the possibility when it's happened before?
Because people have a very poor grasp of history and don't tend to remember anything past the last news cycle.
Yeah.
I've noticed that.
Are you Gundox? Are you saying that everybody's retarded?
Nah, attention span.
Just more people. No, I think just most people are.
Just that's just the way it works. And I mean, that's human nature. That's the way it's been for a very, very long time.
It's true. See, the people that pay attention to things and are analytical are a rarity.
Yeah, like I had the opportunity during my illness to read some things that I hadn't read before. Some things that I should have read.
Same here.
Read a big group of books. Well, this one actually I had read before, but I was reading again, which is Marcus Aurelius. But got to read that through again. That was nice. Geez. And most poignant towards what we were just talking about was specifically this one, Art of War. Look how small that is.
Masashi too.
Why hadn't I read this before? Why hasn't everyone read this?
And you can get it free audiobooks as well.
It's like, holy smokes, it's so small. Just read it. It's so much knowledge, but it's condensed in a very small amount, of pages. It's kind of like, for the longest time, my favorite, one of my favorite books was the Jefferson edit of the Bible, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth. It's 42 pages. Mm-hmm. Thomas Jefferson took the Bible and edited it into 42 pages. And it's fantastic. It's great. It's like the most condensed Cliff Notes version that you could ever possibly get. It's just, he went into said like anything that was like slightly, because he was deist and, very much the mechanical idea of the universe, which is very materialistic, really. And just said, all the stuff that's anything slightly not, it's like weird or not walking on water, whatever. Write it out. Let's just get down to the core philosophy and condensed it into 42 pages. It's fantastic. Similarly, you've got this, Art of War, which everyone probably thinks is as big as Das Kapital, which I've read also. That's horrible. Don't try to read that. It's
like I said, Miyamoto Musashi is also a good read. And it's short as that as well.
So
they're a great read together.
Yeah. So got a bunch of those kind of books, but you got to read these things, even the things that you don't agree with. Like for me was the Communist Manifesto, Das Kapital, Mein Kampf. Actually, this one that I just got, I don't even want to show the bad flag, but this is Program of the NSDAP, National Social Deutsches Worker Party, Arbeiter Party. It's just you have to understand all of these things, in history that were bad, and you really need to see where they came from. Because if you don't, it's like the Santayana quote: "Those who don't understand history or who have not learned from history are doomed to repeat it." Read this. They will tell you exactly where they came from, exactly what they wanted. And so, yeah, you can understand the history of, Weimar Germany and how look how degenerate and decrepit it was. And somehow, boom, the Nazis then just popped into power. Well, if you read what they wrote, you see how it got to that point. And the way that you can learn from it is to go if we're heading down that road, don't get to that point. If we're heading in that direction, you can see that that's a possible outcome, because that's happened in history. And despite the fact that we have ridiculous amounts of technology and everything, we're still human beings. We're still, we still process information the same way. We still have the same emotions and emotional reactions to things that happen. If it was riots in the 1910s or riots now, same thing. So look at the philosophy that came out of times of bad times, and learn from them so that you can go, whoa, I see where this is heading. Because when I look at the stuff we're seeing right now with all these riots, I go, oh crap, this is not going to go in a good way.
No.
Learn from history.
Yeah, we're starting to skeet down in a direction that to tell you the truth, kind of scares me. Actually, it scares me a lot.
It should.
I'm very distressed by it. Yes. And I'm not the only one that sees it. Everybody that I'm around me, that I work with, you can tell that everyone is just really distressed.
It's really, really infuriating to me that everyone, right now, it's so polarized that, yeah, we're all Nazis. We're all Nazis. You don't understand what the Nazis were. If you say that, especially these people on, they're not even super far left. They're like center left. Say, oh, you guys are all Nazis, but you don't understand what the Nazis were, because they haven't done any of the reading. They're basically taking very surface level analysis of it and just using that as just a word, just like a bad word. It's like the F word. Well, it is the F word. It's fascism, right?
Mm-hmm.
But read through the actual documents. Read Mussolini. Where did he come from? He didn't come out of nowhere. The big meme is, and then for no reason at all, Hitler got voted into power, because he did get voted in.
It was like magic.
Yeah, it just happened because the Germans are evil, so they just voted him in because they're evil. No, that's not how it works.
What happened? They should read German Foreign Policy. It's actually written by Adolf himself.
Yeah. You've got the stuff that he wrote when he was in Landsberg prison in 1924, right? This was a progressive movement over a decade. When he wrote Mein Kampf, they weren't in power.
No.
But look at the election results that they had in 26 and 2030, 32, and see how it progressed. There's a lot of lessons we can learn from that, but everything has been dumbed down into the just most simplistic thing that our education is, unless you go out and search these things out and try and do it yourself and have the motivation to do that.
Well, you're kind of dovetailing in what I was going to say about that, because in the process of studying, in my case, not political cults but religious cults, one of the foundational principles of studying that is having your own foundation. it's like the bank teller's way of learning to spot faux bills is by handling real ones.
Yeah.
And the problem with the college kids studying other philosophies and history is that how do you explain to them what is wrong with those things when it's just an exercise in esoteric philosophical questions rather than realism for them? Why? How can you explain to them why socialism is bad? If they don't understand why what we have is good. So the foundation of understanding what America is and why it's good, in its ideals and in not necessarily that we always execute properly, but that our ideals and what we mean to execute, and our founding documents and our founding fathers and what they meant, why that's good. If they don't understand that, they can read Marx and say that sounds good. So just understanding history isn't enough if your own foundation is so shaky that you can't tell the difference. And the irony of Hitler's Nazi party taking so much of their not their principles but their strategies from the Democrats of United States Democrats of the time, tells you that they're already going along with the socialism that led to ultimately National Socialism. So they can read it and study it, but they're not going to understand why it's necessarily bad if they don't have their own solid foundation.
I think that's kind of the problem really then with our higher educational system, is because, yes, truly, if you could just hand somebody a big stack of books and just say, here you go, read all this, and then boom, we're just going to give you a degree. Like, that would be, that's just not how that's not how it works, and that's not how it's supposed to work. The way that it doesn't work right now is that people aren't critically analyzing these things. Like, if you were to take a class on, say, fascism, communism, or just have one on just political ideologies where every month you go through a different one you do fascism, one you do communism, etc. The whole idea is that you would have somebody, a professor who is educated in all of this, would have you read it, have you discuss it, and guide you through it. But that doesn't happen. That's the biggest problem with our higher education, facilities, is that it only goes in one way. They just teach one biased outlook, and they don't critically analyze all of these things. It's really difficult, especially if you're initially reading this stuff, to analyze it in an objective way. But if you take the time you read it, you go, okay, I've read the book now. I see all of the strengths that it has. And then you have to then decidedly research on your own, what were the outcomes? And then look at those and then compare them and go, was this a good idea? That's what college should be doing, but they're not. That's what's really disappointing to me, is that, anyone can check out, the Communist Manifesto or Mein Kampf from the library and read it. But unless there's anyone there to challenge those ideas, to really make you consider it in a really critical, analytical context, it's not that useful. But that's what higher education is supposed to do.
Half.
It just doesn't do it.
What do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? Honestly, I think from the 70s onwards, it got infiltrated by a bunch of leftists.
Yep.
And there's just been a progressive movement, both in the university system and also in the media. It's where it's gotten consolidated into a very leftist ideology. When I went through college, I took a lot of classes in, philosophy and psychology and, everything. But I didn't even realize until I had gotten into the real world how indoctrinated I was. I legitimately came out of college thinking like that. Now it's like a joke, right? Reality has a left-wing bias, because science. Oh, these dumb Republicans, they don't believe in science. Oh, that's so stupid. I can't even understand why they would do that. There's tons of ideas I was never even exposed to. But then you go and like live in the real world and you see that like, oh, things are a little bit different than from what I was told in a classroom uncritically.
Mm-hmm.
All of these
It's
things.
also
Yeah.
that's because there's also the lazy factor, because one of the bits of kindling that Marxism uses are useful idiots. It's their term.
Yeah.
And that includes the students. And if they can convince enough people that you can skate by in life by being lazy and living off the system and not having to think so hard, then they're not going to ever research all of these questions. They're not going to question what they've been taught, and they're not going to certainly get below the surface. They're going to stay shallow because they're in a comfy little bubble where they don't have to work that hard. So there's going to be a percentage of useful idiots no matter what, and Marxism leverages that where conservatism does not, and
Yep.
that's kind of one of our weaknesses.
Marxism in the United States, though, also leveraged all the different kinds of fissures, the different cracks in our society, which were definitely fractured along racial lines, gender lines, because we're kind of the ground zero for all the ideas of this whole, of equality of genders, equality here, there. But what it did is it took advantage of those social cracks and weaponized it.
I mean, do you guys know what a lumpenprole is? The lumpenproletariat? So this is the underclass, those without class consciousness, who are exploited, basically used as the reactionary force to enact, what they wanted to have happen. It's basically exactly what we're seeing right now.
Well, and that group is consisted of, your feminists, different, they're trying to weaponize different minority groups and putting them under the proletariat. And then, of course, the bourgeoisie is you white men, right?
Yeah.
And women too, honestly, if we're going to be,
What you see right now with these riots, with people that are, let's just put it simply, there's a bunch of people out there that are just simply, they just want to profit off of the fact that it's riot time. Mm-hmm. Do they have any really high ideas on taking down the bourgeoisie?
No,
I don't think so. Do they have any idea what the different class structure roles are and all that other stuff?
Don't care.
No, they don't care. Those are
the useful idiots.
That's the lumpenproletariat. That's it. And so
can conservatives use those kind of people the way that leftists can? And I don't think they can. I think the only thing that conservatives can do is educate people out of that. And it's an uphill battle on roller skates against the wind in the rain.
Well, I have some ideas on how we could do it. I'm not going to mention it on, live on YouTube, though.
Okay, we'll have to cut off before that.
Yeah, we can have a discussion about that, but it would never.
Trust me, Cheshire, I think we've all got ideas on how we could fix things, but
the fact that there is a word for that in, Marxist ideology means that they have a role for them in executing Marxist ideology. They go, okay, these people, when you say useful idiots, in a lot of sense, that's what we're talking about. These are a little bit different. Might be some overlap in the Venn diagram, but
yeah, good idea.
That's there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the United States, they had to use, race, gender, whatever the hell else they could get a hold of, because they were not able to divide us by class. They weren't able to push it based on class, so they pushed it based on race.
Oddly enough, there is a lot of social
But
mobility.
what do we do in the free market side, on the conservative side? Do we what, Soylent Green? What's the solution for those people?
I like. No, I don't know.
Did
I'm
any
more
of
of a
you guys
Soylent
see
Red
the
guy.
interview? Did any of you guys see the interview with Yuri Bezmenov?
Yes.
Yuri Bezmenov basically
Obviously,
says
yes.
there is absolutely nothing you can fucking do about these people because
No.
they are not going to realize what they've done until the boot is on their neck and they've got a gun to the back of their head and they're staring down into a pit.
Yeah. They don't recognize that like they're being used.
Yeah.
They're not going to be the ones that benefit.
And they are not going to recognize it until it is beyond too late.
Right. I mean, even study Nazi Germany. Look at the SA before the SS. You know, the SA, the long knives, the way that Hitler purged from the undesirables, from his core.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the way you consolidate power, and you just continue to consolidate power.
Well, and by the way, Hitler blew through a lot of people before he got to actually exterminating the Jewish people. Like he exterminated, the infirm, the sick. He sent them off for special treatment. In these special facilities where they would get special treatment, and they were just never seen again. And he did this years before the Holocaust actually even started. So, I mean, he killed about 17, 18 million people.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
We only really hear about the 6 million Jewish people, but there were about 17 or 18 million.
Yeah.
Nobody ever mentions the other people that he murdered.
Sure. No one ever mentions the Holodomor.
Yeah.
Or, Armenian genocide, except I guess recently.
Yeah.
But to make
I knew about the Armenian genocide. Well, no, because when I was out in California, I was friends with some Armenian guys, and they told me about the Armenian genocide. And
turns out there's been genocides all over the world.
For a long time.
And they tend to happen in places where you have a strictly authoritarian government that has absolute power. And so that means that they can prioritize certain people over others.
Well, what they do though is they do it via scapegoating. But if you and it's funny, you can actually even observe scapegoating in minor relationships or even in workplaces where people get scapegoated. And you can see it even in unhealthy organizations, unhealthy workplaces, where they'll scapegoat a person, get rid of them. But basically, what they are is this person is being sacrificed for some kind of dysfunction that's going on in the organization, but the dysfunction is still there. Yeah. So even after Hitler would have killed all these people, he would have wiped out every Jewish person in Europe, but the problems would have still persisted. And then he would have moved on to a different scapegoat.
Mm-hmm. Very likely true.
Yeah, that's what would have happened.
I mean, look at Stalin. What did he do? Or, Stalin and Lenin, they were great buddies. So was Trotsky. But somebody ended up with an ice pick in his head.
Yep.
So how'd that happen? And then there was all these other people, and then you have all the different waves.
Remember what happened to Marx when Stalin is like
60 million people.
Mm-hmm.
What didn't they lose like almost 30 million just in the war itself? But I mean,
well, how many died in the Holodomor? Wasn't it like 7 million?
Yeah, I don't remember the amount, but I remember it was several million. Yeah. At least several.
Were they starved to death in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Bad way to go.
Just to make it so it'd be easier for them to sweep in. So turns out that whole period of time was just fucking awful.
Mm-hmm.
And can teach you a lot about the dangers of authoritarianism.
Yep, and the dangers of people that don't realize they're perpetuating.
Yeah. So right now, what we're faced with is riots across the country. And what do riots do? They make people feel unsafe.
Mm-hmm.
So what do people do when they feel unsafe?
They look for something to hang on to.
Exactly. They demand a big solution. They want someone
to save them.
Yeah. And that's how
I
you
want
end up
an
with,
anti-stupidity vaccine or possibly a maturity injection,
If only.
because
I like
these
that.
are things you learn with maturity. Like, for example, making a decision based in fear is the worst decision you're probably going to make.
Or extreme
Fear-based decisions. So using fear as a tactic creates mass stupidity, and mature people know better. They know
Well,
better to.
anger can also be another one, because a lot of people are pissed off, and angry people have a tendency to pop off and do stupid shit, and they actually end up making it worse for us. So
Yep.
we've got to be rational about how we do this.
But I also don't think that's as a coordinated. I know a lot of people are theorizing about the conspiracies here and there. And I know conspiracies exist because humans get together and come up with plans and do things. That's just what humans do.
Yeah,
But
government does.
I think a lot of it is just comorbidity of thought in a sense, because if you think about where the leftist agenda has been, it's about reducing world population in general, and that's documented time and time again by everybody. That they're brazen about it now, it's not even hidden. But at the same time, they're telling us that they want to save people. Oh, you stay home so you don't catch the Rona and die, and save grandma and whatnot. So how are these cross purposes simultaneously existing? I don't think that they're necessarily as coordinated as they claim, as we're fearing. And there's things happening, that it's non-COVID related, but it's just this, like you were saying, the swirling vortex of a bunch of different decisions creating where we are now, where there's mass panic and people acting out in foolish ways. And again, I go back to what do you do about that? Where do we, as people who are thinking above the fray, where do we make effect? I mean, I know, Dangerous, you're talking about, when the excrement hits the oscillating implement, what you're going to do, but there's got to be some steps before that,
prepare. I mean,
I believe in prevention as well.
I mean, honestly, we're not going to be able to change the legislation or the judicial or the executive branch. I mean, we can vote all we want, but even Donald Trump, we thought he would come in there and wipe all this bullshit out of there. Well, we obviously found out that ain't the point. That ain't the case.
I honestly never saw Donald Trump as doing anything. To me, I saw Donald Trump as buying us time.
That's it.
That's all he did.
I saw him as a human hand grenade.
Well, you know what? He gave me time to get prepared.
Yeah, that's what I'm thankful for.
I mean, I've got food stacked like Bear Independence says, stack it to the rafters. And what do you think I've been doing?
Mm-hmm.
I've got medicine. I've got med packs. I'm not even a doctor, but if somebody gets shot in the field, I'll be able to at least patch them up, drag them off to a safer place. I've got armor on the way. I've got more. When all this shit went down, what was the first thing I did? I bought more weapons and more ammo, more medicine, more food, more water, more. I mean, I didn't worry about anything else. I didn't worry about. I mean,
how much spare parts do you have?
Oh, I could rebuild about 3 ARs right now.
Mm-hmm. It's always good to have spare parts. Remember, there are no supply lines, and you can't go to Wally World.
No.
Oh my gosh!
But they'll be lying around the streets too. You got to think about that. When shit really hits the fan. I mean, when people are dying in the streets, you're going to be able to find ammo and guns. Hell, you might not even have to store up on 9mm. I stocked up on 40. But if like enough cops get killed, I'll just be able to take their 9mm and take their ammo. Just saying.
Well, I only keep common calibers too, and common weapons that are easy to find, so I can have components always available.
Absolutely. Oh, right on, 9mm.
Yeah, people think I like Glocks and I like ARs. They're not my favorite. but I'm very sufficient with them.
Oh, you don't think the AR is
No, I didn't knock it.
Best platforms ever made.
Best Lego platform ever. And with product support, especially aftermarket, nothing has an aftermarket like it.
Yeah. Holy smokes, you can get anything for an AR.
And everybody has one, so like I say, you can easily barter for components if need be.
Yeah. If we get to the point where we're in a shooting war, basically America's over.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think it gets that far. I think that it will just get clusterfucks here and there.
Yeah.
But nothing widespread. And
No.
it'll be a very good distraction. They'll love it.
Well, it's like what we're seeing right now. I mean, with LA and Minnesota, I mean, all these other places that are having these outbreaks, New York, but like in my area, I mean, yeah, Phoenix, okay, it's like 30, 35 miles away. But even then, I mean, they weren't like burning down the city.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they were just like out there pissed off and like, hey, you can't be going around killing people. But our cops didn't actually kill it. Well, some of them have. Actually, some of our cops are pretty damn corrupt. I'll be honest with you on that.
Yeah.
Just some cops are just damn corrupt. They shouldn't even be on the damn force.
Well, the other complication is the old fraternal order.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then we're getting more now into freaking unions and everything else. Oh boy.
Yeah. And it's like so much for the traditional esprit, the corps,
Yeah. I mean, the way that if anyone asks me, like, what do I think about the government? The traditional thing I always say is the government that governs least governs best. You know, pretty sure that's been a saying for quite a long time. Might have been attributed to Jefferson. Don't know if it's actually true. But the more layers of complexity that we keep adding to it, whether it's by, say, for example, having a police force is a layer of complexity. That is something that did not exist 150 years ago.
Well, they had sheriffs back then.
Yeah. But you did not have a dedicated police force. You actually didn't have a dedicated force.
And actually, a lot of them were
was that we kept and bore arms, and if anybody was committing a crime against our person or our property, we just took them out. There were no police.
Pretty much. So when we established a police force, basically what we did is we said that we were going to sacrifice some of our collective rights as people, and we're going to entrust them to these people and for the purpose of protecting ourselves.
Amen, Eric.
At which they don't protect us.
When they see their obligation.
And see, that's the tipping point. That's where that was the tipping point where, the government is supposed to be here to protect our rights. Now they have gone on to be like, hey, no, we're going to tell you what your rights are. That is the tyranny. And that is what.
No, they're not telling us that we have rights. They're telling us that we have privileges that they can revoke.
Yes.
Yeah, well, they can try, but they're going to
stop paying for them.
I mean, I don't want to be. I mean, as long as we're still live, I'm not going to go too far into detail, but you can imagine.
Yeah.
You can imagine where I'm at, dude. I'm going to come at them with everything that they've fucking got, dude. If you know what? I'm going to steal that fucking MRAP.
Oh man, I know how to turn on and run a Humvee. I have no idea if you put me in the seat of an MRAP how to steal it.
Oh, I think you probably figure it out pretty quick.
That would be something I would love to see.
It's not with a Humvee. You have to get it to the right switch with the.
Yeah, not much into stealing things.
Oh, come on, man! All you gotta do is just turn it on and drive. I mean, the turret is on the operator, and I'm sure it's got like joystick controls. You just turn it this way or that way, and it's. I mean, honestly, it's not fully armored. I mean, it's got an armor plate, but the person behind it is just a person. I mean, if somebody came up from behind and shot him in the back of the head, then you know what? Guess what? You don't have a turret gunner.
Yep. So here's a fun, just tiny little story. When I was 16, I was a Boy Scout, and I remember going to a scout like jamboree in the middle of the field in just middle of nowhere, Tennessee, and it was a great time. You know, we did all this stuff. The military came by. We actually had a bunch of military vehicles like parked up so we could go like and hang around them. This was, you know, before Iraq War. And there was an M2 Bradley, and they let us like climb on it and get inside. And I went and I just flicked some switches because I saw them, and I turned it on, but it wasn't capable of running, but it basically just turned the motor on. And I was like, oh shit. And that guy came in and, you know, shut them all off. But the point of it was that I realized like, oh, everything here's labeled. You could just and just turn that and then
get out.
And I don't know. Maybe I could have gone somewhere with it. Maybe I couldn't. I was 16. I also at that point didn't even know anything about guns.
Actually, that's still the best age to be experimental enough without overthinking it to probably figure it out.
Yeah, I bet I could have gotten that thing going. Oh, that would have been fun.
Well, you also have to remember they designed these things to be run by idiots.
Right. So, you know, I was only 2 years away from, you know, being able to actually list and then possibly be running the thing.
That's
but I'm not saying that anyone that runs it's an idiot, but you know, at the same time, you also know that you have to, anything that you do for the military, you do for the least common denominator, that make it so that anyone can run it. And that's why, you know, you've got kids running around with AK-47s. So they are mechanically ungodly simplistic.
Well, they also had to make it that simple to be able to teach it in a hurry if they had to generate some auxiliary, you know?
Yeah, pulling all of the, you know, herders and farmers and whatever, and all those, you know, 5'4" tiny people, malnourished, slap an AK in their hand, send them through the Fulda Gap. They'll be fine.
Well, the rest
talking about me, man.
Are you sensitive about your height there, Dangerous Freedom?
No, because I have a strong presence.
Well, you know, the saying is that great things come in small packages.
Well, I might be small, but I've got a big package.
Jesus Christ.
Excellent response. Witty retort.
It's almost like you practiced that one.
10 points to Gryffindor.
Had that ready.
Oh, that was gold. Honestly.
I don't know if anybody's gonna see that other than
it depends on if anybody's gonna sit through almost 6 hours of a live stream in order
yeah, almost 6 hours.
No, they're all like hammered right now anyway.
Millie's just like covering her eyes.
God,
like,
am I the only
damn train wreck.
It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. If you're not on your way to getting a little bit inebriated, you are doing it wrong.
I'm doing it wrong.
Eric, no, I don't
doing it wrong.
think that way, brother.
Doing it wrong, my God.
I just had 2 naps today because it was Saturday.
Yeah.
I stay up late because I am a night owl, and I always have been, and I think I always will be. It was something I thought I would grow out of, and I haven't. I give up. I'm just giving in.
I have a Zen question. Do Islamic fundamentalist sex dolls blow themselves up? Your moment of Zen.
That's a very good question.
Actually, it is kind of a good. Now you got me thinking about that, Effie. Thank you.
Well, typically, it was the men that blew themselves up.
Well, not always. Sometimes, remember, they would send their children out.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, those
that's why they have.
That's what I say. Typically. there's some exceptions, but for the most part, it's, you get like some easily swayed testosterone fueled like 16-year-old and say, hey man, hop in this dump truck that's full of 155 rounds, drive towards that place and it's going to be nice afterwards. Don't worry.
Yeah, you'll get 72 virgins.
Mm-hmm.
No, they'll climb the ladder to success.
Oh shit! This is definitely demonetized.
Wait, you get monetized?
No, fuck no. I never will.
No, as soon as he invited me onto his channel, his monetization went out the window.
I don't even think I've got enough subs. I don't.
So as long as you're not getting monetized, was the person who proved Fred Hitler's speech is a grammar Nazi?
Yeah, the grammar Nazis are a real thing, dude.
Can't tell you the Nazi for the grammar Nazi or Nazi. I don't know. Did he have a boss?
Did they have a boss? That is a good question. No, I think that they actually believe they're all the bosses.
Oh, did you guys see that one video? Where God damn, I can't remember which city it was in, but the police were like swarming in on a crowd, and somebody threw like it looked like a firework.
That would be literally all the cities right now.
Well, they don't float. Well, here's the thing: is when they started writing and doing that shit down in California, when I was living down there, they weren't throwing fireworks or firecrackers; they were M80s and explosives.
Yeah.
Well, this one was definitely explosive because it was like flaming.
What they did is they took these M80 explosives and they put them in glass liquor bottles, like empty glass bottles, and then the M80 exploded and it turned into like a glass projectile.
Yeah,
it works.
Yeah, it tore a lot of people. Like the Battle of Berkeley, it tore a lot of people up.
And doctors hate to deal with glass in people. That sucks.
Yes, we do.
Glass hurts.
Really not fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
man, I dealt with glass and sheet metal and and I've been stories.
Yeah, that one sucks. Glass definitely sucks.
You know what's the good thing about glass though? Okay, so imagine like you've got somebody that's say been in a rollover accident, so they've caught most of the back windscreen or windshield or whatever, some piece of glass, and it's just all up in them. Is that you take your pickups and you just poke them into the wound and you just keep poking around until you hear something go click and they go, oh, there it is. And then you pull it up. And you just do this over and over again for hours, just hours. And then when you think you're done, you send them back to X-ray. Mm-hmm. They'll shoot an X-ray. And if there's any more glass, it'll show up on the X-ray. And then you bring them right back and you just keep doing it again.
Wow, thank you for the FYI.
Yeah, so just remember that.
So funny. The way that you said pickups brings me back.
Yeah.
Pickups.
Yeah, pickups.
No, I had some dog pickups. Big ass clamp.
There's one.
Slap it into my hand. I hate it when people would slap instruments in my hand. Like, I get it.
You would hate. Well,
yeah.
Okay, let me ask.
I want to get people practice.
Did you ever intrude on the Mayo stand?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Cheshire. What did you say?
Did you ever intrude on the Mayo stand?
Never.
Because that would get your hand whipped by me.
Okay, yeah. So again, I trained in Memphis. Everyone there, it was, if you touch that Mayo stand, you were dead.
I would get pissed at medical students or residents or anybody that touched my Mayo stand. And the reason
you could be attending. It doesn't matter. You touch that Mayo stand, you're dead.
The attendings knew better.
You asked for it.
Yeah. So, but there were some attendings that loved to have their freaking hands whipped. Let me feel that in my hand. Okay. And I'm an ambi, so I could pass with both hands. And
worst thing that I ever did, and I caught myself doing this, was that I asked for it. This was at the end of a surgery. And so it was like lidocaine, because we're going to numb up the injection site after I'd already sutured it closed. And then I went to hand it back. And instead of handing it this way, I handed it this way. In other words, meaning the needle is up here.
Yeah.
I handed it back with the needle up so that they would reach over. That is the worst possible thing.
I've been stuck a few times that
started
way.
to reach over and just screamed at me, and I turned it back. I'll never forget that.
But yeah,
That
no,
was the
I've
most
had
horrifying
medical
experience of my
students.
life.
They would touch my Mayo stand, or they would touch and I would seriously like take a suture, like a suture clamp or whatever, with their hand with it. They'd be like, ah.
That almost sounds sexual. What in the
It does sound.
There
ridiculous.
was a lot of stuff that went on in those ORs that you don't even know. So
I'm guessing I'm
a lot of conversations that ended up going astray.
I would not be surprised if people used towel clamps like on their nipples.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
Well, okay, well, there were people. Well, no,
I
there
even
were
like
some
thinking
intense.
about that.
There were some intense
People out
people
there,
that.
if you can think of it, it's probably happened.
There was this one doctor. This is crazy. There was this one doctor, and the way he emoted was he would stomp his feet. So if he thought something was funny, or if he started getting pissed off, you could tell because he would start stomping his foot. But he was just always like, he was just still, face was still. He never raised his voice or anything, but he would stomp his feet.
It's funny. It sounds like me almost.
Yeah.
Sounds like a psychopath.
He probably he wasn't the worst physician that I ever worked with. There were some pretty crazy ones that scared the hell out of me, to be honest. But no, I made him laugh. I made him laugh a couple times, because we were shit talking another resident, and
I trained with
they were like, yeah, come on, like, don't you like this? Don't you like this resident? And I was like, man, he's got a face a mother could love. Only a mother could love. And this doctor started laughing. Like, yeah, I'm a bad person, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not a
That's
bad
another reason why the masks are good. Ugly people get a day off. They're like, yeah, this mask isn't
I've
bad.
got stories. Like I said, I've got stories about particular people and stuff I work with. I'm just not going to go into it when we're live.
I wasn't always mellow. I just learned to be mellow and patient with my injury. Actually, it's one of the best things that happened to me.
You have a mellow voice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, you strike me as somebody that is calm, but somebody who's
deadly.
Yeah. Like
simmering with
you
demons
appear,
underneath.
You appear calm, but you could definitely have a lot of turbulence going on underneath and get pretty pissed off. Like, I wouldn't want to piss you off, to be honest.
Well, from what I'm told, that's a correct assessment.
I'm pretty good at reading people.
Good way of saying it.
So.
So has anything big happened?
Probably kill you with a pinky finger.
Has anything big happened thus far in the last, say, hour since we've last checked?
More zombies.
The zombie apocalypse. We'll call it that.
More zombies, probably. Oh, I have a question. This is more of a legal than medical question. But if you kill somebody and you get charged with murder and then they come back as a zombie, does it get reduced to assault?
Double jeopardy.
No, actually, I think it gets completely annulled because what did I do?
Yeah, he's not dead. He's standing right there.
These are questions I have. I need answers.
They're good questions.
Well, there you go. You can't kill the dead, so you've just disabled them.
Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna have to actually call. I've got a med mal guy that I haven't ever had to use him. He's just a friend of mine. We played Dungeons and Dragons together. Because again, I am still a nerd.
Nothing wrong with being a little nerdy. We forgive you.
But I'm pretty sure that if I killed somebody and then they died, that's a discrete event. them coming back to life is a different event. And so unless they came back and something else happened, there was another interaction, that's completely separate. I'm still responsible for what happened before, because I don't think any of the laws have anything to say about, like, specifically about causing the death of a person. Well, the person did die. Then they reincarnated, or whatever you want to call it.
No, it's still be double.
The person did die.
Reanimated, I guess.
Reanimated. Yeah, not reincarnated. Sorry, reanimated.
So say you did kill somebody,
that's
and then they came back to life. You know, like say you shot them in the chest and they died, and then they got the coronavirus and they got back up and they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna eat your brains," and you shot them in the fucking head.
Wait, what if the coronavirus is just the beginning stage of the T virus, guys?
You're justified on that. I would say you're justified on that.
Have you guys ever played Resident Evil?
I've played all of the Resident Evil
game.
What was that?
As a doctor, I have played every Resident Evil game.
Amen.
As a doctor.
Amen.
Okay.
Yeah, I was always fascinated with more of what's really going on. I understood why we didn't get a lot of science from it, because, well, you're viewing it from the cop's perspective. You know?
Oh, it's wonderful science. It's totally realistic.
Yeah.
Great science.
I'm smart enough to know how to not fuck up my fantasy, you know?
Okay, well, you know.
I don't know, though, man. That Mr. X guy is scary.
All right, now 9
I
millimeter.
hate Mr. X.
9 millimeter.
My side.
Says, there are laws about abuse of a corpse. Now,
that's true.
All right. Now, if it's a corpse that's not moving, I could understand that. But if the corpse is animated and trying to kill you, is it still considered a corpse?
Yes, by your own definition. You just said it is a corpse that is moving. You did not say it is something other than a corpse. It is still a corpse, but one that is moving.
If you wanted to stay out of legal troubles, you would describe it as human remains moving.
Dead.
No other reason.
You call it a corpse and then a reanimated human.
In the fucking skull.
A reanimated human is definitely a distinction from a corpse.
I learned from South Park, all you have to do is say, "It's coming right for us." Bam.
Yeah, right. Jimbo, it's coming right for us.
If that happened, if there were reanimated corpses, I have a feeling you wouldn't have to worry about the legal repercussions of anything at that point.
Nah, Nikki, I think you're safe on that one. Nobody cares about a reptile.
You deal with the consequences of individuals that you wronged, but legal, not so much.
What is legality? I mean,
about anarchy is, trust me, there are.
You know what legal is to me? It's trying to kill me or my family. It's legal for me to make sure it's fucking dead. That's legal for me. Now,
itself kind of
to say
every action has a reaction, so that's not really anarchy.
Government's trying to push a reaction,
whether they like it or not.
Strong reaction from a lot of fucking people right now, and I'm not trying to get hostile towards you. You know that, Gray. I love you. But, I mean, these motherfuckers are really pushing us. They are pushing us to that fucking point.
I process things. I understand how you feel.
Woosah.
This is a safe stream. You can vent here.
Yeah.
We're not going to judge.
They are really pushing us to a point.
But you can't let them get you that heated. The passion is good, but what you do with it is to, instead of project it like that, it's good to put it into some work that is relevant to protect yourself or benefit you in a way.
To prepare.
To basically channel your anger into something productive and useful.
Proactive making.
I prepare. I've got food and water stacked to the ceiling. And I've got ammo working on more guns. I've got armor coming. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm getting ready for World War III.
I think that a lot of places are too damaged for that right now. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's on the horizon," and I'm like, "Well, you knew what I knew about certain things. It's not going to happen like people think, and not out loud."
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to an actual shooting war. I just think we're just simply going to collapse.
Yeah.
It's just like, I had been arguing against the way that the educational system since the 1970s, possibly before, but really since the 1970s, has been extremely leftist indoctrination. Until we're able to switch that around and make it, and I don't want to make it right-wing indoctrination. I just want people to.
I'd rather people know to think about things.
Yeah.
Things, some thought process.
Consider ideas on their own and just, put it back into just the public discourse that we need to be open about different ideas and be educated in everything. Until that happens, we've lost.
The best instructors I've ever had. The best instructors I ever had never simply answered my questions. They would ask me a retort, not a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
But that retort was intended to direct my thought process right path to find the answer I'm looking for. They taught me the steps, the flow chart.
Yes.
They didn't tell me what to think, but they taught me the process of reaching my conclusion. They taught me how to think about things.
And if you ever, I was never part of debate club. Wasn't that nerdy.
Me neither. I was a fire nerd though.
But seriously, the idea of debate or the debate club is that someone can just assign you a position, and then you need to be able to argue it as vigorously as possible. Kind of like being a lawyer. It doesn't matter what you believe. You need to be able to take data, analyze it, formulate it into a cogent argument, and present that in a coherent way.
Yep. That's all I want.
Right now, that is just not the way that it works. Right now, the way that it works is that you can only think in a certain way, and that if you think anything other than that, that you are to be scrutinized and treated as the enemy. It's crazy.
It is, and that's how I know that it is for a reason. It's a reaction, a fear.
I don't have a problem if someone were to tell me, okay, you need to go now argue for the Bolshevik side. Cool. I can do it. I've done the reading. I understand their arguments. Tell me what the specific topic we're talking about. Let's do it. I could do the exact same thing for the farthest on the other side.
Same here.
But right now, if you were to ask anyone, any 20-year-old, 21-year-old that's junior, senior in college, and ask them to do that, good fucking luck.
They won't tell you nothing. They'll be like, okay, boomer.
Well, it's funny because I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I think some of us are actually older millennials.
Hell, I am the oldest millennial.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm an older millennial, so I'm not.
I don't think I've ever been millennial one single moment of my life.
You would be what, Gen X?
Yeah.
I think.
You look good. I would have pegged you honestly for millennial, but all right, fine.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought he was.
I'm not quite 50, but I'm pushing 50.
50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, again,
I thought that he was barely pushing 40.
Yeah. I was putting you on the higher side of my generation, but
Nikki, no reason to apologize here, hon. I mean, we've all got foul mouths.
Yeah.
I'm not even 40 yet.
I think I've got the foulest mouth of them all.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I've got a really foul mouth.
I had great teachers though.
I mean, I try and tone it down on the live streams, but like when I'm around my family, like especially around like grandparents, aunts, and uncles and stuff.
Kidding? It was my white trash family that taught me how to swear like I do.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, man, fuck that shit, man. That's bullshit.
I think I've cursed like 4 times.
Wango tango. Great.
That's probably too much.
Ever?
I'll do it off stream, but no, not on the stream. No.
Older millennial. What is an older millennial? 9 million. What is that like?
An older millennial would be something like 37, 38.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
There's no way that a millennial right now could hit 40. I don't think.
No. I think the millennials begin in 1981 on.
Hey, Buzz.
Like 80 prior, I think, are Gen X.
If I'd have been in 1980, then I'd be in Gen X, just barely.
Yeah, you'd be like Gen X, millennial cusp, and then millennial starts in 81 on. That was
the edge of Gen
I was
X.
born in 81, so I'm 39.
Mm-hmm.
So I was 73.
I'm an old lady.
I don't know though. Sometimes I wonder, like compared to some of these NPCs that I've encountered, I'm like, am I 109? You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes
you're just thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like you'll even run into them well into their 50s, and you'll be like, how is it that you've made it this far and you've become as affluent as you are, and yet you don't think? You've been lucky. It's like
periods that they live through.
Like this society is catered to you. That's how you've made it where you are.
Buzz in the hive. Well, you know what? Welcome, my friend.
It wasn't served to him on a silver platter, not by any stretch, but let's just say that things were lined up for him.
Well, things were different.
That is a good question.
They were a lot different.
The influence just spreads that far and that
The currency was stronger at that time.
Basically, they were always in their comfort zone, so they never had to think about it. They had no fear. When you have no fear of things, you tend to succeed most of the time.
I can still sit on my hand.
Going into it blindly. Like if you have a plan, sure. You know, having no fear is a great edge. And I don't mean
That's the better way to make decisions.
What I'm saying is they didn't have any of the same thoughts that I have, like wondering what could go wrong.
Well, they were less averse. They were less averse to risk taking because they had no fear.
And we get stimulus funds. But on that note, well, if we use our stimulus money to buy baby chickens, does that mean we get money for nothing and chicks for free?
Yeah.
You know what?
An example, I went a different path than my brother. My brother, he ended up becoming a mathematician and a robotics engineer. He's not working right now, nor does he have a place or anything, really. I mean, the guy, he just never grew up. He got so stuck in his head that when things stopped working out for him the way that he thought they were supposed to, shit fell apart real fast. Me, I was always looking at what could go wrong, what could go right. I went a different route. The college route, I tried that. Computers didn't like the East Indian outsourcing movement. Not that I was bad at it or anything. But I also hated offices, I found out. Didn't realize that. Yeah. So then when it happened, I didn't look at it like, oh, woe is me. I just said, what else am I good at? Well, I can fix just about anything you put in front of me and give me enough time. So why not do this car thing that I have a hobby for anyway? So I looked into what it would take me, 18 months. Did it in 16. And already had my apprenticeship mostly finished before I finished school. Finished the apprenticeship 2 months after school. Went directly into the career. Easy rebound. Although easier said than done.
No doubt, free chicks.
I made it. Yeah. But looking back, I'm like, wow. I'm glad that I was young enough to just not fucking think about what could have gone wrong. That's what made me succeed at it. Yeah. I got real fucking lucky. Everything went relatively right.
Some of these comments in here are priceless.
Oh man, Nikki. Oh man, I just. Oh man, she hasn't been to the strip club in 3 months. Then how are you getting paid?
No.
Linda, thank you for coming on, hon. Nikki.
Baby flat over here. Come on now.
Oh man. No, if you haven't seen if you haven't followed Do Stuff with Nikki, she's really cool. She's really cool. That's all. I mean, I don't know.
Hey, dude, you want to know how you can tell I'm from California? If it was hard to figure it out, I'm drinking LaCroix.
I thought it was that California. That would be the Fuego. No, god damn it. What is that?
Yeah,
There you go.
Fuego's my other California. See, I'm SoCal. Fuego's NorCal.
LaCroix. Now that reminds me. Have you ever played?
Which flavor LaCroix? Is that pamplemousse?
Favorite flavor. This is Raz Cranberry.
Oh my.
Yeah. Amen, but man. Damn
No,
right.
it reminds me of have you ever played the game Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? The vampire prince or whatever they called his name's LaCroix. You're drinking some tea made by a vampire.
Sparkling water. Thank you very much. No, I don't drink that shit.
No, it's water and it's bubbly, so it's good palate. Mixing
What's
your
the
boozes.
point?
For mixing your boozes.
Yeah,
and God bless you.
I get Kroger brand.
That works. This is just commissary.
So water is just a mixer.
Well, it's also hydration between whiskey and tequila.
Yeah.
Actually, I have been drinking Kroger brand seltzer water in between whiskeys.
I don't know how many whiskeys have you had so far.
Well, that's how I say. That's how I say relatively straight.
He's had one after another.
I just sip.
It's a Saturday night.
Yeah, pretty much.
Drink if you got them.
Actually, it's Sunday morning now. Wow.
It's like Sunday night. There ain't no more church. Remember?
In that case.
Yep. About where I'm at. Pardon me.
You know what, Nikki? That sounds like a lot of fun because something about half-naked women dancing around. It's just fun.
I have another medical question.
Oh God. Okay.
Maybe you should start charging.
You know what?
Due to the quarantine, are the radiology departments operating on skeleton crews? But
the funny thing is, yes.
I almost couldn't get that one out. It must be late.
That's a good joke. Dad, that's like a dad. I love that joke. But you're actually correct.
Sadly, ironically true.
Yeah. So basically, a lot of radiology departments, especially in university hospitals, rely on the presence of residents. And a lot of them, because of the coronavirus, have been told, just stay home and study. And so they really are just attending only in a lot of places. Now, this is probably getting better because the, lockdown is being resolved. But in a lot of places, it probably still is the case. So yeah, there are skeleton crews.
And what about your coronavirus?
Totally dead. The two of them that are around here just totally dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are the coronavirus cases like at the hospital?
101,000 people. We have 60.
No, they're doing fine.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
Yeah. Now I'm not at hospitals anymore. So I do, outpatient stuff. I'm in rural places. But they're doing just fine.
Outskirts of my town.
I'm
in the rural outskirts of my city, technically.
Oh, I drive probably about 7 hours a day.
See, I used to live that remote once upon a time. And I think I was the only welder and the only diesel mechanic in the area. I got a lot of work.
It's good. It's good when they need you.
Yeah, that's good money.
Too. It was nice knowing all the computer side of things too, because whenever people had oddly enough, this is back before we had eBay and shit. They wanted to do point of sales transaction software on their website. I could help them out with that too.
Nice.
Nowadays, it just works for making credit card skimmers. Not that I do that, but I like to know how to punk bust assholes that do.
You better not be doing that, because I lost a credit card thanks to a skimmer.
Oh, I hate thieves, my friend.
Okay, good.
What's a skimmer?
Basically a device that will sit on top of, and maybe you can explain this better, something that will sit on top of where you would be putting your credit card in, and it's disguised to look like it's a machine.
Yep.
So you put it in, pull it out, and it skims your credit card information.
And then
I know what you're talking about. They warned us down here on our gas pumps. They said that that's a popular place for
ribbon cable. They make them really thin nowadays, so they can literally insert them in the slots. And they're Bluetooth, so when they're able to open the panel, they can reconnect the ribbon cable to the Bluetooth device, and it powers itself. They just crimp into two power lines for the LED display. They got wiring diagrams. They figure this shit out well ahead of time. They wear hoodies usually, and sometimes they even set up the cones. They have the little pickup truck to look like they're a service guy. And the clerk inside, the graveyard clerk, they don't fucking care or know.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
Yeah, exactly. They're too busy talking with whatever chick walks in,
Yeah.
Man.
And then what happens is they go up and they Bluetooth these devices, but they always leave the stock passwords on them. So sometimes I'll go up to pumps and I'll scan the pump. Yeah, just turn my Bluetooth on and see if I'm like, aha, And then just for fun, like one time in my neighborhood, I found one. So I downloaded it because I got the applications to talk to them, plus an ELM 327 as well.
Yeah.
And bingo, I get into it, no problem.
Hey, Matt. Hey, thank you for hanging out so long, man. And hopefully we see you next Saturday. And I will see you Monday if I don't see you tomorrow.
Good to see you, Matt. Thanks for coming by.
Later. But yeah, what I do is then I turn the information over to the joke of a cyber crimes division in our town. Like when I called them, I was like, how the fuck have you guys not hired me?
I'm sorry, that's an inside joke for me, so I'm not even going to go there.
It's just, it was embarrassing how little they knew. I was like, nobody's ever G-checked you before, have they? I'm testing your gangster right now.
And don't worry, Matt. I got that link saved for that ammo. I'm gonna go check that out. That's
What ammo?
Huh?
What ammo?
Oh, he dropped me a link for some 12 gauge ammo, pretty good prices too. What were they? $6.99 for. Let's see. Doesn't say how many rounds. Oh, there we go.
Oh man.
Probably 20 rounds, 12 rounds. I can't see the
Shit, look, we've got people from all over in here.
I got so many.
Shot.
I wonder how many different states people are from in here. I mean, I know you got six.
Yeah, that's a good question. How many states do we have in here? I'm in Arizona.
States.
I know Nikki's in Florida. Cheshire Cat is. I'm not actually sure where she says. I don't know. Where are you at, Cheshire?
Scorpion from the desert.
Yeah, she's not gonna tell us. She doesn't want anybody to know. She's keeping her.
Worry about it.
That's Arlington, Virginia. She's a Fed.
Tennessee.
What did I miss?
Michigan. All right. Hey, Blunt Man. My buddy Detroit was on here earlier. Detroit.
Oh.
Detroit prepping. Yeah, go
Yeah,
figure.
stepped away for a second, so.
Actually, Blunt Man, my buddy Detroit is actually running for congressman for District 12 in Detroit. So I don't know where you're at in Michigan, but if you want somebody that's going to try and protect your rights, he'd probably be the guy to vote for.
Hi, you're from Tennessee. I hope you're not from West Tennessee, or at least not as west as I am.
My family's from East Tennessee. North.
What's the difference?
Oh, there's a difference.
Yeah.
Really? East and West Tennessee, there's a difference?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, huge.
Yeah. You say that around them, you'll get them chatting at you for a little while. I mean, they won't get too offended, but boy, they'll have to tell you some stories.
Nashville, Tennessee. Okay.
All right. Nashville area. Right on.
That's like Central, yeah.
I'm sorry that you're having to pay for the prices in real estate for Nashville area.
There's that. I didn't pay much for my property.
Oh man, I wish
over in the hills I paid like.
And that's fucked up because my sister. It's a weird deal because my sister went out and she got the weed card, and then what I did was I bought her. I mean, I buy the guns, so it's like I do the guns, she does the weed, and it's like.
Fuck, I don't even remember what I paid.
Yeah, we got never. I probably shouldn't be saying this on stream, but fuck it. What are you gonna do? Come and arrest me?
That's what I say. It's like shit. It's like in California. Here's the stupidest shit ever. Like California, it's fucking legal, completely legal, but yet if you fucking smoke it, and the doctors piss test anybody on painkillers, and then they don't tell you this after legalizing it, but then people find out the hard way and get cut off their painkillers because they test positive for pot, and that motherfucker's suffering for a month, like fucking suffering out of their mind and shit.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I shit you not. And then the excuse they give, like a friend of mine told me about this, is they tell you that, well, we're taking federal money, we're under federal regulations now, so this is just how it is.
I don't know all the federal regulations, but I'm not aware of any that would say that you have to do that. I know that some people would do that punitively, and I would call those people just giant fucking dicks.
Get this, though. I wanted to myth bust it, and I was coming off my painkillers, so I didn't need them anymore for my leg anyway. So went ahead and toked up a little bit, tested positive. Sure enough, they cut my ass fucking cold turkey off, didn't refill them. And I was like, joke's on you. I've been weaning myself off for 2 months. Yeah.
And that's one thing, because when it comes to preps, a lot of people are like, well, I'm growing my own. And it's like, dude, I think growing your own medicinal preps is a damn good idea.
But it sucks if they do that to people that didn't plan it like I did for an experiment. Guess what? Those fuckers end up having to seek it on the black market.
Yeah, I personally, I have no affinity whatsoever for marijuana. but I understand that a lot of people get a good degree of pain relief from it.
Wow.
I'm not exactly sure why exactly. I mean, there's a lot of things to go in there with it, but I support it medically 100%.
Oh yeah, I do too.
Well, what it does is it makes
I'm not even a doctor.
improves a person's mood enough to care less about their pain, so they're less focused on it, which is why it makes them more functional.
And I'll be honest with you, for me, because I mean, I don't usually have a big appetite. So when I do smoke, you know, it gives me the munchies. So I actually eat better when I do smoke, and I actually stay healthier when I smoke.
And I just want to add shout out to drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Yeah, I think that was great. Yeah, no doubt. Well, they almost have. I mean, you know, look at all the states that are like, well, fuck it. We can't do nothing about it now.
Well, what's really disconcerting about the whole entire thing is the way that we've been like, oh, this is a drug and this is not. That, you know, taking oxycodone, oh, that's prescribed, so that's fine. But anything else is not. Oxycodone is a fucking scourge. It is one of the worst possible things. Like, I know plenty of orthopedic surgeons that from the 90s onwards have almost had to prescribe these things that they know don't actually do a very good job at relieving pain. They really don't. At most, they just not care about the pain. Yeah. They are not good actual pain relievers.
Now, see, from my experience, Gundot, I've had plenty of friends that they used to buy Percocets and oxycodones, and it was because of the opioid thing. And when they couldn't get the pills for a decent price, they went to heroin.
Correct.
And they went to heroin. I had friends die.
Yeah, same.
Correct.
So, I mean, I blame this all on the fucking pharmaceuticals.
I completely agree. I think that they were massively overprescribed. They were pushed on a lot of doctors as being like, oh, look, this is great pain reliever that you need to do. And then the federal government is what really fucked this up. And this was
really? No,
yeah.
wait, no,
Can you imagine this?
They can't fuck anything.
Let him tell you.
Can you imagine the federal government made a mistake?
No.
But really, I think that this was probably because of lobbying from the opioid, prescription lobby. They made pain a vital sign. Pain is not a vital sign. If you have surgery, you're going to hurt.
Fuck yeah.
I understand that. I want you to not hurt. I want to heal, or I can't heal your pain. I want to reduce the amount of pain that you have to the greatest degree that is medically possible.
Yeah.
But then when you've got people saying that pain is a vital sign, and so you're not treating my pain, therefore you're a bad doctor, and that actually goes into the the scores. This can actually hurt you as a doctor, and so you're basically forced to prescribe opioids.
And then you're chastised about how many you prescribe. It's fucking crazy.
Wait, are the doctors? So let's say somebody gets a massive addiction, actually overdoses on these drugs. Do you get blamed for that too?
It depends on the state you're in.
If you prescribed it?
It depends. It depends on whether or not you're a pain clinic or something. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, for acute pain things, like if you had surgery, no. You're not responsible for that. Also, those people don't overdose. The whole point is that you introduce people to the addiction pathway by overprescribing opioid narcotics when they're not medically necessary. So, let's say that, you get your knee replaced. that's gonna fucking hurt, and you're gonna hurt for a real long time, several weeks. But if you give somebody a shitload of Percocets, there's a very good chance that they are just going to straight up get addicted to them, and then you're going to be dealing with that addiction problem.
Let's just say this: my pain was so bad they had me from the get-go and left me on it for like 3 years on hydromorphone.
Yeah, Dilaudid.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I read up on it, so I knew when to take control breaks. It never got out of hand for me, but other people, I can understand. You know what I hated about it, though? I didn't like the memory loss once you got past 3. Okay.
Yeah.
I worked with an orthopedic surgeon once, and I dealt with people that ended up developing addictions to oxycodone and Percocets, and they were nasty addictions.
Just like my mom did for a little while.
I have never taken those drugs myself, but I think the strongest drug I've ever taken were like Lortabs or something like that. But I was only able to take a few of them because they just knocked me sideways. I didn't like them.
Okay, so
I
I
can't
have
take
taken
anything
oxycodone when I needed it.
I'm right there with you.
This is like a long fucking story, but basically I needed oxycodone, and I needed more than just 5 milligrams. I needed 10 milligrams every 6 hours. If I didn't, I was so miserable. I couldn't sleep. It was horrible.
In the beginning, it was
for acute pain.
Even with
which, though, you have chronic pain, or not chronic pain. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, because that is actually a different issue. But whenever you have a surgery, there's an acute period at which point having some of the stronger stuff, the opioids, makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't remember all that shit.
It doesn't make sense. You're still gonna hurt, but
I remembered the worst of it because it's stuck in my mind. Well, like when the nerves, because they did stem cell treatments and shit. I was at a research hospital, and like the nerve graft that they did finally took, and they told me it would eventually take, and to make a journal of how it felt, sensations, all that shit. And then I was like, hey, I could feel a little wind on my toes. Then I was like, hey, an hour later I can move one of my toes. Then I was like, hey, I could sort of feel my foot. And then, oh shit, hey, my foot's starting to feel like it's on fire. Then, oh, my leg's on fire for 2 hours screaming in a pillow, until finally, for no reason, it just went to normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, what in the fuck was that?
I had a friend of mine that was hooked on pills. And after he couldn't get the pills for a decent price, he went to heroin. And I mean, I let him move in with me. He was a really good friend of mine. And I mean, he was fairly upstanding. I mean, oh my God, dude, he was out there working, making his money. But what he was doing behind the scenes, I didn't know. And then one day I came home from work, and I knew he was supposed to go to one of his meetings, and his truck was still in the driveway, and I'm like, shit. So I went and knocked on the door, no answer. I went in there, and he was dead.
Yeah.
And and that was only the second time I found a dead body. I've only found 2 dead bodies. The first one was my middle child.
Yeah, talk about that. I'm still sorry about that, man. That's fucking rough. Can't even begin to understand that.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you go through something like that, it kind of puts your whole life in perspective. It's like, what is life and death,
Yeah, I've pronounced, I don't know how many people, a couple hundred.
Wow.
So it's different, but it's very different when it's somebody you care about.
Yeah.
Somebody that you've known, or you're like a child. Yeah.
Well, isn't there kind of a mind fuck that goes on when you lose a child? It's just you expect to go before your child. You don't expect your child to go before you.
I would call it more like PTSD. Nobody's ever like come up to me and said, "Oh, you've got PTSD because you lost your child." Although I know I do have that. I've been through that.
You don't see visuals, but you relive that emotional moment, and you stuff it.
Yeah, it's something you never have to forget.
Accept it and just process it with the knowledge you've gained. It gets you through it quicker when you can process it faster because you're reasoning. You've already been through it before. You know the entire level by memory.
Yeah, and when you lose someone as close as your own son, I don't know. Maybe that does something to your psyche to where I don't know. Maybe like if it came to the revolution, if one of my kids died fighting for the revolution, maybe I would be able to handle it easier. I wouldn't like just break down in a fucking bawling mess of tears. I don't know, but I don't think I would at this point. I mean, yeah, I'd be sad, but you know what? When the fight's on, you fight now and you cry later. Once the fight's over, then you got time to cry.
I'm in a different world than you because, my son is special needs and he's never going to be able to care for himself. So I'm always in a state of alert. There's never he's going to grow up, take care of himself, and I don't have to worry that way anymore. So I don't think I have PTSD. I'm more like a cat sleeping on a tree branch. I'm just ready to go at all times. And my stress hormones are pumping. This is why I never did drugs. One of the main reasons is I had a son 20 years ago.
Mia,
so,
thank you.
I don't have time to be paranoid from whatever that main ingredient is in marijuana that makes you hear the woodpeckers tapping out. You're a paranoid jerk. I don't need to hear that. I'm already stressed enough, and I've seen enough stuff with my son that and I've educated myself medically enough that I'm pretty prepared medically as far as hurricanes and COVID zombies, but it's the emotional mountain that you have to climb every day.
It took me years to get over my son's passing. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a Christian. I am born again Christian. And for like 2 years, I cussed out God like every day. I mean, I would go to work cussing him out. I would drive home cussing him out. And it just takes time. Yeah. But time heals all wounds, they say. And it does. But man, that one took a big chunk out of me. Oh God.
Bless your heart. I can't imagine, and I do imagine. I imagine, but I can't imagine because I'm always dealing with it with what's going around the corner for us, and it's just still. He's still here though, so there's that.
But even with that, it's like it's like he's special needs, like you said, and it's like, I mean. Like if say shit really hit the fan, say we went from just shit hit the fan light to like shit hit the fan Mad Max. I mean, how would he fare? Does he have to have?
That's always my concern. That's literally my nightmares. I have those nightmares that I'm trying to cross a raging river with him in tow. That's my life anyway. So when it gets worse,
how old is he?
He's 19. He's 19 physically. He's mentally a toddler.
Man,
that's rough.
Man, that's got to be rough.
Mm.
Actually, yeah, so, I think maybe I had the easier path on that one.
It's not going to change, and so there's no point in what if, but it just is.
Yeah, I mean, you learn how to live different ways, given enough time.
Yeah. And I sometimes I wonder if God did this for a reason, so I would be more prepared for facing death.
Sometimes, yeah. I like even my shitty situation. I've found the silver lining in it.
Yeah.
I definitely became a stronger person.
Yeah. I feel I have too.
Well, it also pushed me off the fence of all doubt that I had, because then I was forced to find a way to survive. I found
It's
out.
interesting. And do you wonder, Gray Area, because you've been through things, and Dangerous Freedom, you've been through things. We all been through things. I know Gundox, you've been through heck, and Cheshire, you alluded to some heck you've been through. Do you ever think, nevertheless, the hell that I've been through, and other people always say, "Oh, I couldn't do what you do. You're strong." Blah blah blah. You always think, well, I wouldn't want to deal with what they've been through. So your personal hell seems to be matched up to you, what you can handle and overcome as a human. Is that
possibly? Yeah.
Wow.
Is that all true?
And we learn the lessons that are most applicable to ourselves.
Yeah.
And what's the old saying? God will never put you through anything that you can't handle.
Well, also your own.
I disagree with that.
Yours alone as well.
I couldn't handle a lot of what I've been put through, but I needed God to lean on to handle it, because I put my son's intestines back in his body with my bare hands, and I can't.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty rough.
Hold
on, Nikki. All right. You have a good night, hon. And yeah.
Yeah, we've been on for nearly 7 hours.
Oh crap! You know what? Yeah, I probably should shut this down. And you know what? We still got a lot of good people here, but yeah, that is a good point.
Much drink left.
Yeah. All right. One more
note.
No, I was gonna. I don't know. What if it's the struggles in our life that actually define us, and not really the good times? What if the pressure and the pain and everything is what makes you figure out who you are and what you're about?
Yeah.
It's actually what makes you expand.
Well, I've also found out it's not such a bad thing when you get put into a really shitty situation, because you find out how human you really are.
Yep.
Like in my case, I found out I refused to take anything from anybody as far as like that wasn't given to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't lower myself in any way. Hell, I even starved some days, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't do things that I hated to feel, you know?
And kind of what Dangerous was saying, it peels off those things that don't really matter so much. You have a reset of what's important.
Then I noticed that because I didn't ever do anything bad to anybody, and then I finally I used to be very quiet after some of the things that I saw, and I used to stay away from people. I'd just be around, but no one would ever know my name, and I never lived anywhere more than a year. I just moved around a lot. Yeah. And then finally I decided to settle in one place. I was like, I don't know why, I kind of like it here. I think I might stay a little while. Yeah.
And what you wish you
would. To myself, if I'm going to stay here, I have to become a part of my environment. Otherwise, my environment won't view me as a part of it. So I said to myself, okay, I'll start by getting to knowing a few people in my building, you know? Mm-hmm. So I did. And then I'm glad I did. Then I got to know more people. People found out I could fix a lot of things. That, and I had an interesting background. You know, I worked on a side, but I worked for other people at those times. Didn't have the nerve to go to work for myself just yet. Because I got into fixing things because it was farther away from what I used to do, which actually fixing things is the opposite of what I used to do. But it was more rewarding. So then I found out that creating things and creating relationships was a lot more rewarding than just having to endure everything myself. I at least had some input from other people, you know, or even a distraction for a moment because I can just talk about some other things with somebody. Mm-hmm. And from there, I just grew into relationships because I'd help people out for no reason other than I just felt like it on an impulse, but the impulse wasn't destructive to me. It didn't cost me much other than some time that I could afford. So I said, okay. But I'm glad I did because when I got hurt, everybody came out of the woodwork and things that I needed just came to me. So I was glad that for once I became a part of my environment instead of just something blowing through the wind in the background. Yeah, rather than just the fly on the wall. And that's what a lot of people don't do these days. They don't become a part of anything. They don't know anyone. You know? They don't even put a name with their face.
You
And I
seem to
found
be
out,
making a positive change in your environment, gray area.
you know?
From what you were saying before, you're affecting people's lives. You're giving hope and help to like the homeless people that you
I even helped them as well. Some of them anyway. I gave them a chance. I found out their stories and things just to figure out how much more there was to them. They were part of the environment I was in too. So I thought I'd get to know those in my area, you know? It paid off because at least everybody I met, I had an understanding with. Nobody treated me poorly. You know, except for some people that were just antisocial away from everyone. You know, but that's a different animal altogether. But yeah, I'm glad that I did what I did because a lot of people helped me who I helped pull their asses out of the fire for no reason other than to just shrug and be like, you're good. And just go on to what I'm doing, you know? Oddly, I wouldn't talk to them. They just come to me after that. I talked to them when they came to me. Just how it worked, I guess.
My butt hurts. I'm gonna have to move.
You know what? I think I'm gonna close down the stream. But if anybody wants to hang out in the after hours, you're more welcome.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing? With sitting around doing nothing all day, that COVID isn't the only curve that's flattening.
Effie, you
Sounds
are
like you need a softer couch.
you are absolutely hilarious.
Eat Effie.
Yeah.
That is so
Your ass isn't supposed to go. You aren't supposed to develop frog butt from sitting in your seat.
You're drunk when you look at yourself in the camera and you realize why your wife actually compares you to the sloth character Dash in that movie Zootopia. Because I smiled real slow on that one.
You look like a little,
you look
kind of like a little
right
kid,
here.
like a baby. You ever notice how babies look drunk even after just one beer?
Of course. Oh, it's funny you mentioned that because it takes you back to this animated GIF that I had from the other day. Oh my God, that shit's funny. It basically says this. The title is 3 Types of People You Will Always See at Bars, except it's not in a bar, it's in somebody's kitchen. It basically says this. The title is 3 Types.
All right, Patriot, you got to make sure that you've got your YouTube muted.
It's basically this.
What?
Patriot.
Make sure that you've got your YouTube muted.
YouTube. I don't know how to do that.
You go over to
the other tab.
Yeah.
If you hover over the video on YouTube, there's a volume thing.
Just close the tab for YouTube. Just keep the StreamYard open. That's it. I guess, right?
Yeah, there's a meme I put in the private chat.
Okay, I'm gonna open. Wait, hang on a second.
Is that better?
You know what, Gray? I don't think the link works from here. Wait, did you
Okay,
put
it might
it?
be
Did you
private.
put it? What did you put it in Sparky's Discord? I'm in that Discord, so.
Yeah, I can throw it in Sparky's. You can probably relay that.
Well, it's the only. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna drop something where I can access it, it'll be from Sparky's Discord.
There you go. Drop it in Sparky's.
My prepper neighbor and I decided to share our water supply, and we got.
Can you hear me?
Tell me that's not great.
No, you're not wrong.
I thought it was totally accurate.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I never done this before, man. I'm just one of them kind of computer guys.
Are you gonna hang out with us after hours?
You're catching on quick.
The after party here is in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, no doubt. Everybody in the chat, we will catch you on the next stream. Jeez Louise, 7 freaking hours. I mean, I don't know if I'm trying to break records or what, but I want to say, everybody in the chat, thank you very much for coming. We do this every Saturday, 9 Millie, 9 Mia. I will, maybe we will start doing this. Maybe I'll do like a Tuesday or a Wednesday thing. I don't know. But I will let you all know. And for now, y'all stay safe. And remember, no one can protect you better than you can protect yourself.
Thank you, everyone in chat. Thank you.
You stay safe.
Yo.
Yeah. Look out for COVID.
Jericho,